Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in this early in the morning on a Sunday morning, but we got to get up early today. No sleeping in for the Seahawks fans today. You got a game on deck. You got to travel out east, 10 a.m., Jacksonville Jaguar team. Busted up secondary for your Seattle Seahawks. A lot of guys still not quite active and ready to roll for this upcoming game. We're going to be covering all the action and see if they can continue to remain road warriors. But those, where they had the spikes on their the deal, the road warriors back in the wrestling days. We got to get the spikes on the pads today, the extra sharp ones. I hope everybody's having a great day. We're just a couple minutes out here from the start, and to begin this off before we get this kicked off, let's thank the sponsor of the old show if we can here. As we've got a kind sponsor here today in Sleeper. Sleeper is the #1 sports app running right now in the business. Go out there and get into your daily fantasy, weekly fantasy and football, combined baseball, playoff fantasy with football. Put it all together. Put yourself together with a great, nice ticket. I like, of course, the overs and unders. I've been doing really well on this one. I've got some picks set up here for this upcoming game. Zach Charbonnet over 9.5 receiving yards. ETN with more than 12.5 receiving yards. Walker with more than 51.5 rushing yards. And then Charbonnet with more than 37.5 yards rushing. You can see I've got a belief today that the Seahawks are going to try to run the ball at the forefront a little bit more light boxes than you get tending to from the Jacksonville Jaguar team. And so I'm going to lean on that side of it. But you can use my code today, and get matched up to $100 of your first deposit up to $100. So 100% up to $100 from me into your pocket. And all you got to do is use that code as well. They've even got an extra little cherry on top on this deal because right now you can also take advantage of their free $20 entry. No deposit required. Free $20 right in your pocket. No code, no nothing required. Just $20. Here you go. But when you use my code as well, you get 100% matched up to $100. Use NEST, get in your daily fantasy. These pick'ems have been working great for me. I've gotten a couple hits here over the last couple of weeks, but a big shout out and thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show throughout this year. And let me get the game on. Here we go. Get this all prepped up. All prepped. We got a long one today, folks. We're going to be locking it in today and going throughout the football game today. We'll do probably about an hour or two after the game and post game. And then we will stream the Mariner game later, 5 o'clock this afternoon. New Blacks, how you doing? It's good to see you. Cameron, Shadowbot, hello. Colt Chavarius Ward got concussed by running into the tight end coach during warm-ups at Cards. Oof. I heard, too, that the Court Richardson got injured. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but I also heard that happen in warm-ups. What's going on with the Colts? John S., how you doing? Sean Lee, welcome. Chris, you ready to watch this Swiss cheese defense get shredded? I hope Sam can carry this team this week. Hopefully they got some more answers. We got Shaq Griffin going to be active in this game. No Jalen Milroe active. Those are already good 2 steps in the probably right direction here on this one. But you're still down Julian. You're still down Devin. You're still down Reek. It's going to be a bit of a struggle bus out there in that secondary. Phoenix, how you doing? What's up? Go Hawks. Kelly, hello. She's hey B, I hope Ken has a big day. Me too. Be nice to see him just being able to get some opportunities without so many of these stacked boxes down there. See if he can work with a little bit of space. Shadowbod, let's have it go. Brian Kennicott, how you doing? Big day for Seattle. Go Hawks, go M's, go Hawks, go M's, man. Robbie Red, thank you for the $2 donation starting us off right. Says, all I want for my B-Day is a Hawks win. Let's go. Hey, let's go. Let's get this dub today. It's like a very beautiful, idyllic type of day out here in Jacksonville. Really, the only major, it sounds like, injury for Jacksonville is going to be Brendan Strange. But that is a decent injury for them, as he's been their number one pass catcher. But it does sound like they're going to get Trayvon Walker back. Kelly Kent's such a gem. He signed my jersey and photo for my mom's friend who's battling MS, and he wrote me yesterday and said, so happy she likes it, with crying emoji and a heart. So kind. Oh, he seems like a good dude. It's very cool. Dazilla, how you doing? Says, sup, Hawk? Sup, Brando? Hawk Nestlings. Happy game day Sunday. Let's go, Hawks. Opening kickoff here. We'll go in through the back of the end zone. We do continue to get here with Jason Myers that ability to seemingly kind of trick these kick returners, and they're not able to get that roll. Come here, baby. I got you. Okay, there we go. We got you up. You okay? Yeah? Is it okay? You ready for this game? You ready to win? Can you say Seahawks win? All right, here come the Jacksonville Jaguars with their opening possession of this football game at the 20-yard line. Play action pass. Lawrence, long time in the pocket to throw. He's crept down by Byron Murphy, who chases him down from behind. Murphy showing off some of those wheels on first down, disengaging from the block and just chasing him down in space, saying, I am faster than you, Trevor. I am quicker. I am faster. A lot of time there for Trevor to look out down, and nobody found out in the space there. Justin, how you doing, Dylan? Fabrice, hello. All right, 2nd and 13. Shotgun, empty look here, 5 wide. Trevor. He doesn't like his first target. He's coming up on the second one. And we do have a good tackle there in space, though we do have a flag. See who this is on. Oh, we're going to do one of these games, huh? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Looks like they're going to call a hold on Cleveland. After Byron Murphy's sack, he then looks like had to hold him a little bit there. He didn't want to have a replication of what just happened on the last play. Seahawks will accept the penalty, so this will make the 2nd down and 22 now. Shaq Griffin, one of your starters, out on the outside with Josh Jobe. Emanwari down in the slot. They're going to go with the bubble screen here, and the Seahawks just clipped the hell out of that one. Kobe Bryant and Emanwari made that not happen. They said, no. We know what you're trying to do there. Nice play there, and this will bring up a 3rd and forever for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Also now in the heart, in the shadow. Trevor will be, I think, standing in his own end zone here in shotgun. Third and 25. 4-man look here from the Seahawks. And they're going to just try to run this ball, or the Jaguars. DeMarcus Lawrence in there making a nice play. And that will go nowhere. So, hey, just what you want to see from the defense here on the opening stop. Come out. Don't start the day on a note of you're just going to let them bleed you up and down the floor a little bit like we've seen at times. Get right after it. Good job. Noah Lansing, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, the minute you stop streaming, the Mariners won. I know, man. I know. Maybe that was the magic, Maybe that was the secret to us getting that dub. All right, here comes the punt. Torrey Horton setting up deep. Boy, this is a moonshot. Horton, oh boy, Pritchett just could not get the block laid, and he allowed his guy to get a free run. That's the worst case, man. You certainly hope you could get a better field position on that. But he just couldn't block lane. Nehemiah Pritchett just couldn't get in front of him. All he had to do is get in front of him a little bit, and Torrey's got some space to work with. Just that uptake, man, that was the only problem there, but couldn't do it. Sam Darnold Company will come out. Ball at the 31-yard line. Let me get the graphic overlay there for y'all. 12:30 to go here in the first quarter. Shotgun look to start this out. Seahawks. A little bubble screen out into space here to JSN. It's not able to go much of anywhere. Negative 1 yard loss. Again, blocking didn't just hold up there. But yeah, it's good. Glad they got the dub there. No, I'm sorry. I was having to. I definitely won't go prematurely tonight if it goes late. Just it's hard when you got to set aside that 5 hours for a baseball game. Gets a little rough, but it was really great to see they won, and I'm looking forward to streaming the game tonight. Let's see if we can keep the magic going. Another shotgun look here for the Seahawks. 2nd down and 11, 3 wide. They're going to pitch this out to Walker here. He's going to press and find a little bit of space there. Nicely done by Walker. Sort of looked like kind of showing the Jaguars. He's going to initially press the hole there a little bit more to the inside shoulder of the tackle and then bounced it back outside to use his speed there to kind of extend that run and actually take it from almost like a 1 or 2 yard gain and get actually probably 5 or 6 yards on that. So this will be at least in a more of a third and makeable position here at this point. 3rd and 7. Jaguars are threatening a blitz. They're bringing it. Sam dropping back to throw. And he can't quite get it to Arroyo. Arroyo kind of fell down and was looking around for he thought he should have gotten a flag there, I think. Just his feet. I think his feet tangled up with the defender there, and they're not going to call that. They're not calling that. So the Hawks are going to have to punt here. Insert name here. Thank you for the $5 donation. At work, so thanks for the play-by-play. My pleasure. My pleasure, insert. Part of why I wanted to do this is I know that there are a lot of folks either at work or out of area. It's the punt by Dixon. He's going to send this high and deep, and ball will fumble out of bounds at about the 12-yard line. Nice bounce there for Jacksonville. But my pleasure, man. I know that's, in talking to people, that's been definitely something that a lot of folks aren't able always to see in the local area, and that there's, really opening for people who want to, be able to cover and hear what's going along step by step. I'm happy to do it. I love doing it, insert. It's a lot of fun being able to do this play-by-play. But thank you for your support. I appreciate it. I hope the day goes smoothly there at work. You don't have to work too hard. I mean, it's a Sunday, for gosh sakes. It's a Sunday. Come on. Appreciate you. Sean, are you ready for that 24-hour stream between both the Seahawks and Mariner games? Laughing out loud. Today would have been the worst of days to choose to do it. I was thinking about it, but I got to prep a little bit more ahead of time, I think, on that one, so I can make sure at least I got some filler in there when we're in the 16th hour. I've run out of stuff to talk about. I will be streaming the baseball game tonight, so we're going to go today till probably about 2 or 3 o'clock today on the Seahawks coverage. Then I'm going to take a quick about hour or 2 break, and then we will come back for Mariner coverage tonight. And then the little usually wrap up video I do on the game, probably not going to get that out until tomorrow morning because everything will be a little extended out. Yeah, he slept a little bit. It's no big deal. It's going to happen. Concierge, just for a time check, I'm 20 seconds behind on the local broadcast. Okay. I'll try to give you guys updates if you need to sync up. Juicy says the turf is different at the center of that stadium for some reason. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's odd. That was definitely where he slipped. That was certainly where he fell down. Do. Defense looked good on the first drive there. Jaguars take over here with 11:05 on the clock from the 13-yard line. Hand off to ETN. He stretches the play and cuts it back up inside for about 4 or 5 yards. Slow the stream 30 seconds off. I don't really have a way to slow the stream. Second down and 6. Seahawks threatening blitz with the Kata coming up around the line of scrimmage here. They're going to throw a little screenplay here to ETN, and he will make the catch and get knocked down for a first down. First and 10. 9:53 to go here, first quarter. 2 tight end look here from Jacksonville. 5-man front from the Seahawks. Mafia loses the edge. Bossell Tuden is going to get an 8-yard gain there. It's particularly naughty there with Boye to lose the edge because you've got the 5-man front. So, he's got a little bit of extra clearance there on what he's doing, and he's got a tight end blocking him. He's got to dominate that matchup. You can't let them get the edge there. He has to, at the very least, reroute the ball carrier back inside to help. Second down. Trevor finds a running back here out of the backfield. Good job by Trevor there to just sort of patiently keep moving and rolling there and waiting for Brian Thomas to kind of break free. Another first down. A lot of play action here from Jacksonville. A lot of play action from under center. Three-four look here from the Seahawks on first down. 2 tight ends. Pitch play out wide. Seahawks all over it. Kobe Bryant swallows it up, but there was a variety of cats there ready to roll. Second 11, Travis Hunter in the backfield with a running back. Shotgun look here for Trevor. Pressure, mounting on Trevor. And that's what you got to do, man. You got to get him uncomfortable in the pocket. Don't let him set up back there with something clean. Good job by the Hawks front four there to actually get some nice pressure quickly and uniformly on the play. Felt like the whole pocket was kind of collapsing in down around on Trevor pretty quickly there. This will bring up third down. Seahawks showing a blitz here. Eamon, Drake. They got a lot of guys they're bringing. This almost looks like darn near cover zero. And Eamon coming on the blitz. And incomplete. There we go. Blitz on the play. Get Trevor to not be able to play it on time. The blitz gets home. Your free rusher gets in there. And then you force the incompletion. That's what I'm talking about. Don't just sit back there with 7 guys in coverage there and that the route doesn't have time to develop to De'Ami Brown there. Eamon flushes Trevor out of the pocket. Murphy gives him a little love tap. A little here you go to Trevor on the throw. So good stop by the Hawks. First 2, guys, do not jump off sides. Punt. It's the punt. Don't jump off sides on a punt. That ball will go into the back of the end zone. Seahawks will take over the 20. Peter Van Jet, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. Forgot how brutal a baseball game can be. Felt like we were inches from falling off a cliff for hours. A non-elimination game tonight will be nice. It was definitely very nerve-wracking. I was, as I was saying on the live broadcast, going through PTSD moments because I was in Mariner Stadium 2 years ago in the playoffs against the Houston Astros, where we went 18 innings without a run. It was, you talk about just, by inning 15, you're staring into the abyss and questioning your reality. But it was a hell of a game. It had you on the edge of your seat. No one could make a mistake. No pitching staff could those, especially the bullpen, the guys coming out on either side of the ball could let anything, one mistake and that's it. It's over with. And you could feel how careful they were when they came out there, that there was that sense. And this is what you don't get with baseball in the regular season at all times, is that sense of urgency, that sense of there is no tomorrow. So it's that rich mixture you get in baseball playoffs where there is actually that sense going on. And you got that to the nth degree the other night. And to your point, it will be nice tonight to be able to just go, oh, we got 7 games here. Let it play it out. Let's see where this thing goes. Let the best man stand. In Toronto, they just traveled, But so cool that they got here. It's been such a long-suffering franchise, long-suffering fan base waiting for this to happen. And congrats to the Mariners. Big-time win. Wasn't made easy. You got the job done. The marathon began. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation, Martin. So the defense gets a stop on the first Jag series with a really good showing, and we wasted with a poor offensive drive. A little bit of shades, Martin. Thank you for the $5 donation. It's a little shades to me of starting out the San Francisco 49er game, because the Niner game as well, you started out in shotgun inexplicably. And I think that you didn't really work in the Niner game. You went back away from it in the corresponding games after that to more of the under center stuff, more of the play action stuff. So interesting that they started to live there on the first drive, and if they are going to do that here now in the second drive, because I think you can mix shotgun into this offense. I don't think this offense works as well when it's made to be kind of a centerpiece where you're walking out on first down in shotgun, and so something to watch and monitor. But we're feeling them out, I guess. A little feeling them out on that first drive. Feel them on out. Thank you, Martin. 7:34 to go in the first quarter. 0-0. Ball at the 20-yard line here for the Seahawks. They're going to set up with 2 tight ends and get back under center here now. Handoff is to Walker. Walker through the hole there nicely. He's going to gain himself about 5 yards on the play. Well blocked. Nice hole. Like to see that. Definitely want to make the Jaguars stop you in the run game today. Don't run away from it. No pun intended. But make them show they can stop it. And they're going to bring in a 3-4. Wow. Of course, we're going heavy here with 3 tight ends. Just an answer to the 3 tight end look, I suppose. And that's going nowhere. We have a flag on the play. Looks like they're going to get Sundell. Holding. Second down. It's one where I get, because the initial contact, his arms gets out wide on the guy, and so it just looks awful for officials when they first see that. He doesn't quite need to get the arm out like that. He's got the block pretty much laid, but he kind of ends up sort of hooking the block a little bit there. 2nd and 13. Sam dropping back to throw. Lets it loose here. Tight coverage there. Tries to fit it between to get into JSN, and just Jaguar defenders are all over the passing window there. Seahawks offense a little disjointed here to start things off. At least the passing attack is. They're down at 13. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to go with the tunnel screen here to JSN, and that'll get about 6 or 7 yards, but that will be short of a first down. So they're going to be punting. It's been a little bit of an issue with the Seahawks offense through this year, which is that it's been an effective offense. It's definitely found its share of points, but it does have a little bit of a tendency at times to find itself too often, in my opinion, in that sort of 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and just not tending to be a makeable down when you're going to be in those kind of situations. It's hard to get those kind of yards against defenses with down and distance, at least consistently. Here's the punt by Dixon from the 15-yard line. He'll send off a nice little bomb here to the punt returner, who's got a little bit of space to work with. We do have another flag on the play where he'll be taken down to 33-yard line in Jaguars territory. Very nice punt there by Dixon. That was quite a bomb. He dropped that thing out of the B-52, you know what I mean? We got a false start here by the Seahawks. If I'm Jacksonville, I'd make them punt that again. No, they're just going to extend the return. You get the option. Yeah, strange two sequence play calls, or 2 series play calls there by Kubiak. A little odd. R. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation. Mr. Levy. Says offensive shootout last week, defensive brawl this week. The whiplash is real. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, DeLevy. And we might just find ourselves in store for that. Just that's football for you, isn't it? Just when you're expecting that you're going to get 2 offenses, they're going to light it up a little bit, that suddenly everything then comes down to a tight scoring game down to the line. I mean, it just is. It certainly would fit to form with the NFL if it played out like that today. I could see it. Thank you for the donation. And go Hawks, man. Let's get it. Shootout, defensive brawl, don't matter. Just get the win. Find a way. Sorry, I'm on mute. My bad. I'm here. I'm good. We're good. So a hold there on Hunter Long. A little sloppy game here to start this out. I should be back now. 1st and 20. Still muted? Should be good now. Should be good now. Yep, we're good. Let me know it's good now if I'm hearing it still mute. It should be good. I turned the button off. 1st and 15. Still the mic check, mic check. Give me a yes or no on this. There we go. Okay. 1st and 15. Lawrence drops back to throw. Short pass there. Kobe Bryant rallies in quickly and makes the tackle. Sorry about that, guys. Cardinals give up a touchdown to the Colts, down 7-0 there in Indianapolis. Tyler Warren continues to be the truth. Second and 11 for the Jaguars. 4:36 to go here, first quarter. Seahawks threatening 6-man blitz here at the Imanwari and Jones contribute to the 4. They drop out. Jones brings a delayed blitz, then kind of falls down. And a deep throw that will go incomplete there. Lawrence had his guy, De'Ami Brown, it looked like open. And the designs of the play seemed to be set up well there for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Seahawks weren't able. Jones trying to do a little intricate blitz move there. But you attacked Kendrick there in coverage with 2 men in sort of his space and zone back there. And he was caught in a pickle. They just couldn't complete the ball over the top. Lawrence just missed the throw. 3rd down and 11. Again, a pressure-based look package here from the Seahawks. Love this. 6 men up on the line of scrimmage. They drop out of it. Lawrence under pressure. He's going to flip this out into space and find a man after he's able to get away from the pressure for a first down. We do have a flag. It looks like it's maybe going to be on the Hawks as they've gotten a little jumpy there. I think somebody jumped off sides. This will be declined and a first down for the Jaguars after the play. And Nwosu jumped off sides. So sloppy game here to begin things, both sides of the ball. Kind of penalty rich to begin this off. Nice job by Trevor to induce. 1st and 10 onto the Seahawks side of the football field. Handoff here. ETN going nowhere. Nice job by Nick Emanwari to be able to bring the tackle down there. He's already shown himself to be a top notch. You'd expect to take the guy and you move him in the slot from a safety position. You're getting some plus run defense out there, ability to get off the blocks. That's absolutely what he can do. He's really good at that. He's shown a nice acumen from it even a couple times in this game already. 2nd down and 9 for Jacksonville. Clock continues to roll. 3 wide. 2-man backfield here for Trevor Lawrence and pistol. Drops back to throw. Well-designed play, but it's snuffed out there by DeMarcus Lawrence. A hell of a play by DeMarcus. This had a lot of sort of little trickery to it. A lot of window dressing on the front side of this play to try to confuse the defense, and Lawrence was not confused. The vet says, I've seen this before. Nice job by Ernest Jones pointing out that's where the play was going. That's some good film study there by Ernest. You see his arm come right out like this, pointing to right where the play is going post-snap. Very good recognition there. 3rd down and 16 for the Jaguars. Lawrence shotgun, 3 wide. He's dropping back to pass. He's going to let this rip, and he's going to complete it. Finds the hole shot in cover 2. Looks like you're just trailing the receiver under, you're trailing the corner, and then you got the safety help over the top. And Joe is squatting down on a shorter route for some reason on 3rd and 9. Okay. Why are you going to have him play this 4-yard route on 3rd and 9? Wow. Oof. Strange call there. Strange call there. Play action pass. Lawrence dropping back to throw. Flips it out into the flat. He's got Travis Hunter. Hunter loses the first man in space and then goes and gets another first down. Yeah, on the previous first down catch, you have Job just taking a real short path there on his squat on the zone. And then the safety's got to come over the top then for basically a 9 route going up the sideline. First down and 10. Wide open, blown coverage, touchdown. Brian Thomas. Nobody decided to cover Brian Thomas on the play. Strange zone coverages here from the Hawks. Definitely down a lot of secondary guys, and a lot of people will definitely come forward with the excuses on this one, but holy mackerel. Extra points up and good. No good. So the extra point will be no good. 6-0 Jacksonville. 1:14 to go here in the first quarter. They just ran basically a fake bubble screen. And so you have 2 Seahawks players with the 2 players on the edge for the Jaguars there. And both the Seahawks defenders collapsing on what they think is going to be the bubble screen guy. And the blocker and Brian Thomas just goes free and goes deep. And both of the 2 players collapse on the one guy. And then there's nobody now on the back end to help out on him. Neither decide to cover. Interesting a little bit that drive. It was a little bit more of a pull, go back into that pressure-based stuff there. It seemed like they kind of went away from that in that drive. Sanchez, thank you for 36 months as a Hawks Nest member. 3 years, man. Appreciate you for that. 3rd and 11, 3rd and 17. Don't care if they're backups. Do your effing job. Yeah, I agree with you there. You got to get off the field in those moments. You've done the hard work there. That shouldn't be where you got blown holes in coverage at that point. Really have got to feel like that's Shaquille Griffin's guy. He's the outside guy there. He's the one probably supposed to take Thomas. All right, here is the kickoff to the Seahawks here now. They'll take it up with Holani up to the 29-yard line, where the Hawks offense will take over for the 3rd time. So far, with a little struggle here. They've got 6 yards passing, and they have 11 yards rushing, and that is it on their first couple of drives. 17 total yards. No first downs. I need a Samgasm. That's what I need. I need a Samgasm. 2 tight end look. Play action pass. Darnold rolling out, rolling out, rolling out, throwing it away. Booyah. Come on, offense. Let's go. Single high look here from Jacksonville. They're heavily anticipating a run on this play. I think Sam just checked out of the run play. Dropping back to throw. Lets it loose there. Nice job. Good job by Sam. This is a bit what you want him to do, and this is the freedom you want to give a vet quarterback like this. You come up the line of scrimmage, the safety's up in the box. They're showing you that. A lot of guys down there in anticipation of that. And you attack with a throw. In a lot of ways, you're attacking with that throw where that safety's going in the box. He's got to be in shit. The safety's got to be tighter, so you've got a little bit more room on the backside to get that play in, to be able to work that throw from Sam's position. 1st and 10, he's going to change the play again here, it seems like. A pitch play out wide to Charbonnet. Charbonnet will fight and scratch and claw his way for about 2 yards there. Took everything he could to get just that. Well played by the Jaguars. "15 seconds to go. Sam Darnold's going to try to come up here and get another play off before the quarter ends. He's going to change the play here. Again, a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage, anticipating that this is probably going to be, well, he's just going to let it roll out. Not the worst of ideas there by Sam. I was feeling a little bit hectic there as the clock was rolling down. Thank you again, Sanchez, for the 36 months as a Hawks Nest member, and I agree, man. Gotta have feel in those moments. Can't give up a 3rd and 17. Come on. David, thank you for the $2 donation. The Woolen trade talk is out the window. Yeah, I don't know if it was really ever very feasible on it, David, in the first place, just because you are as weak as you are right now with the cornerback depth. That is to be sure. And then you also have the aspect of, I don't know that you were ever going to get a whole hell of a lot back in return if the look was to move him. So, you're riding through him with the rest of the year, and hopefully he can reinforce these ranks fairly soon, along with Witherspoon. Definitely is in need right now, that is for sure. Thank you for the donation, David. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5. 2 weeks ago, I was bragging about our depth at secondary. Guess I was way wrong. Well, I was in the same, I think, place as you coming into this year, thinking that they had done a good job to start to stabilize the depth in there, that even a guy like Shaq Griffin really did give you a nice insurance policy for where the position was at, and that it gave you that depth that you hoped you could really, lean on if you had to throughout the course of the year. And it's showing that we can't really do that. If we're down our guys in that secondary, you are a little bit cooked at the moment, it seems like. And it's early in the game. We'll see if Shaq's got a little bit more within, what he's got to bring than what we've seen from Pritchett out there. Not a good sign when you're blowing the coverage on Thomas for the touchdown. But yeah, it does look like that's a place that's a little bit of a struggle right now for the Hawk defense. Thank you for the $5 donation, bro. Appreciate you. If you guys can for me today, hit that like button. Helps out the channel, helps me grow. People are looking for Hawk content right now. People be looking for Mariner content tonight to be watching along with. So you can help them show up on that way by hitting that like button today. I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, Sharps doesn't quite have as much the speed you need, I think, for those pitch plays either. You can feel it sometimes with him. It's just, he takes a little bit longer to get up to go sometimes, and not the best on those kind of runs. Not the best. Why don't we do crossing routes like Rams and Niners? They always have open receivers. Our guys struggle for separation. Yeah, we don't run those as much, it doesn't seem like. Perfect time for a Milrow play. 2nd and 9. 2 tight end look here for the Seahawks. They're going to drop back, go with heavy protection. Sam dropping back. He's got JSN down the field. JSN down to the 20-yard line, wide open. Well structured and designed play there. Seahawks seemingly anticipating the Jaguars were going to dial up and bring some heat. They went to kind of a max protect situation, which made it all the more interesting then when you were able to have JSN running wide open. Somebody was just asking for a crossing route in the chat. You got a crossing route and confirmed. So whoever said crossing route, they did what you asked and it was a success. Nicely done. Big play down the field. JSN already 56 yards in this game receiving. First down and 10 from the 21. Charbonnet in the backfield. Under center here is Darnold. Quick penetration in the backfield. Charbonnet is able to sidestep it, keep his feet, roll forward, get himself a real tough, another just tough 3-4 yard gain. Had the defensive back there busting off the edge, unblocked, and Charbonnet had to kick him out of his feet just to get that play. Oh, he got 5 out of that. Wow. That's a tough 5 yard run right there. Second down and 5. Heavy congestion again by the Jaguars. Seahawks are going to throw out of it. That's what you'd like to see here. Run it, Sam. Just run it, Sam. Nice job, Sam. Good decision. I think you got the first. You got just enough for the first. Seahawks are doing a good job with Sam on the reads on this of, hey, getting the heavy front from the Jags, we'll throw on that. A little bit lighter box, we'll run into that. You know, don't run uphill, as I like to say. And that's not what they're doing offensively. They're doing the other way with this, which is good to see. First and goal for the Seahawks. Barnyard time. It's barnyard time. Let's take them to the barnyard. I formation look here for the Seahawks. Brady Russell, your fullback. It's going to be handoff to Sharp. Sharp fighting hard. Lucas pushing him. Sharp still fighting hard. Oh, let him go. Come on, let him go. Let him go. I want the rugby scrum. They blew it dead. It looked like it was going inch by inch still. I mean, you know, good gain there, though, by Sharps nonetheless. I love when they just let that play just keep going, you know what I mean? It's like, let it keep going if it's got some little bit of forward momentum. I thought he was still moving too, Simogen. I thought it may have been like only an inch, but he was moving. That could have been the most epic touchdown run of all time. Second down and goal. Hand off to Sharps. Penetration in the backfield. Charbonnet gets away from it somehow or another. Man, just he's run tough in this game. He had to fight through 3-4 tacklers there just to go get himself a yard gain on the play. Third down and goal from about the 3.5-ish. 11:51 to go in the second quarter. Jacksonville up 6-0 here. Two wide receiver look. I formation here from the Seahawks. Hand off to Charbonnet on third and goal, and he gets nowhere. What is that call? What is that? You're not going to let Sam have one throw? Field goal's up and good. I don't understand 3 straight rushing attempts. You're at the 4-yard line. You're not exactly pounding the rock with great force here. And then again, why you're Kubiak sometimes seems destined to want to take the ball out of Sam's hands at times. It's like, dude, let your quarterback cook here, man. Like Josh Edelbot says, let Sam cook. Give him one throw. One. Give him one when you're inside the 10. Just one. If you're running the ball well and you're kicking ass, taking names with that, then I'm with like, all right, you want to do 3 runs, okay, but Sharpening's got 5 carries for 10 yards. Strangely called game so far here by Kubiak a little bit. That drive was going well, and there were some good calls on it, and he was doing a good job in there, but that is an odd end to that drive. I don't get that decision. Yeah, it's 3 straight running plays. Oof. It's not like any of those running plays were like everything Sharps had to do on any of those 3 running plays. The first 2 running plays was incredibly hard to get whatever he got. It wasn't like, oh, you chunked off 5 there. Oop, you chunked off 6 there. It's like he just fought his ass off for a yard. Yeah, a little bit of outthinking yourself, I think, a little bit there. They must have thought the prior couple of runs that they were just this close away from it busting. Not sure where Walker went. He's averaging 5.5 yards a carry. Maybe he got injured and all right, here's a kickoff by the Seahawks, down 6-3 here. Jacksonville will be taking over with their 4th possession of the game here. Seahawks do a good job rallying. Mike Morris, nice job down there to make the tackle. We do have a flag on the play. Pass protection definitely seems to be better than run blocking. That's true. McEaterson, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you for doing that. Welcome aboard. We do have a holding call on the Jaguars, or no, personal foul, excuse me. So now we'll take this back a little bit further. See if the defense can come up with a turnover here. Something. 10:31 to go in the second quarter. 6-3 Jacksonville. Lawrence and company will take over here at about the 11.5-yard line. They're going to come out in a 2 tight end look here. Seattle counters with a 4 down lineman look. Play action pass. Lawrence rolling out and can't quite hit his tight end in space there. I don't know if that was a pure drop or it was a little bit of an errant throw there by Trevor. Maybe a bit of both. Sure can tell just there's an incredible difference of size even from a guy like Drake Thomas to Eamon Wari. When you watch those 2 guys kind of lined up near each other out on the field. It's pretty ironic with one of them being a linebacker and the other being a safety. There's a significant difference in size between those 2 guys. 2nd down and 10. 10:26 to go here. Lawrence under center. Again, the 2 tight end look from the Jags. They're going to go with a handoff to Etienne. Wari filling the hole and taking him down. Nice job, kid. Well done. He continues to play the run very stoutly right out the box. Third down and 6. 3rd down and 8, sorry. Let's see if Mike dials this up here. He's threatening. Yep, here comes the blitz. Trevor dropping back. He's under heat. He's going to be brought down by Leonard Williams. Nwosu and Williams both met at the quarterback there. Nice creative looks from McDonald. Night and day difference defensively at times in this game from what you saw last week in the willingness and use of these creative fronts. And Lawrence he from the jump on that drop back from the front that you showed him was uncomfortable, was not back in that pocket just looking down. You could feel him start to prematurely feel that pressure even before it was arriving, really on the back of really just stacking up on that box on the front there. Columbo says, please stop snuffle into the microphone. It's so loud. Sorry, dude. I'll try not to. All right, we got the punt here to Horton. Horton sort of spends about, what are you doing? All right. Okay, Tori. That was a mess. All right, Seattle take back over. Good job, defense, getting it back to the offense here. Maybe a little bit of momentum swinging in the right direction. We shall see. Yeah, their punter is kicking his butt off right now. Their punter's averaging like 60 yards a punt right now. And he's not only getting these 60-yarders off, he's getting it off to where we can't return it with the depth he's getting, putting us on this long field. I mean, my goodness. 61 yards. Definitely have to wonder from Kubiak's standpoint if you're leaning, you've run the ball 8 times, you passed the ball 7 times, you're averaging 3.4 yards per carry right now. That's buoyed up by Sam Darnold's 1 carry for 6 yards, by the way, or to be even lower. I think from Kubiak's standpoint on this, your effectiveness comes back to, as we've seen early on, and I came into this game thinking you'd run the ball a little bit more, but you've got to be, I think, opened up on this one to where's the bread being buttered? Need some pumpkin. She's hard to get nailed down right now. She's been free floating around. I tried to get her up in the tree. She wasn't having it. New Black says, sucks about Puka Nacua. Can't put weight on his leg and is being helped by 2 guys into the tunnel. That is very concerning for the Los Angeles Rams if that's going to be the case. Rams right now tied with the Baltimore Ravens 3-3. The Arizona Cardinals have tied up the Indianapolis Colts. Carolina and Dallas are tied up 10-10. New England is up 14-6 on the Saints. The Chargers are down to the Miami Dolphins 7-6. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are up 6-0 right now on the Cleveland Browns. Trayvon Walker, who came into this game with a wrist injury and all that, he's over on the sideline. He's got a big old cast on his hand. Man, that's got to be hard not being able to use your hands as a pass rusher. You just have a club. I mean, that's how much do you not trust your backup pass rusher if you're going to trot out your. I know Walker's good, but it's got to cut you back if you got to wear a club on your hand. Play action pass for Darnold. He's dropping back and he's going to let this rip deep. He's got JSN. JSN for a touchdown over the top. Takes the defense off the top again. From the top rope, JSN. Touchdown. Inside, outside, short, deep. He can do it all, and he's shown that in every single game this year so far. Just getting deep over the top, and woo, what a throw by Sam Darnold. That was sweet. He just rolls right by him. No safety help over the top. Runs right past the cornerback. Out of the condensed split, but from the outside where he's been doing so much of this damage. And boy, what a big play for the Hawk offense. Could they ever use that? So look, we're being hard on Kubiak, but let's give him the props here. You know, we say, all right, read the room a little bit. We know you wanted to come in this running it. You wanted to come in this game running it for understandable reasons. But then, as well, reading the room and what's going on. If the passing attack is working, if before that catch already JSN's got 56 yards receiving on the game, boom, you come back at that. Work what's working, lean into it on that. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Let's go. Let's go. That's the best wide receiver in the National Football League right there. That's number one and number one. And they said JSN couldn't get open without DK Metcalf. That's right. Exactly right, Evan. What a throw by Sam, too. He's thrown some nice deep balls this year. And he put that thing right in the perfect place where not only is he, he's not slowing JSN up to where the defender can catch back up and down, bring him down short of the touchdown. You put that ball in the perfect spot so that he's running under it, he makes the catch, and he doesn't break stride on his way to the end zone. Wonderful, wonderful throw there by Sammy D. Shane Jeremy Bramman, you are a dog. Thank you, Shane. That was awesome. That was so cool. I love the taking the shot on first down, Let her. He's how many times has he taken the top off the D? Every game, it feels like there's at least one time a game JSN's taking the top off and getting open over the top. Derek's his best offense we've had in a minute, honestly. Yeah, it is. 100%. And Sam Darnold. the best development of this season, by far. Beyond anything anywhere else. Even JSN, I would offer. The JSN development is amazing. And it speaks to how great this other development is, that it's not JSN that you're saying, this is the most amazing development of this season. But I would offer that it's the Sam Darnold aspect of things and how good he's been and where he's at in his game and how much reinforcement he's going to give the Seattle Seahawks organization that he can be the quarterback of the now and the quarterback of the future. And tremendous to see. So hard to find, as we've seen from so many other organizations out there. Nice job on the coverage by the Seahawks unit there. Short return. So you had Seattle in a 2 tight end look there. Jaguars were really loaded up for the run on first down. That's what you're taking advantage of there, is they're really loaded up. And the Seahawks doing a nice job on that. That's not a play action pass. That's just him dropping back straight. And this is something the Rams are doing a great job of here in the last year with McVay. Is it sort of has been in recent years in the NFL where when you do the under center stuff, you're going to do it from under play action rather than just a straight drop back to pass. Sometimes that play action can get the quarterback's eyes turned away. Play action here from Trevor. He's under pressure. He's going to hit the check down to his tight end for about 7 or 8 yards. But a way that you can sometimes mitigate, the pressure that'll come with your back turned on the play action from under center is just have a straight drop back. And that's just what Seattle did on that with the JSN play. Gives the quarterback the ability to keep his eyes down the field the whole way. 2nd and 2, 8:05 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks up 10-6. Lawrence going to change the play up the line of scrimmage. Probably going to a run here. No, play action pass. All right. Oh, come on. There's got to be a hold there. Our guy got drugged down in the backfield. Peely, it looked like, got drugged down. It's a catch down to Brian Thomas, a big play, chunk play down the football field. But boy, there was a lineman that was drugged down in the backfield blatantly right out there in the open, and it doesn't go called. Wow. Trevor throwing again here. Ball punched out. Looks like it was a fumble. but recovered by Jacksonville. Tough. Could challenge this play if you're the Seahawks. That's not a completed ball. They did call it incomplete. Good. 2nd and 10. Lawrence in shotgun. Handoff inside to Etienne. Etienne with a little bit of room to work with. He's going to get himself 7-yard gain. We do have a flag on the play. False start by the Jaguars. So that takes you from 3rd and 2-3 back to 2nd and 15. Jaguars are kind of known for their pre-snap penalties. It's kind of their thing. Second and 15. I know I'm behind a few don't-knows. We'll catch up on those in just a sec. 4-man front from the Hawks. Lawrence dropping back to throw. He's got pressure. Great job by Byron Murphy. He was back there, and he's creating some definite pressure today that you can really feel. He's getting some quick pressure, which is good to see. All right, 3rd and 15, Mike. Let's not soft zone this thing, please. Let's not have our corner squatting down 2 yards off the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 15. Jaguars are in an interesting situation here a little bit because they are kind of on the outer edge. They're outside of field goal range here. I think from an offensive coordinator standpoint, you would tell your QB here to try to take the quick, easy completion to get yourself into field goal range. There is pressure out and about. Ball's going to be incomplete. Okay. I was like, how did he get that ball? That thing landed on the ground. He was trying to act like it was a fumble. Again, pressure mounting on Lawrence there. The pocket just kind of collapsing all around him. Not just one individual guy here on this play, but it felt like everybody just kind of collapsed in that pocket. Marcus Lawrence making him feel very uncomfortable out there. And that play will be dead. Good job by the Hawks defense here. Getting stout right outside of field goal range, forcing the punt. And this will be a kind of a off the end of the foot kind of punt here, and out of bounds at right around, seems like a little bit around, where's he marking it here? Come on, official. Where's it at? All right, 23-yard line. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Field goal is a win for the Jags. If they can hold Seattle to field goals today, to your point on that, we got to get the TDs inside the red zone, especially. It's been one of the places we've been really good at this year, frankly. We got our share of field goals. We've done a good job of being pretty solid inside the red zone, pretty solid about getting TDs, not field goals on that. But yeah, feeling that moment on the prior. I know I'm behind on the don't-know a little bit there, David, but on that prior, I know that for sure they felt good about that. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Kubiak seems to run plays that are different than expected, like he's trying to trick the defense instead of running what has been productive. I think you're onto that. I think you're definitely onto something there in the respect of, are you a coordinator that wants to kind of work with what's running, or are you trying to be more anticipatory in your play calling? And I think I would tend to agree with you that Kubiak is more of an anticipatory play caller. And then within that, that's going to lead you at times, I think, to things looking a little ruddy and not always totally synced up. But there's the counter to that as well, where then when he's on and it's hot and he is ahead of that DC a bit, you can feel that as well too. So I think that there's a little bit of that leads to some of that oddness in the play calling there. I think as some Sanchez said earlier on this one, which is sometimes out overthinking himself at times, dude does also kind of feel that way as well, where he just gets, he thinks they'll do this, I'll do that. They know I'm doing this. I know they do that. They know they're doing this. So I'm going to do that. You get down that line too far sometimes and you can just overthink things a little bit. But he is a guy that understands, to me, in watching him through these games, and not just walking in, something that Saints fans tried to sell me on a little bit was, well, he's a plan A guy without the plan B. Suddenly, he's sort of kind of like Schottenheimer was, where he'll devise this great plan A, but if he's got to adjust, he's probably not going to be able to do that. I've seen some difference in that. I've seen a guy that I think even in this game coming in and you wanted to run the ball at the forefront and the willingness to then even that last drive, first down, to open up, let it rip. That shows a little bit of him recognizing and reading a little bit of what's going on within the game itself beyond just what his plan is. But I agree with you in general terms there, Glenn, for sure. Me, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, blow your nose however and whenever you want, B. Doesn't bother me. Oh, thank you, me. It's that fall time now, where it goes from summer to fall, and it always hits me. It doesn't matter whether I'm in California or in Washington. It always hits me at this time of year for about two and a half weeks, and then I just got to get through it. So try not to do too much sniffling, though. All right. First and 10 for the Hawks, 6:41, play action pass. Sam dropping back. He's got all day to throw. He's just going to throw this one away here. Ken Walker is back in the game here, so Kenny seems to be okay. 2nd and 10. But thank you, me. Appreciate the $10 donation. Try not to blow too much in the mic. It is, I know it does. It is annoying. It's not the funnest sound in the world to hear. Anthony Thomas, Jijutu, Segai. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Tygoon, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. Welcome aboard. I appreciate you doing that. Very kind. We're on the road to 30,000 here, so you're helping us get a little bit closer at the Hawks Nest. 2nd down. Shotgun look here for Sam. He's got a 4-man box. You could run into this, it would seem like. You could run into this. Golly, just nowhere to. The run blocking is crap sometimes. Just a 4-man front. You should be able to do some work with that. Oh my God, dude. Lucas and Bradford ran into each other post-snap. They ran into each other and fell down. Oof. Third down, 13. Sam drops back. Gets it to Arroyo. Arroyo is going to be far short of the first down. Goodness gracious, the running game continues to be just a woeful. Lucas and Bradford took each other out of the play on that run play. Fourth and 7. See if Dixon can put off one of his own bombs here. Nice little 60-yarder would go well. Gets the kick off. Nice. That's what I'm talking about, Dixon. That's what I'm talking about. Dixon drops a bomb back to the 20. Flip that field position. These punters are ridiculous, dude. Just ridiculous. Yeah, Kubiak's not responsible for Bradford and Luke. He's got to be able to run the ball a little bit here. He's got to rely on his linemen. And you had it happen on the 3rd down run at the goal line with Sharps where I think Bradford fell down. And then on this play, I don't know how you end up with your linemen running into each other on a fairly simple run play. You go, buddy. 1st and 10. 5:06 to go here in the second quarter. Both teams got the full allotment of their timeouts. Jacksonville's going to start out with a shotgun look here for Trevor. He drops back to throw. He's going to come back underneath here. Shaq Griffin, I don't know if they're going to count that as a catch and down or if that's an incompleted ball there. Nice job by Shaq there, getting up on that. Going to be a catch. 3-yard gain, though. Dropping back again here. Got a flag completed here out to ETN for a first down. We'll see if the flag holds. See if the play holds. False start. Jaguars. This has been an issue for them. Pre-snap penalties. I think Harrison, this is his second one of the game. They just sometimes can't get aligned right. Sometimes it can be that they're doing a lot of pre-snap motion stuff, and wow, they just had the same thing we had happen. We must have infected them. They had just had two linemen kind of run into each other too as well. What's going on? 2nd down and 10. How's it only a 3-yard penalty? They were at 2nd and 7. Hand off to Bayshal Tootin. Tootin cut down after a decent gain, 4 or 5 yards up the middle. Wasn't it 2nd and 7? Shouldn't that be then 2nd and 12? And I get to 2nd and 10 from 2nd and 7 on a 5-yard penalty. That was weird. Third down and 4 for the Jags. He's going to go at that slot to the top side of the screen. Seahawks threading a blitz. Imanwari's coming. And Imanwari gets there, just couldn't quite get there fast enough. Oh, my God. Oh, what a play by Leonard Williams. What a play by Leonard Williams. Ty Akata lost his man completely in space. And this was going to go for a touchdown if Leonard Williams, who has got to run all the way back 25 yards to go make this play down the field at the sideline. And if he doesn't make that tackle, that's a touchdown. Akata just completely blew the block. You got the sideline, buddy. Use the sideline, my man. You don't even have to tackle him. Just push him out. Ty Akata, though. Seahawks kind of lucky. They had a helmet-to-helmet hit there with DeMarcus Lawrence that could have been called. Imanwari almost got there. Big play down the football field. 1st and 10. Ball at the Seattle 40-yard line after that play. What a play by Leonard Williams. You talk about a 3-tech defensive tackle, 25 yards down the field, making the touchdown-saving tackle, sprinting his happy ass off to get there. I mean, he had to run. Shows off why they call him the big cat. 3:19 to go here in the second quarter. Clock is running. Lawrence in shotgun on the 40. Seahawks territory. Dropping back to throw. He's got a man there. Errant throw there, almost picked off by Shaq Griffin. Uchenna Nwosu was bringing heat from the edge. Man, Seattle's getting close. Lawrence with that internal clock is just getting that ball off. Imanwari, the prior play. Uchenna just right there, almost there. Oh, no. Griffin walking off with a little bit of gimp. 2nd down and 10. Oh, Nehemiah Pritchett out there. Handoff inside. Drug down. Jaguars just trying to get a little bit closer to potentially making sure they get the field goal here. So if they can't get the conversion on 3rd down, short game, but that does put them into right on the outer stretches of field goal range now. 3rd and 7. 2:43 to go in the second quarter. Six-man pressure look here. Imanwari and Jones threatening. Trying to give Lawrence some creative looks here. Pressure's on. Just can't get to him. Golly, he gets away. Lawrence just found a way there. You had the pressure, and it was all just collapsing, and he just escaped. Got to give Lawrence credit, man. He's played very heady ball in this first half. Seahawks have done a much better job in this game at generating good, consistent pressure back there. Can't quite seal up the deal. Almost had 2 guys ready to go. Boye Mafe again. I don't know what Boye is doing out there. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning. All right, I'll be right back. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate that. A quote from Kubiak. A 2-to-1 pass to run ratio. Run that S 3 times. Go, go, go. Then after that, JSN touchdown pass. Perfect balance. That's about right there, Mumbles. I'd say that's accurate. That's accurate. I like his commitment. And, considering the last couple play callers, I think at times that they've lent away to passing too much and really bailed on that run. It's good to see that he's got it. I think once this running game can find a little more consistent effectiveness, not dominance, but just some more consistent effectiveness to where, you can really lean on it within the course of drives rather than it sort of comes and goes like the wind. I think that's where you're going to really feel his offense at its best. He keeps the defense off balance in that balance too. That's the nice part of it. You don't know what is coming. And let's face it, on that JSN touchdown pass over the top, you had the defense stepping forward toward the line of scrimmage without even play action on the play. Thank you, though, Mumbles. Appreciate you for that. Tygoon12, thank you for subbing up the channel. Mungles, thank you for 8 months. As a Hawks Nest member, says JSN is just a slot receiver, quote unquote. Nah. He's the GOAT.
Enough said.
Enough said. I love it, man. Let's go, Mungles. Thank you for 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. So we're going to get a short call here for the Jaguars. They're going to go with the tush-push-initis here. On 4th and half a yard here, they're going to go with the fly sweep. Creative design there. You're expecting everything to go up the middle, and instead they go to the edge with a fly sweep. Good call there by Cohen. Out of bounds, 1st and 10 for the Jaguars. Something must be wrong with Tyrese Knight. Right? Tyrese must have something going on injury-wise. You're getting Drake Thomas 24/7 right now out here on the field. 1st down and 10. Travis Hunter goes in motion, and did Anton Harrison false start again? 3rd one of the game for Anton. And he's probably got about 10 of them on the year. I think I've seen a couple of Jacksonville games where he's had a couple of as well. He's the Jermaine Ifedi of the Jacksonville Jaguars offensive line. 1st and 15, 1:56 to go here in the first half. 4-man front here from the Hawks. They're going to run this ball by the Jacksonville Jaguars. ETN picks his way through traffic there to find himself about 4. 2nd down and 11. Shotgun look, 3 wide. 4-man front from the Seahawks defense. Lawrence drops back to throw. Pressure's mounting as it has. He finds his man out into the flat. Not a lot to be had, about a 2-yard gain here. Does Mike call a timeout on this and see if he can get them off the field on 3rd down? I probably would call a timeout here. Yeah. Good timeout. Nice job, Mike. Some coaches there might just let the clock run and wind, and it's like, Jacksonville's got 3 timeouts. They clock wind this down to 40 seconds or whatever on that and then get the 1st down. They still got the 3 timeouts there. But if you clip the clock here, or even 30 seconds, but if you clip the clock here and you get the stop, you still get the ball back to your offense, potentially with still 2 timeouts. Because I would imagine that Jacksonville is definitely throwing the ball here. Does Michael McDonald dial it up here? Front 4 is getting pressure. Some of the creative looks on the fronts, which he's showing here. Got a 5-man pressure package look here. Jones dancing in the A-gap, falls out, drops back into space. Lawrence under heat. Lawrence under pressure, and he's brought down for a sack by DeMarcus Lawrence. Lawrence playing a strong game in his return back from injury and able to get Lawrence on the sack. Seahawks will call a timeout, their second one there to stop the clock, and this will make the field goal just a little bit tougher. Boy, Leonard Williams bringing the heat and then Lawrence undercutting it. Williams playing a sensational game. He just busted back into that pocket, flushed Lawrence. Lawrence then undercut him. Lawrence on Lawrence crime right there. $50-yard attempt here for Little. He's 10 of 12 on the year. 52 is his long on the season. That kick is sliding right. No good. No good, I said. I said it's a no good. A no good. Yeah. I said it's not going to go in. I said it's not going between the uprights. Let's go. And you get nice field goal. Now you get nice field possession, too, on the missed kick. You're almost right up around the midfield stripe. And that DeMarcus Lawrence sack, if that ball is up another 10 yards from where the sack basically happens, 8 yards from where the sack happens, it might have enough to drift inside the upright at that point. So how big that sack is and how that factors in here, this could help the Seattle Seahawks off at the end of this half in a big-time way. Darnold's been good in 2-minute situations. 58 seconds to go. One timeout for your Hawks. They're going to run the ball up the middle here with Charbonnet. He's going to try to spin around here and ends up carving himself out a nice little gain there. Bradford getting chippy in there. Okay, Bradford, we got to get up the line of scrimmage, boys and girls. So let's not talk. Let's not chat. Let's align ourselves back up here. 2nd and 2. 36 seconds and the clock still ticking. Darnold drops back to throw. Got to get it out of your hand. Gets it underneath the Charbonnet. Charbonnet in field goal range down to the 37-yard line. Got to get back up there. Maybe spike it here. Maybe just try to spike this. No, you're going to call your last time out. Hopefully they give the Hawks a little more time on the clock because it was a little bit of a late time out there. Sorry about the spam, folks. We'll get it out of here. They do give 8 seconds back on the clock. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, so 1st and 10. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Ball on the 39-yard line here. I'd like to get another 10 yards if you could. Boy, pressure look here from the Jags. They drop out of it, play action pass. Oh my gosh, that was a dangerous. Tried to fit it in there to Cooper Kupp on a line, and it got knocked back 10 yards the other direction, almost into a defensive lineman's hands. He tried to fit that into a tight little space there to Jackson. Would have been a tough catch. A little throw into the flat here. Just a little throw to the flat. Jacksonville's kind of sinking up on the receivers to depth. You haven't really worked it to the running back out of to the flat. 24 seconds to go here. Sam dropping back to pass. Double clutches and then just lets it rip over the top. Good decision by Sam. It wasn't there. Don't hold on to the ball. Don't risk a sack there. You've got another down here. You're really down to, this is more than getting a touchdown. It's really down to just trying to get, down into a place here where you can get another 8 or 9 yards carved out to make this a little bit more makeable for Jason. He certainly hit it from this depth before, but you just want to get that. So it's really not about the touchdown. You'd love to get that, but you're more just get us down that 8 yards. Let us run the field goal unit out there to get this thing. 0 for 4 on 3rd downs today is Seattle. 3rd and 10 here. 3 wide receivers. Sam drops back to throw. He lets it loose. That'll do. That'll have to do. Or that'll have to do. We'll throw out to Barner there on a little out route there, about a 5-yard play, 4-yard play. This is still going to make this a Well over a 50-yard attempt, I believe. But Jason's got the big leg, man. 1 of 1 today on a 24-yarder. This one will be a 53. Not easy. Also kind of kicking it from the opposite of the kicker's favorite hash. Kick is up. Good. Kick is through. Let's go. 13-6 Seahawks. Well played. Well played opening drive, both sides of the ball. Like what you're seeing here. Very, very encouraging. Very encouraging. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon, appreciate you for that. Sam, Richard, Darnold to Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. Might be the best quarterback wide receiver combo in the game, especially with Puka Nacua being broken again. Sam needs a new nickname. He does. I was thinking Dime Store Cowboy. What do you guys think about that? Dime Store Cowboy for Sam Darnold. Huh? Huh? Come on. Come on. Not the worst of nicknames. We do got to come up with something, though, at this point, Keon. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Anthony Bradford ain't cutting it. All right, we got the kick return here. And down he goes. Yeah, I think, Jeff, you look at the trade deadline and you think about finding impactful players at the trade deadline, guys that can really, move the needle and really change your outlook on a positional group. And that's sometimes hard to go out there and find. There's not always the guy available for the position that you need. And then you think about those positions that can be just moderately improved and to the big effect that could maybe have cascadingly down onwards. Jacksonville's just going to down this ball with 7 seconds and get us to halftime. And with Bradford, that is one of those spots at right guard that you do wonder with how he's played, if not that you could find something moderately more better and it would be substantially more improved. And I don't know if the trade's out there to be had. It's hard to say on that part. Linemen doesn't tend to be one where teams give up offensive linemen very frequently. But look, Bradford's been kind of what we've seen from him throughout his time. He's got some times he can lay some really nice blocks and be on it. And I think in pass pro, he's holding up really well. But we're certainly, seeing in the run game that it's not the equivalent there on that side of it. And he can just have some blown blocks at times that just look brutal on tape. They just look so tough. But I think we're probably going to, at the end of the day, be stuck here in this situation with him. And much like you made a priority of itemizing left guard this offseason with Zabel and where you selected him, I would love to see the team take the similar kind of approach, be it spending money or targeting maybe that best right guard in the draft, if that's where they stand in the first round, and saying, let's just go here. I think the benefit to the offensive line would be major. They like to say, your offensive line is not measured by the greatness of the top end. Troy Lyons' offensive line is not measured by Conklin and Sewell, your pillar tackles. It's measured by your weakest link. Who is the worst guy on that line? Because that can be enough to kind of upend you just in that self alone. R. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Sanchez. Ooh, they're showing Puka Nacua's injury. Ow! Ooh, both of his legs look bad there. He is kind of running still on the sideline, man. He is tough. You talk the guy is tough. He's back out there a little bit. Oh, dude. They're showing that Colts pregame thing. Jeez. Sanchez, thank you for the $5. Says, it's starting to feel like Kubiak is the real Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Does he game plan against Chat GPT? Well, I think a lot of this too is probably, what he's been instructed by when it comes to Mike Macdonald, as far as, Macdonald is probably a little touchy and a little sensitive to the fact that his prior OC not only didn't have a commitment to running the ball, but would also not even listen to him, begging him for that commitment at times and continue to be pass happy. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if McDonald said, you are going to maintain balance. You are not going to get away from the running game. I need your commitment to that before we even get to the part about you getting this job or whether or not you're right for this job. You've got to own up to that part of it. And I want that inherently in my offense. And that's maybe a bit of the driving force here a little bit for him. But, to your point, 10 carries, 32 yards, 3.2 yard per carry average, pushed up a little bit by Darnold with his 1 carry for 6 yards. Otherwise, you'd be down at like 3 yards a carry. Meanwhile, passing the ball, you're 8 of 14 for 140 yards and a touchdown in that first half. And again, the yard per attempt with Darnold is the thing that's standing out as much as anything else, where not only are you being effective at throwing the ball, but you're not just dinking and dunking 5-6 yards here. You're throwing it like 10 yards a clip. And so I walked into this saying you want to run the ball in this one, but where you're making your money roll right now is kind of in the passing attack. It doesn't mean you bail fully on the run, but I think leaning into a little more of this first and second down passing here into the second half wouldn't be the worst of ways to go for Kubiak as a strat. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, you could say that kicker missed it by a little. Yes, you could. Little did miss it by just a little. How big was that sack coming in to kind of push you a little bit out of territory there to make that happen too? Very cool to see. Very, very cool to see. Thank you, Mumbles. Appreciate the double dono. Michael Bicknell in the house. What's up, Michael? Thank you for the $5. B, every time the Jags get a penalty, hit the Duval button. I know I do. I do got to hit that Duval button every time they got that, especially those pre-snappers.
Duval.
Especially those pre-snappers. Great suggestion, Michael. And henceforth, every pre-snap penalty for the Jaguars in the second half will have a Duval on the back end of it. You better believe it. Love it. Hey, Brent's in the house. What's up, Brent? Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, just tuning in. Long night in Beham. About to mushroom ID course. About to do mushroom ID course. Looks like we can do this, y'all. Seize the moment. Hey, we'll seize the moment. Enjoying the mushrooms. And it's been a good game. Defense stout. Jaguars got a little bit of moving the ball here and there, but you've maintained and continued as you have throughout this year to stop and hold down the running game for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're not getting anything done with that. And Lawrence is finding a little bit of headway in passing, but back to differences between a Darnold and Lawrence here. Darnold's up about that 10-yard average per attempt. Lawrence is down about 6.6 yards per attempt in this game, almost half of what Darnold's at. So defensively, you're generating pressure, you're stopping the run, you're fairly well limiting the pass. You love what you're seeing there, and then offensively, Sam and these receivers are getting it done. Well, specifically, really, let's not lie here. Jackson Smith getting it done. 5 catches, 117 yards and a half. Wowzer. But hopefully it was if it was a long night, I hope it was a good night in Beham. And about to mushroom ID, of course. About to do mushroom ID course. Mushroom ID course. It's like a riddle there on that one there, Brent. Thank you for the dono. Keon Lund, he said with a $2 donation. He says, Sam, the mustache ride Darnold. A little too much? It might work. Who wants a mustache ride? I do. Some great lines from Super Troopers. I do. Thank you, Keon. Appreciate the dono. I'm with it. I'll sign up for that one. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. I think Ghost or the Ghost for Sam would be fine. Ooh, I like that. Kind of like you end up owning the old like derogatory nickname and turning it back around. Switch aura that thing. I like that. Could we just call him Ghost? We go the red Ghost. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for the $2 donation. 2 firsts and a Chenna for Crosby. Yay or nay? Oh yeah, I'd be a yay all day on this side of it. I got no issue on that. You can take any of the 3 edges. You're not going to move Lawrence, but any of the other 3 edges, if that was a deal that was in place, yeah, certainly I think that there's a intelligence behind saying, yeah, that would be, I could understand them taking that approach and jumping on that if that was on the table to be made. I love Crosby, man. X-Wing, and he's the difference maker. A lot of discussion this last week with me and a few other folks, Brendan, and I was talking to Bryce Coots over on his channel yesterday. you guys get a chance to check out that show over there on the Hawks Eye, and just where the team's at and what you're going to need to look for in the future, and hoping to find kind of that difference-making edge. Certainly, if you have the opportunity to jump on that, I'm willing to do so. And I've got no problem moving first-round picks at this point, in part because of the fact that you're set up at the quarterback position, and so much of this roster is well stocked up right now. Adam Baum, thank you for the $2 donation. Dimebag Darnold. There we go. I like it. Dimebag Darnold. That's got a phonetic ring to it, and I can get behind that one. And we have to do a poll on this one. We have to do a poll here. Hold on. Let's start what we do here. So Dimebag Darnold. Dime Store Cowboy. The Red Ghost. Thank you, Adam. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. He says Jackson Smith and Jigba, offensive player of the year candidate. Oh yeah, you better believe it. We don't have a running back this year that's just running away from things, walking into this. There's not just a running back that's out there lighting up for like a 2,000-yard season. You don't have a quarterback that's necessarily out there throwing for a ton of yards. And meanwhile, Jackson Smith's going to come out of this game probably on a quiet pace. I don't think he's going to get there, but he'll be on a pace for like 2,000 yards receiving. So yeah, I think at that point, if you're going to get up into that spot, 1,900 yards receiving, whatever, you're at that point, have to be one of the top people at the top of that as far as in consideration. How could you not? Brian Kennicott, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys are always, as ever, very, very kind. I really appreciate all the support. He says there are two ways to rattle Trevor Lawrence: switch his shampoo and conditioner, or pressure him up the middle. Go Hawks! Well, you were unfortunately you couldn't get to his shampoo and you couldn't get to his conditioner. We had spies on the scene, little ninjas we tried to use to get into his house. It didn't work. They got caught. So we're going to have to do the pressure up the middle. And it has worked today. You could feel substantially the impact from both from Murphy and from Leonard Williams in bringing some of that heat up the middle. You've kept consistent pressure on Lawrence in this game, and it really has stand out. 8 quarterback hits and 3 sacks on only 21 dropbacks. That's a lot more of the effectiveness we thought we could get from this pass rush, especially with the not necessarily the necessity of having to blitz on the back to get that productivity. So continue it in the first half. Keep working what you got working here from a McDonald's standpoint. There's not really any adjustments you feel like defensively you've really got to make here. I think Shaq Griffin has given us a lot more steadiness out there at that outside corner than what we were getting from Nehemiah Pritchett. That stands out too as well. But pressure up the middle, man. He certainly doesn't like it. And, I think you've shown too, the stack boxes, simulated pressure stuff, not even having to bring the pressures, just simulate it, make it look like it's going to happen for Trevor, fall out of it. You can feel that also is making him just a little bit uncomfortable in the pocket. Brian Kennicott with the $2 donation. He says, Yosemite Sam. He's a redhead from California. There we go. Yosemite Sam. I'll add it. I don't know, though. That's kind of close to now that I know that Sourdough Sam is the name of the mascot for the Niners. I don't know. It's kind of close to that one a little bit. But it's on the list. We're gonna get these get a collection here, and we'll get the right nickname laid down for him, Brian. I've added it. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I know it's highly unlikely, but imagine if we traded for Crosby and then signed Hendrickson in the offseason. It'd be hard to pull off. Not impossible, because of the fact that you will have a significant portion of cap space, because of the fact that Crosby in a trade is not going to be signed to a contract extension because he's already under a new deal he just signed this offseason. So you're only having to then sign Hendrickson. The bonus money bleeds out of the Crosby deal. His cap is pretty reasonable for the next couple of years. You're not stacking up 2 guys you're paying $35 million at the same time. And so you could theoretically fit it. I think that it would be, just getting one would be hard enough. Not to mention with Hendrickson, he is more of a down in the dirt, hand in the dirt guy than he is a stand-up edge guy. Crosby's done a lot of down in the dirt too, but I think Crosby's got a little bit more of an ability to go between both. So that might be a bit of a factor there too, but certainly is it something you could do from a monetary standpoint? Yeah. And it's not that out of whack that you could pull something like that off. Peter Tong, Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Peter. Please do join Peter and the rest of the crew here that have joined aboard today. So we have quite a lot of new subscribers, Tygoon and Sejai, I want to say Giuntu, Sejai, and Anthony Thomas joining in the house here. Appreciate all of you guys for jumping aboard here at the Hawks Nest. We're trying to get to 30,000 subscribers. You can help get us there today. Please do hit that like button as well, as this does help me show up for the algorithm right now as people are looking for hot content, looking for updates on this game, and you can help us display that to them. My man, Randy in the house. What's up, Randy? So good to see you, brother. I hope you're having a great day. Beautiful fall day out there, hopefully, in the Midwest of Washington. Says, I'll take that first half. Not perfect. Need to get some sort of running game going or a screen. Wish we'd show blitz on virtually every play. Bring the heat. Indeed, I can't agree more with you all the way across the line on what I saw from them. I'll take that first half all day long. 7-point lead at half on the road, 10 a.m. start. Jacksonville team 4-1. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. You'd like to see it get a little more consistency in this run game, Randall, and it's been problematic throughout the year. Just can't always find much life there. Walker does only have 3 carries in that first half, so maybe at the forefront of a way to get yourself going on this one is to find Walker a little bit more of an ability to get just a little more touches here. All right, we've got Drake Young trying to take this up. Jaguars cover the kick well here to start out the second half. Ball will be at about the 22-23 yard line. And I was just kind of saying that too on the other thing about the stack boxes, the simulated pressures. It doesn't even have to be that you bring the blitz, but you can just feel, as you saw last week in the rare times you brought it to Baker Mayfield, that when you start stacking those boxes up on Trevor Lawrence, you're making him uncomfortable. You're making him think. You can sense him a little bit getting into a mode of a spasticness to his nature a little bit. Not that he goes off the deep end, but just that he certainly is not as comfortable, and that now you're getting him a little bit off his spot. 1st and 10 for Seattle. 2 tight end look. Darnold under center here to begin this. Pitch play out to Walker. Walker will get a nice little gain of about 3.5, 4 yards there. But I'm okay at bringing the heat, man. It's worked. It's worked the past couple of weeks. And I think all Mike would probably say to us, Randall, on our side of this would be like, well, look, I'm down 3/4 of my secondary. I can't trust these guys on the back end by throwing those blitzes. But that's where we come down to. You can just show it. It doesn't even have to be where you have to necessarily bring it. You show it, you show it and then fall out of it at a high propensity at the time. 2nd down and 6 here. Drake Young goes in motion. Hand off here to Walker. Walker got a little bit of room to work with. There we go. Nice little run by Walker there of about 10 yards. Good blocking on that left side. Back-to-back plays. Good blocking on the left side. Cross, Sable over there. Solidifying some things. Seattle's going to go up tempo. Darnold coming up the line of scrimmage. He's going to drop back into shotgun here now. Go to Walker. Goes right back underneath the Walker there. I like that play. I think that thing was set up the whole way just to be that. It's only like a 3-yard gain, but just a nice little up-tempo look there down to Walker. Jacksonville dropping back to depth here. This is how you get to potentially third and makeables. This is how you get to being able to convert second downs. You get something on first down with that positivity. 2nd down and 7. Pistol look here for Seattle. Again, they're going to go with a 2 tight end look as well. A lot of 12 personnel here. Into Jackson Smith for a first down. Jackson, beautiful slant route. Gets it done. Great job getting off the press coverage there by Jackson Smith. He bounced right off that. And a nice throw there by Sam puts it in the right spot. First and 10. Seahawks driving here. Play action pass. Hits Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp open down the field, still on his feet. Cooper Kupp still on his feet off of another tackle down to the 18-yard line. Never die easy, my man. And he says, I'm going to keep fighting Kupp, showing you he's still got some of that yak ability in his game. Just running a post route from the slot, kind of. It's kind of like a soft post. It's not really a hard, it's like just kind of wanders, very, very unconventional route, sort of not quite a crosser, not quite a post route, kind of somewhere between. First down for the Seahawks. Let's go. Back under center here. I formation look. Seahawks got blockers out in front. Walker, a little bit of space to work with. Let's go. Pitch play. Another 7 yards. Nice job. They heard you, Randall. They heard you, Randy. Just what the doctor ordered, too, with some of the time of possession in that first half moving in the favor of a little bit of Jacksonville's direction of things. Second down and 3. Hand off here to Walker. He's going to get swallowed up there with no gain. Bradford's kind of starting to get into it down there. He's getting a little chippy. Big boys starting to get close to swinging on each other out there. Good. I need to wake Anthony up here a little bit. Bradford strikes me at his best if he's a little angry. Third down and 3. 10:35 to go here in the third quarter. Opening drive in the second half by the Seattle Seahawks. 0 for 5 today on third downs, but a key point to this is that they've averaged down and distance 9.4 yards per needed on third down. Blitz look here from the Jaguars. They're threatening it. They're bringing it. Sam's got to get out of his hands. He gets it out to the back end zone. Touchdown! He's got his man, Cooper Kupp, in the back of the end zone for a TD. Sam just absolutely smooth and easy and gentle and just not flustered in the least. Oh, you got a blitz? That's cute. That's cute. How about this? How about this for your blitz? Sam knew just where he was going to attack with that the whole way. He got his one-on-one to the outside. And I mean, what a wonderful throw by Sam. Dime store cowboy is right. Dime bag Darnold is right. I mean, he put that ball with anticipation and to an exact perfect spot there for Cooper Kupp on that route. Cooper turns around off that corner route, and he's got the ball right there. I mean, it's right there in his hands. Perfectly placed. Absolutely perfectly placed there for Cooper Kupp. Ball comes out before he's even made the break. It's a little bit like that A.J. Barner catch with the Cardinals a couple weeks ago down in the red zone, where before he's even made the break, boom, boom, he's out and he's got it there. What a throw. And having the answer for blitzing. I mean, that's a stack box blitz there. The Jaguars are showing it from a mile away. They're bringing it. And what does that tell you as a quarterback? You can go to your hot, or you can go find your mismatch one-on-one, because they're not going to get that double team safety help over the top if they're going to bring that kind of heat up to the front. And Sam processes that pre-snap, finds the right read to post-snap. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Let's go. We got to get a Seahawks chant on that one. All right. Let's rock and roll. Cooper Kupp coming alive on that drive, huh? Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation, says Sam with a bag full of dimes. He does, man. That thing's like, he's got so many dimes in that bag, it's weighing him down. That's what he's keeping in the hand warmer that he's always wearing. Just a bunch of dimes. Casey Maples, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Casey. Remember, please do keep an eye out on your community post. I get the PFF scores on Monday morning out to y'all. And then we've got Thursday night football, and we're going to get a Saturday call-in show here next week. So a lot lined up here for members of the channel if you are a member. And thank you for being so. All right, Seahawks got a 20-6 lead here. Jaguars will take it up, and the return will be cut down after a decent return to about the 31, 32-yard line. See if the defense can build upon the momentum of what the offense has been able to bring to the table here. Thank you again, Keon, for your double donation, man. Appreciate you for that. Do please hit that like button, folks, if you get a chance. 10:14 to go here in the third quarter. 10:09 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks come out in the four-man look here. Jacksonville come out with three wide. Handoff to ETN. Cut down after a nice gain of about 5 or 6 yards. Jacksonville did trail by 14 against the Chiefs last week and were able to bring that one back. This is very early second half. You got work to do. Second down. Trevor dropping back to throw. Finds Travis Hunter for the first time in the game on a short reception inside for about 7 or 8 yards. First down. And then we have a Seattle Seahawk down here. Drake Thomas. He's got something going on with his hand. Lawrence under heat here. He'll be drugged down just past the line of scrimmage on first down. Second down. Good job by Byron Murphy in there, forcing him up in that pocket. Murphy got a rare opportunity there from the 3-tech, and he just dog-walked the guard into the backfield there. And they're not even giving him a half yard. 2nd and 10. Lawrence in shotgun for 3 wide plus a tight end. 2 high safety look here from the Seahawks. Lawrence dropping back to pass. Pressure mounting. Byron Murphy's there. They got him. They got a Byron Murphy again, who's just getting very close to about taking this game over. Again, whooped his man's ass right off the snap. I think he just did another bowl on him. Again, he gets a 3-tech, back-to-back snaps here where you get the 3-tech looks for Byron. So singled up. He's just running a stunt game in there with DeMarcus Lawrence. 3rd down and 18. Jaguars dropping back to throw. Pressure again mounting. Lawrence sidesteps it. Finds his man out in space. He will be cut down far short of the first down. Great job by the Seahawks defense. And look what Byron can do with the 3-tech look, huh? Look what happened when you peel the doubles off Byron. And notable, those back-to-back 2 plays with him out of the 3-tech, you've got Leonard Williams operating from the 1-tech on those plays. So you slide Leonard into the 1, you get Murphy out to the 3, and then, woo, look what he can do. But Leonard Williams doing the dirty work there for him. 4th and 10. Jaguars going to try to punt this up and pin Seattle back if they can. Torrey Horton's going to come up here, field it. He's got a little bit of space to work with. Gets it up to around the 20-yard line. where Seattle will take over there with an opportunity, in my opinion, a big opportunity. Go get a long drive. Go get your touchdown here. I know I'm getting greedy, but that could really set the stage here for, I don't know if the Jaguars are going to have enough to be able to come back from that. You got the game probably at that point. Mr. Kane says, I support the bag of dimes Darnold moniker. All right, we're adding it. We're adding it to the list. My brother from another mother. Bag of dimes Darnold. All right, we got it. Bag of dimes. Thank you for the $2 don't know, man. And it's good to see you in the chat. Michael Bicknell, vintage DeMarcus Lawrence Cooper Cup game. Yeah, indeed. I think both of these guys are showing you in Lawrence's case, 4 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, a sack and a half, 3 quarterback hits. Yeah, that's DeMarcus at his best, where you're getting impact. And we've gotten to feel his impact so far this year from as a run defender. Absolutely we have. But we haven't necessarily gotten to see as much of him as a pass rusher. And indeed, he has broadened that into bear today in a big-time fashion. Best game for him as a Hawk by far. And then Kupp, just a couple catches, but he's only got the 2 targets, but he's made the most of them. That 29-yarder to extend that run down the field like that, showing a little bit what he can give you on that. And I like how they found the fit here with Kupp between Jackson Smith and the usage of him. And you didn't bring him in here to try to get vintage Kupp. You're not trying to get Triple Crown Award winner Cooper Kupp. You're just getting a guy that can be the counter there to JSN and a guy that you can rely on to make the smart reads, to feel the coverage, to get the leverage, to make the tight catches, the tough catches, to give you some yak ability on top of it. And you're getting that from him. So yeah, I'd say so, Michael. I would say so. Thank you for the donations, brother. What about Murphy here? 3 tackles, 2 sacks, a tackle for loss, and 4 quarterback hits. And the pressure numbers are going to be incredible for him too, on top of that. Slarty, I definitely would guess that Sam's probably never bought a dime bag. I think we can go out on that, the end of that limb and make that guess. I would say so. Will says, I missed the first quarter, but by the sounds of it, Murphy taking over the game. It's getting close. I don't know if it's full on taking over the game, but he is more than just sort of flashing here and flashing there. He is a problem right now for that Jacksonville Jaguar offensive line to block him. And Seattle seemingly has recognized they're going to one-on-one him up with the left guard, and that left guard can't handle him. 1st and 10. Darnold back under center. 2 wide receiver look, 2 tight ends. A lot of 11 personnel in this game from the Seahawks. Sam's going to change the play. He's got a heavier box here, probably. No, he's going run here. Charbonnet makes a nice cut, stumbles at the line of scrimmage, able to keep his feet there for a couple yard gain. Walker, 7 carries, 29 yards for a 4.1 yard per carry average. And then you've got Charbonnet, 7 carries, 21 yards, 3 yard per carry average. Charbs will remain in the backfield here on 2nd and 7. Under center is Darnold. Again, he's going to change the play here. Got a 5-man front, probably to the pass. That's just what he's going to do. Ooh, nice catch by JSN. Beautiful job there by JSN. 1st down. And another great throw by Sam. This is an out route with some depth and just a beautiful run route by Jackson. Perfectly placed ball there by Sam. Got to be careful, Jackson, with the little spin move with the player. They sometimes can call taunting on that. First and 10. Are they going to call taunting? Oh, my God. Yeah. I don't like it any more than you guys like it, but the reason I brought it up before I even saw the flag is you can't do that. You can't spin it at the guy's feet like that. The need to do that, I don't get that from Jackson's standpoint there. Strange decision. I think these players sometimes in their need to like celebrate and show up the other guy, like that draw there is just like, look, they've legislated where you can't do that anymore. Like, I know you want to do it, you want to stand up on him, you want to flex on him. They don't let you do it though. Big penalty. It is still 1st and 10 now, but that takes you back a little bit here now. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's going to let this loose deep. Ball kind of hangs in the air a little bit. Torrey Horton got some separation, but Darnold just didn't get enough on that out in front of Horton there. Lets the cornerback kind of drift back into the play here to knock the ball away. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the fact that it's a flag. So don't get me wrong. I don't want to see them flag a player for doing that. Darnold hit as he threw there. That's probably why he wasn't able to get as much on that throw. But you know not to do it as a player. It's you know you can't do it as a player. And then what does it get you? Spinning the ball in front of the guy. What does it get you? Like, what does it get you? 2nd and 10. Pistol look here. Charbonnet is going to try to run with this, and Charbonnet is getting nothing done today. We need to make this a Walker day. I'm starting to get to the place with this where it's like, come on. I understand the balance here, but it's not working with Charbonnet. 3rd down and 11. Boy, that penalty is going to maybe be potentially huge as this closed off the Hawks' offensive roll they had kind of going there. Third down and 11. Seattle has lived in 3rd and long today, unfortunately. One of the reasons I think they've only got 1 3rd down conversion. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's going to let this loose. Ball will be knocked away. Good play by the corner there, trying to get to Jackson Smith again, 4th down. Again, Darnold's got to bring this back to him. I know some people will go, well, he threw that a little behind. He's got to put that on Jackson Smith because he's got the safety in the middle of the field. That's the hard part with getting those third and super forevers is you got a safety bearing down on Jackson. You're trying not to throw him a hospital ball. So you do put that a little bit on him as a throw, which then allowed the corner to get back into it. I hate unforced stuff though, don't you? Isn't it the most frustrating at times? The stuff where it's like, dude, you could control that as a player. You don't have to have this bad thing happen. All you got to do is just think not to do this silly, stupid thing. Modern player with that, just, I don't get it. Like they're so drawn, they cannot help themselves, you know? It's like a bee to a flower. Just, you need that pollen. I got to show them up. I got to show them up. I got to do it. No, you don't. Personal foul on the Jaguars. So this will take them back. This will take them back a little bit. Go to commercial. 5:03 to go here in the 3rd. John Lugo, thank you for the $5 donation. Seahawks, 0 sacks allowed so far. Jacksonville, 4 allowed so far. Indeed, 21 passing attempts here for Sam Darnold. And you are keeping him clean. 1 quarterback hit, no sacks. The offensive line, though, we do knock him a little bit on not getting a lot of holes created in the running game. They're certainly doing a very good job at keeping Sam clean. And he's taken a couple hits, but aside from that, you're allowing him to basically stand in there and find his guys back there, and it's been very notable. It has. As well as the other side of that, John, is not only are you getting those sacks, but you're getting the pressures as well. So it's not just sort of the sacks come, but you're also got the now 12 quarterback hits on Trevor Lawrence on just 23 dropbacks. So you're getting more than 50% of the times he's dropping back to throw, you're hitting him. And remember with Trevor Lawrence coming into this game, he was a guy that was one of the, probably top 7 quarterbacks in the sport with his time to throw, with how quickly he gets the ball out of his hands. So it's a lot of quick pressure in addition to that, John, as far as it's effective, and it's also been quick today. Got a bit of the both working. I hate the rule on the taunting thing. Don't get me wrong. When it comes to the rules on this, I don't want to see the rule in place. I don't think there's any problem with having these players in the emotions of the moment be able to kind of flex that stuff and be able to, let themselves kind of enjoy themselves, have fun. It's a game, but When the NFL mandates something, you can't just be like, well, I don't like that rule, so I'm just not going to abide by it. It's like, well, then you're going to get a 15-yard penalty after you make a nice catch down the field. Congratulations. You showed the NFL, Jackson. Yeah. You gotta know your rules, and that's one that's just, that rule. As a player, when you make the K, you can't step over them, you can't flex over the top, you can't drop the ball at their feet and spin it super cool. And they're not gonna let you do that. It's been in place for a while. Mumbles says spooky is another one. All right, I'll add that on. So we got Dime Bag Darnold, Dime Store Cowboy, the Red Ghost, Yosemite Sam, Bag O Dimes Darnold, and spooky. There we go. I got it, Mumbles. Thank you. Appreciate the dono, man. We're going to have a nice little list here put together by the end of this. 1st and 10, 5:03 to go in the third quarter. Lawrence under center here, play action pass. He's going to throw this out into space here with Trevor Etienne. Trevor looking for some space. Seattle rallying to the ball well, but he'll probably get a first down there on that play. Darnell Chapman, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm never doubting Mike again. There we go, Daryl. Well, he's made some adjustments this week, which is good to see. The creativity you're bringing into bear in this one a little bit more, with some of the stack boxes and simulate pressure, some of the willingness to pressure. They're going to say he was a yard short there on that play, so it'll be 2nd down and 1 here for Darnold. He's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Guessing this is to a run. Seattle's showing kind of it is to a run. Not much place to go there for Etienne. Nick Emanwari was doing a good job there of snuffing that thing out and making that a tough run there for Etienne. But it will be a first down. Let's go, Daryl. $3:54 to go. Third quarter. Seahawks up 26. Ball in the 29-yard line in Jaguar territory. And shotgun is Lawrence. He's going to check the play at the line of scrimmage. Dropping back to throw here. He's going to look, get to Tootin underneath here. Tootin is going to stretch forward for about a gain of about 5 or 6 yards here. I'm guessing they're going to try to work that short passing attack heavily here now with some of the pressure that's gone on. Like if already they're going to try to lean to the short stuff, I'm going to guess here you're going to be heavily leaning to the short stuff here. 2nd down and 4. Throws underneath here. Another short completion for a first down into sort of some soft zone looks by Seattle here. Leaving things up underneath. Don't get too vanilla now. Don't slide back vanilla style here, Mike. Come on. Up-tempo look here from Lawrence and the boys. Right around the midfield marker. 46-yard line, their own territory. Lawrence dropping back to throw. Byron Murphy again bearing down with some pressure, but Lawrence very good about getting the ball out of his hands quick. Seahawks are allowing the check down here to the back too on that. Jaguars got a drive rolling. Second and 2. Lawrence under center, 3 wide. Play action pass, dropping back. He's got quick pressure here. Drake Thomas brings him down. Thomas didn't let him get free. Great job by Drake. His 2nd sack of the year. Fairly adept little blitzer, isn't he? That's it, Mike. Dial it up, man. Boy, Drake Thomas. He got blocked by the left guard, and he sent the left guard rolling backwards. My man giving up about 75 to 80 pounds against that guy. 3rd and 10. Seahawks showing a 5-man look, only running the 4. We got ourselves a flag on the play. Lawrence looking deep down the field. Lawrence completes the ball off the tip for a touchdown. There is a flag on the play. Offsides on the Jaguars. Where's that button?
Duval.
Where's that button? Huh? Where's that button? Thank God that thing came back. And you have Travis Hunter aligned over the ball. You can see his foot's past the blue marker for the indicates where the line of scrimmage is. Ball was in Shaquille Griffin's hands on the catch. He could have intercepted that. Instead, he sort of knocked it up to Brian Thomas's hands. 8th penalty for 67 yards for the Jaguars, as advertised with this team. That's what you get with them, part and parcel, is that they're going to give you those penalties. And Hunter's screaming at the ref like, you're supposed to let me know. No, you're supposed to get aligned right, buddy. You lined up like a cornerback that's trying to play wide receiver. 1st and 10. Lawrence shuffling through. He's going to throw this out into the flat. Seahawks are going to rally back up into space, and this is going to be far short of the first down by 4 or 5 yards at least here. Jacksonville may be in a position now having to make a decision here. They're going to go for it. Wow, big play in this football game. Come on, D. If I'm Mike McDonald here and I don't like the look on the set here, I call timeout. You come out defensively, they show you something you're not expecting. Just time it out, reset it back up. 4th and 5, 36 seconds to go in the third quarter, clock rolling. Lawrence back in shotgun, 4 wide, 3 wide plus a tight end. Boom, there we go. Time it out. Time it out. That's a good timeout defensively speaking. Much rather you get a come out in the look and you go, I don't like that look against what we had called. Refresh that up, call the timeout, come back into it. Love the call by Mike, especially with the defense that's, been a little bit on this field at times in this game. Time of possession right now, a little bit tilted to Jacksonville at 26 minutes. Give them a little bit of a chance to get the breath. Those edge rushers have been getting after it all day here a little bit. Let them catch a little bit of their breath on the timeout too. I like the thinking in the process from McDonald here. Makes a lot of sense. Fourth and 5. Seahawks up 26 here. 4th big play on this midfield play stripe for the Jaguars. Lawrence in shotgun. Trips to the far side of the field. 4-man front from the Seahawks. Pressure is going to try to mount. It's around him. It's almost to him. It just can't quite get there. Lawrence throwing it back across his body, and he completes it. Oh, my God. Ridiculous. No business completing that ball. Rolling to his right, back across his left, all the way across the field. One of those cardinal sins for quarterbacks they're not supposed to be able to get away with, but he got away with it. My heavens. My heavens is right, Brian. And that will be the end of the third quarter. Jaguars with a big time conversion. What the hell? Lawrence is showing he is a big guy that is hard to bring down in the pocket today. For though you've got a lot of quarterback hits and sacks, he's gotten himself out of all sorts of other kinds of pressure in this game where you just cannot get him quite down to the ground, and he's tough getting out of those sacks, man. He really is. Nothing easy about it. Gerald Chapman, thank you for, I read that one, my bad. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, take Mike McDaniels after he's fired this week. I would estimate, Sanchez, that if he gets fired, he's probably, maybe going to go do like that consult thing over with the Niners or something, if it goes down like that. I don't know if this would be the first landing zone for him, but if you could, bring him in, that'd be cool. I think with McDaniels, though, too, if he doesn't go to the Niners, I think he probably just kind of chills for the rest of the year and then looks at going and getting an OC job this offseason somewhere. And he'll probably get it if they do let him go on that. So probably not very much in play as a possibility for our Hawks. I like the idea of it, though. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, can we stop with the outside runs to Charbonnet? I would like to see it at this point. He just doesn't have the gear to get out there on those outside runs, and you're not blocking it up well enough or long enough to overcome a guy that doesn't have really good explosiveness to get to the spot on time. It is what it is. 8 carries in this game, 19 yards. It's just not working right now. And a lot of those runs, to your point, are to the outside. Our pitch plays are him trying to work out on those edges. So I'm in a similar place with it. I leave those more to Walker. You can mix a few of them in with Charbonnet so you're not hyper predictable about it, but let's not lean on it too. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation, Martin. I'm going to go with Sam Dime Time Darnold. I like how that sounds. Also, love how the defense is playing so far. Year 2 Murphy is a monster. He is a monster. And I'll add it to the list. I'll add it to the list here. So we got Sam Dime Time Darnold. I think that's how we have to say it. We got to say Dime Time Darnold. That's got that phonetic roll to it there, Martin, that way. Thank you for all of your support, brother. And year 2 of Murphy. He's looking really good. And nice to see Seattle getting him opportunities from the 3-tech, getting him opportunities in single block situations there to really show what he can do. Those double teams are just so hard to get through. Okay, we move to the final quarter of this football game. Your Seattle Seahawks up 26. Jaguars with a 1st and 10. 3 wide receiver look for them. Hand off inside here. Gain of about 5-6 yards. Seahawks doing a good job stopping the run overall today with the Jaguars. 15 carries, 43 yards for a 2.3 yard per carry average, I guess I should say, after that run. Quick snap here from the Jaguars, running some up-tempo. Ooh, a little bit of an errant throw out there to Travis Hunter. He can't quite reel it in either. 3rd down and 4. This is definitely going to be 2-down territory from the Jaguars. A little too far away from Hunter on that play. It wasn't going to go anywhere if he did make the catch. Ball at the 33-yard line, Seahawks territory. Shotgun look here for Lawrence. He's going to run this out, complete it wide, slung down to the ground by Nick Emanwari as Brian Thomas, and that'll take you to 4th down. No doubt here from the Jaguars standpoint, you go for this. Field goal does nothing for you. Great play by Emanwari. That's on Thomas, too. That's him matched up with Thomas out of the slot. They're looking at getting him isolated there. Nick's played a very good game. Very impressive. 4th down and 2. 2 of 2 today on 4th down conversions are the Jaguars. They're going to hand this off inside. Or no, they're going to keep it with Lawrence on the keeper. Creative play design. You're not expecting that. Is Leonard Williams hurt? I don't think he is. No, he's out there. You're not thinking Lawrence is going to keep it, man. Play, 56-yard drive for the Jaguars, consuming 6 minutes and 45 seconds of the clock. 2 4th down conversions on the back of it here. Seahawks are making them work. Oh, deep play over the top. No good. Josh Jobe back there in coverage on Travis Hunter. Good coverage back there by Josh Jobe. Jaguars taking a rare shot in this game. Lawrence has, for the most part, stayed living in that short passing attack aspect of what the Jaguars do. Just a good job of positioning there by Jobe as much as anything else. Not giving Travis a pathway to getting to the ball. 2nd down and 10. 13:08 to go in this football game. Lawrence and shotgun. 3 wide. It's basically the outlook they've stayed in through a lot of this game. Lawrence dropping back to throw. Trying to get some pressure. He's trying to find some daylight. Throws it up over the top, and he will complete it for a touchdown. My goodness. Lawrence is playing a good game, man. He's playing a good game. He's getting through his reads. He's playing under control. Jobe in press coverage there on Tim Patrick. And just a perfect throw out away from Jobe. Just kind of throws him open there, like a jump pass throw where he just kind of throws him open. That's a great throw by Trevor. He made a few throws on that drive. You got to give him credit, man. The kid, people hammer this kid. You know, he gets hammered by fan bases everywhere, but it's like, finds a way. 2-point conversion attempt here from the Jaguars. Interesting call on their part here to try to take this down to a 6-point game. Seahawks having some issues here pre-snap, getting kind of aligned right. Everyone's sort of talking and trying to communicate. There's a lot of uncertainty. Boye Mafe is going to try to get aligned out wide here. It's kind of a strange, everything's a little bit disorganized here. Come on, Mike, get the defense right here. Why is Mafe covered? So we got 12 men in the huddle for the Hawks. The penalty is going to be on them. That's just stupid. Why can't you get your personnel right on the field on a 2-point conversion, Mike? He's trying to call timeout. Couldn't get the timeout. So much confusion. Seahawks had 13 guys on the field. Well, you got your money's worth on that at least. All right, well, let's take this to the 1-yard line now. Jaguars going heavy. They're going to try to run this. Let's see if they stopped him short or not. I can't tell. They're going to stop him short. Let's go. Let's go. Nice job, defense, at least on that. Touchdown drive was tough. You made him earn every step of the way to go get it. And Lawrence made a couple of hella plays there to get that to make it happen. So let's go. Ernest Jones, hell of a stop there, keeping him short. Ernest, Boye down in there getting a leg. Drake helping to finish it up in there with Tayakata. Nice job. Good stop. Good stop. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Jordan, for the $5 donation. I'm siding with JSN. At some point, the NFL and these soft refs need to be put in check. Nobody cares. Roger doesn't like men being men. Sign me up for it, man. If there's a petition to take out the taunting penalties, if there's something, I would be the first to sign up for it and say, I don't like that that's taken out. This is an emotional game, and you have to let these players be emotional. If you can't handle a guy spinning a ball at your feet and that makes you punch the guy, that's not the guy's fault for spinning the ball at your feet. That's your fault for not having the ability to control yourself from not hitting another human being, which is the whole reason this rule was created in the first place. Is it gets the reaction, it causes them. Well, that's not on the guy then with the ball spinning, right? That's not on him. And why the ball spinning move in particular? What is it about that makes somebody have to then punch somebody else on that? But I'm with you, man. I'm 100% on the frustration of that, and I hate it. I don't like seeing it in the sport. It's stupid. It just destroyed any momentum you had rolling on that drive. You could see that. And but again, at the end of the day with this, you can have a lot of penalties in the playbook or in the rules that you don't like. And certainly I do. I got a variety of them. But you have to play to the rules that are on the books. You can't sort of go, I don't like that rule. I'm going to just do what I want anyway. And a lot of these players will do that, including Jackson there in that moment. It's like you're putting yourself above the team in that moment when you're doing that. That's why I don't like it so much. I love the celebration and all that, but you're going, I'm putting myself above the team so that I can flex a little bit harder in this moment. And I always say, well, what is the upside here? What is it you gain by doing that then? I understand, again, advocating for the fact that don't want the rule or anything like that, but the rule's here. So you got to be more mentally stronger than to say, well, I just want to do it. No, that's not a valid excuse. Don't do it. Robert, Dono's rolling on in here. You guys are amazing. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, might be a linebacker trade incoming. We're not getting any Tyrese Knight out there. I think that we can make a wild guess here that potentially there just isn't, there's an injury maybe lingering that we knew was there in training camp and is still staying there. And I think the team does know that that is the case. Drake's played probably his best game here since kind of filling in as he's filled in for Tyrese with the starter snaps he essentially has had. But at the same point in time, inside linebacker, off-ball linebacker, Wills, linebacker tends to not be one that's super expensive. And you can go find an economical guy that's not going to cost you a lot. Last year, Ernest Jones, 4th-round pick, trade deadline deal. I would estimate that there's probably some move out there that you can make with some team out there to get this just even moderately improved without it being very much cost at all on that side of it, Mungles. Robert, thank you for 51 months, my brother in the house. Love you, bro. He says, spread the word of Brando. Drop a like. Please do hit that like button if you do get a chance today, folks. It does help me out. I know for some people, why are they asking me to hit the like button? People are looking for hot content right now. So you can show it up to them. They're searching for it on YouTube. You hit that like button. It shows it up for them so that we're able to expand and keep growing. All right, Sammy D is going to come back out now with 13 minutes even to go in this football game. They've been more in 12 personnel. You've seen the Jaguars more in 11 personnel in this game. 2 wide to one side of the field. Jaguars bringing a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage here, anticipating a run. That's what they're going to get. About a 2 or 3 yard gain there to Kenneth Walker. Second down and 8. Back under center, Darnold. Walker goes in motion prior to the snap. Comes back inside here to Barner for a short 4 or 5 yard gain. 3rd and makeable. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Seahawks D said, we only need 1 yard to defend. They did. They said, let's make it a little easier on them. Let's help them out. We still got this. We'll see if that play factors in here down the line on that one. 3rd down and 2. Stack front here from the Jaguars. They're going to drop a little bit out of it, bring it late the other way. Darnold under pressure, and he's going to get brought down. Poor timing to have the worst snap of the day from Sundell. He struggled to bring that snap in, and that's as you're getting the blitz. That's where the timing of that's got to be out of your hand by the time he's still just gathering the ball. So a little sloppy there from Sundell. It wasn't a horrible snap. It was a little slow, but pressure got there instantaneously, and the Seahawks had a free rusher. Done a good job holding up pass pro throughout the day, but couldn't quite get it done there. Here's the punt. Get down there, guys. Get down. Oh, there we go. All right. Good punt at the 10-yard line. That's where Jacksonville will settle up there. Michael McNeil, thank you for the $5 donation, Michael. EJ makes that stop. PFF still going to give him a 34 grade, laughing out loud. Yeah. PFF can be a little bit rough on Ernest. Strangely so. You know, I don't think he's had one game this year that he's played bad. He's had plenty of games he's played good, but yeah, they don't give him a lot of love on his PFF grades. That is for sure. Oddly so at times with him. Very strange. But that was a hell of a play, and that may factor in, man. They need a 2-point conversion to get a touchdown. There's plenty of time here, but there's going to be multiple possessions still for both teams. So we are still a little premature to say, well, but it's one thing you wonder about on that 2-point conversion, if that's going to come back in down the line on this one. And an interesting decision from the Jaguars standpoint to choose to be aggressive there in that moment that way. I don't know if the analytics would say that that's what you're supposed to exactly do when playing at home. Marcus Pineda, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Marcus, heeding that call, answering that call. I really appreciate you for doing it, helping us get a little closer to our next mark, which is going to be 30,000 subscribers. That's where we're trying to head. So thank you for helping us get there, Marcus. A little bit closer. I'll be right back. Oh, boy. Lawrence did make some plays on that last drive. Hopefully he's not getting hot. Would not like to see that. Quick thank you to the sponsor of the show here, which is Sleeper, of course. Sleeper app right now, number one sports app going right now in the game. And you get 100% matched up your first deposit up to $100. In addition to that, you can also get a free $20 entry that does not require a deposit. Get it on the best sports app today. Daily fantasy, over and under. Get in all of it. Sleeper. Terms and conditions apply. Do please see their site for details. First down run will go for only a couple of yards there, about 2 or 3 yards. Seahawks have done a nice job today, as they have throughout the course of this season, at being very stout against the run. Not let Etienne or Tootin or any of them get going here. Second down and 8. Get a little worried about the defense here in this game a bit, where you do have a time of possession sliding into the Jacksonville Jaguar favor by about 8 or 9 minutes here in this game. Pressure look from the Seahawks, and they're going to bring it. Lawrence able to find a man, chopped down there. Nick Emanwari does a great job. Looked like Thomas was going to be able to slide out of the tackle, but Emanwari was able to just cut him off his feet there and keep it to a very, very short gain on 3rd and 5. I think Emanwari's fighting through some difficulty too, injury-wise. He looks like he's kind of limping a little bit, but he's been that way through the game here. He's just fighting through it. Warrior fashion. 3rd and 5, 9:36 to go in this football game. Seahawks up 20-12. Jaguars 3 of 12 today on 3rd downs. Seahawks showing a pressure-based look. They've got a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage on Jacksonville here. He's going to move out of this. Seahawks adjust out of it too, back the other way. And Brian Thomas can't catch it. It hit him right in the hands. Lawrence threw a good pass. We have seen this year there being some slight issues with Brian Thomas as far as those hands and when his hands will come and go when he's in traffic. And he had Kobe Bryant kind of loading up to deliver a potential kill shot there. Maybe he was feeling that just a little bit early. Maybe he was feeling that, and that's been the thing with Brian. A little bit, and maybe not always fairly so, because there's just been those bad moments that they're on tape with him. But that's only going to add to it there. I think he was feeling the hit. I don't think his drops come from being butterfingers. I think it's just, and Torrey Horton's going to fair catch this ball at the 35-yard line. So Seahawks will get pretty decent field position here, considering that punter has been knocking boom shots all day. You're going to get some decent field position here to be able to potentially try to close this thing out. Let's get a nice final 7-8 minute drive. How's that sound, huh? Something like that. Wouldn't that hit the spot? Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says 4th quarter conservative calls incoming. Can't lean on this lead, to your point, Sanchez, and you're right on it with this. You can't lean on this lead. Operate the offense with its full context and how you've run it today. You got 17 carries for 56 yards. As much as I want to see more of Walker in this game, even he's only averaging 3.9 yards per carry. You've got Darnold averaging 10.1 yards an attempt. You have 1 sack in the game. You know that the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to try to load up on probably trying to take away the run here. So this is the part to where we see on that chess match between OC and DC on the Jaguars of, do I try to anticipate that from Clint's standpoint, or do I not? You feel like if you do get one more score, that might be just enough in this one. Wouldn't mind some aggressive. Just if the run game had been a little more good rolling today, I'd be maybe feeling differently, but Jaguars have done a good job with it. So hope they don't there, Sanchez. It's going to be the thing to watch for here, though, to see, huh? Way too early to just try to lean on this lead and think you can eke out a 3 and outs and lean on your defense to carry the day on this one. Help them out, O. Reward this defensive effort today. Reward it. I like seam shot to Arroyo, Brian. I like that. take another shot here too. That's another thing with maybe the Jaguars bringing up safeties, tightening things up, kind of more aware of the fact they can't let the drive be a long-lasting, bleed out kind of drive. Maybe they take a little more risks. Maybe there's that opening to take that shot over the top. I like it. Mr. Backlash, thank you for subscribing to the channel, my man. Appreciate you for doing that. Thank you to all the new folks who subbed up today. Very, very kind of you. BK's with me. Says, I want to see a shot on first down. Let's set the tone of aggression here. Let's show these Jaguar team like, no, we're not just going to eat this thing out. We're going to go take this game. We're going to go win this thing. Sam Darnold, 14-22, 222 yards, 2 touchdowns. Passing. He's going to go under center here, change the play at the line of scrimmage. He's got a 5-man look here. Hand off into Walker. Walker trying to find some yards. Able to carve out maybe 4 or 5 on the play. Let's just go ahead and stay with Walker at this point, okay? No risk of overusing him here through this drive, right? He's got 8 touches coming into that carry, or 9 touches coming into that carry. Second down and 5. Darnold, back under center here. 2 tight end look. Jaguars stacking it up. Going to go to the run here to Walker. Walker trying to find something. Instead, he's going to lose yards. So we go super conservative. This ain't going to work. Come on, man. We can't eat this thing out. We got to go take this game. I don't know the insistence on trying to run the ball this much. It's not getting you into even third down and makeables. You're now down to 3rd and 7, having run the ball twice. You're already 1 of 8 on third downs today with Darnold dropping back to throw. We've got a probably an incomplete pass and probably a holding call in the pocket. Just completely trash-ass sequence from the offense there. Oh, Lori. Holding call in Seattle will be declined. That'll be a punt for them. So quick 3 and out. Just kind of, I'm not sure the point of this. You got Darnold in this game playing so well and so efficiently and like you're going to, again, time and time again in this game, Kubiak has come back to wanting to then rip the ball out of Darnold's hands essentially, or get him into a situation where it's all going to be high degree difficulty. You're running the ball and you're not getting into 3rd and shorts. It's not happening. The whole point with running it is to get you into 3rd and makeables. You're not getting there. You're not being effective in running the ball, but you're almost flat refusing to throw the ball in this game. And if we come back to lose this thing, if the Jaguars come back to win this game, your hyper conservative nature into this third and fourth quarter, kind of inexplicable. I'm not really sure why you'd lean this hard. Your defense has played well in this game, no doubt, but offense has got to do something. We got a flag on this play. Definitely a good amount of flags in this one. Seahawks with 6 for 51. Jaguars with 8 for 66. It's going to give them, I think they add that to the kick though, so I think this gives them good field position. Or better field position. Man, that was a frustrating call. Howard Gilbreth, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Lawrence Chan, thank you as well for subscribing. I really appreciate you guys doing that. You're awesome for that. Much appreciated. 1st and 10, 7:37 to go in this football game. Hawks have 2 timeouts. Jaguars have all 3 of their allotment. Seahawks offense has gone ice cold. 1st and 10. Hand off inside here. Cut down after a short game is ETN for about 4 yards. Gut wrenched. Thank you for the $5 donation. I love that username. Year 3 of being promised a young, hopeful OC that ends up being a complete tard. Lawrence dropping back to throw here. And that ball will be back. Another one where maybe the receiver should have probably caught it for the Jaguars. De'Ami Brown looked like he had a chance to make that catch. Lawrence kind of giving him a dagger look there. I think Lawrence thought he should have caught it too. Yeah, that's a play you got to catch. Lawrence getting kind of sold by his receivers a little bit here. 3rd down and 6. Sure, he's screaming in the huddle, just catch the effing ball. I'll throw it to you. You catch it. That's how this works, okay? Savvy? 3rd and 6. 4-man from the Hawks. Off coverage on the outside from him. Oh, they're going to bring Job up into press here now. Lawrence dropping back to throw. Boy, I'll tell you what. The pressure for the Seattle Seahawks, I don't know if these guys have maybe gotten a little tired with some of the time of possession in this game, starting to factor in a bit here. But that defensive front is not getting anything close to the same kind of pressure they did early in this game right now. Lawrence is getting a little bit more of a time here over these last couple of drives to kind of sit back there and kind of take heed of things. I think this understandable. This is part of the issue when you don't have an offense that's finding footing and they're allowing the time of possession to just slide away from you, is that your defense gets gassed, man. You can't lean on them in that way where you got to find more productivity on some of these drives. 1st and 10, they're going to move the pocket here for Lawrence. He's going to take a deep play up over the top and end up throwing it away to nowhere. Good coverage down there by Shaq Griffin. 2nd down and 10. Gut wrenched. I think that Kubiak's got a lot of more upside than those other couple of guys, but you do look for, we have a flag? Looks like it's on the Jags. Gosh, there's a lot of flags in this game. Ineligible man downfield.
Duval.
2nd down and 10. We're going to decline the penalty there. But yeah, gut wrenched. I think that there's still some stuff with Kubiak on this where there is good stuff here to it, but then there's also these times where they're doing stuff that just doesn't make a lot of sense as to why your approach is going to be that. 2nd and 10, press coverage on the outside. Seahawks threatening a blitz. Ooh, little pre-snap penalty on the back of a simulated pressure look.
Duval.
Back-to-back penalties for Edagoba, the guard there for the Jaguars. He's going to be brought off the field after that. Like, we got to get you off the field. Get off the field. Get off the field. You don't even know the snap count. What's wrong with you? 9th penalty for 72 yards for the Jaguars. 2nd and 15. Trevor dropping back to throw. Looks like he gets the catch out there to De'Ami Brown for about a 7-8 yard gain there. Shaq there, tight end coverage. Drag the foot, good catch. Nice job by De'Ami with the toe tag drag swag there. Had to drag it or he wasn't going to get it. We have a Seattle Seahawk on the ground here injured. God forbid the telecast actually shows it to you. Instead, let's show the guys drinking water rather than show you who's injured. That's great job, telecast. All right, Jaron Reed down on the ground here for the Seahawks. And right now they're wrenching on his calf a little bit there. 6:16 to go here in the 4th quarter. Defense has got to be tired out here in this Jacksonville humidity, playing all of this game. That's the other part of this, is not just you lost the time of possession here a little bit, and Jared is going to be able to walk off the field, which is a good sign. It's also that heat and just humidity that just can really take it out of you over the course of a game. 31 and a half minutes of time of possession for the Jacksonville Jaguars to only 22 minutes for your Seahawks in this one. And those defensive players, they're huffing, they're breathing heavy right now. Boy, you got to find a way to get off the field here. I think if you stop them on 3rd and 6 here, you're going to see the Jaguars still punt this ball. They are getting close to midfield stripe, so it might be just 2-down territory from their perspective of things. But I would reckon to guess that if you get the stop, especially if you got a sack here, you could force the punt. Lawrence and shotgun, 3rd and 6. 4 wide. He's got him. Looks like legs got tangled up there. Okada was out there in coverage. Jaguars are looking for a call. Both players end up falling on the ground where the pass was thrown. And did look like just the back of the feet just kind of got tangled up there a little bit. I didn't see actually anything really being touched with Okada. That's just, Okada kind of forced that. He sort of ran to the back of the guy's feet and sort of got his, it's like when they throw those, like, you see the old school thing where they throw those overhead things and they get them around the ankles. Excuse me. Punt here. Nice punt. So go out about the 8 or 9 yard line there. Seattle's going to have their work cut out for them here. Though they don't need to score. You just bleed out the clock through this, but they're going to have a long field to work with. But it kind of did that move like you'd have with the old school where you throw a slingshot around a guy's legs. He kind of did that by getting up on the back of his legs, sort of taking advantage of the way that rule works, where if it's not your hands on him and it's just your feet colliding with feet, and the guy stumbles and falls, it's going to be legit. Would like to have seen Horton get that. Yeah, agreed, Morgan. I think you got to go grab that and make that catch there. Don't let that thing bounce that to that depth. All right, so you're on the 6 yard line here. Hyper conservative on the last drive. Let's see if they continue it here. Nope, first down throwing. There we go. That's more like it. A catch down in Jackson Smith and Jigba. First down. I would really, if I'm Mike to Clint here, I'd just be like, look, play it, call it true. I have sensed we're a little conservative. I think I pushed you on that a little bit. I want you to just let this be legit in how you call this. What you see, what you feel, go with what you don't. Almost don't think about the score here. Give me up the field. Get first downs. Let's look here now. Recognize it, Sam. Miscommunication there between JSN. He got the blitz look. He was looking for JSN to make a route adjustment there. JSN did not. He took the route a little longer there. Second down and 10. Jaguars are going to dial up pressure here from Kubiak's standpoint too. You could feel that they're getting a little bit into that desperate place of it. So build within. There's a lot of stuff here with Jacksonville you can anticipate in what they're doing here a little bit. Seahawks are going to go to 4 wide here, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Jackson comes back in motion to the near side. Then he's going to orbit around Jackson or Sam. We're going to go with a run play here to Charbonnet, which will get you about 2 yards. Boy, the commitment for Charbonnet runs today have been unyielding. 3rd down and 8. This has been the down and distance that they've had to live in 3rd downs overall throughout the day. Been unable to get into the third and makeable situations. Just no efficiency still yet here from the offense at times on these early downs. Can Sam make a big-time throw here on 3rd and 8? Blitz look from the Jaguars. They're going to bring it. Sam dropping back to throw. Got to get rid of it, my guy. Dangerous throw. They calling that a fumble? He threw it. Boy, drive offense is just kind of like they're surprised there. They're getting blitzed. It's like you can see it coming. The offense has just gone into stupid mode here at the end of this football game. I don't know what Kubiak is accomplishing here or trying to accomplish. There's no creativity. It's just sort of, let's try to just eke this game out through this. Man, this is not the way you're going to get wins in the NFL, is by eking games out. Boy, they're putting a lot on the defense to carry the day here. Couldn't make it harder on the defense in this one. Come on, O. Charbonnet, 9 carries, 21 yards. At what point do you recognize as an OC that your run game ain't working with a particular player? Much less it ain't working, period. You got 26 passes in this game to 20 rushing attempts. You got one averaging 9 yards an attempt. You got the other averaging 3.1 yards per attempt. Yet you're almost leaning 50-50 into the run game on this one. 4:03. Jaguars set up from the 36-yard line. Bubble screen out in space here. Seattle snuffs that one out. Justin Davis, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you for doing that, Justin. Welcome aboard. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Playing not to lose again. Again. Yeah, we've done this before this year, and I've watched enough football in my life to tell you that this is not the way you win football games. You're not going to eke things out. Seahawks bringing the blitz here. Great job. Blitz is able to force Trevor Lawrence's hand and force the incompletion, so this will bring up a 3rd down and 11 now for Jacksonville. You get the stop here, you can force the punt on Jacksonville because they do have the 3 timeouts, so they can theoretically rest a little bit into the potentially leaning back to the defense here a bit. Let's see if Mike dials it up. 3:33 to go in this football game. Trevor in shotgun. He's got 3 wide plus a tight end. 5-man front from Seattle is what they're showing. Ernest Jones in the A-gap, drops out of the A-gap. He's going to climb out into space. Seahawks get him! Seahawks get Trevor Lawrence on the sack! Uchenna Nwosu and DeMarcus Lawrence both rallying up on Trevor in the backfield. Big time moment there to go get the sack. How timely is that? And you're putting the Jaguars in a position with that sack now to where it's so far the down and distance on 4th down, you just take the ability to go for 4th down off the table. But the defense, after having a lot of question on their back throughout the course of this week after the game you played with Tampa Bay, coming back through big time. Ball's going to take a Seahawks bounce here after the punter, and then we'll get it at about the 26-yard line. So come on, offense. Twice now you've had 2 opportunities to close this thing out and put this away and reward this defense. 2 minutes and 53 seconds. 3 timeouts for the Jacksonville Jaguars. 2 first downs gets this job done. You got 4 stoppages of the clock with a 2-minute warning still on deck. Darnold comes down under center. 12 personnel look. That's mainly what Seattle has stayed in most of this day. He checks the play at the line of scrimmage. Comes back, play action pass, rolling out. He's looking. He's going to go deep down the field. He's got a man wide open. A.J. Barner deep down the field. Barner still on his feet. Barner still on his feet. Cuts back around. Barner knocked down at the 10-yard line with a monster play down the field. Let's go! Here's the big balls I'm looking for. Here we go, Clint. Come on, huh? Come on, Clint. Let's go. First down, play action. Don't mess about. Go take this game. Go take this game. Don't have them lay over. You go get that thing. "61-yard reception on the run and catch by Barner, who was wide open. Jaguars selling out for the run on the play action, leading the guys in the back end wide open. You love to see it. Jaguars take their first time out here. Handoff. Charbonnet. Stuffed. Line of scrimmage. Jaguars will take another timeout. They've got one more remaining now. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, please stop running on second down. I feel it, Randall. Same place, man, with that. Like, come on. I don't mind it as much here when you're down at the 10-yard line now. This, of course, flips things just a little bit in your approach from an OC's perspective. .234, one timeout to go here for the Jags. Seattle comes out with a one wide receiver look here. 3 tight ends, well, 2 tight ends and a fullback. Hand off here to Charbonnet. It's a run. It is a run. He's going to lose about 2 or 3 yards on the play. See if the Jaguars take their final timeout, which they will indeed. You're in chip shot range field goal here, so though I was on board with the be aggressive, you get down to the 10-yard line there and you're at chip shot territory at that point, you are going to be a little bit more into this mode of, okay, there is a point where conserve is okay. You know, once you've done it, especially off the back of being aggressive like they were in that pass play. I get it, though, for the folks that have watched all day with this running play going nowhere, that's like, come on. All right, 3rd and 12. Seahawks got an interesting potential call to make here. I think they just go to the run here and take it down to the 2-minute warning and trust that they can make this field goal. They've already set this up from the kicker's favorite hash. And Charbonnet will roll it for a nice little run there, maybe his best run of the day. Gets it just inside the 10-yard line, about the 9. And Seattle will let this thing roll down to the 2-minute warning and then trust that they can make the field goal. Scramble, thank you for subscribing. Low File, thank you for subscribing as well. Folks, please do join Scramble and Low File today by hitting that like button, subbing on up. It doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free. It helps out this channel tremendously. We're on the road to 30,000 subscribers, and you can help us get there today by hitting that like button, subbing on up. I'd really appreciate it, but you guys are awesome for doing so. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, darn to the barnyard. Darn to the barnyard. He had some work to do. Had to do some work in the barn. That's exactly what he had to do. Love the play call there. Absolutely love the play call there, having that set up for Sam. Go where they ain't. Path of least resistance. Do not run up against a wall. This is a little bit of inherently why you want that aggression there in that moment like that. Why not take a shot for a TD here? You're playing odds here a little bit. And again, I'm with the people on some of this early portion of this late 3rd quarter, early 4th quarter, the lack of aggression, a little bit of the, lightness at how your approach was from how hard you were trying to run the ball to nowhere there. Understandable there. I think when you're to this standpoint, though, and you're playing into the odds and you're saying, okay, we can take this down to the 2-minute warning, we can hit the field goal. It's, your misses and makes on a field goal that's going to be from the 9-yard line are probably sitting at about, 96% is the make on that. So I'm with the more aggression on the earlier stuff. I get a little bit more on this coming down to where they're at right here now. You drop back to pass, you can have a potential of a sack, an interception type thing that pops up. You're leaning more into that sort of 97, 98 probability situation once you're on the back of the barn or catch. That's the key part of this, not the prior stuff, but when you're down that far in that close towards the end zone, this is a little bit of like what every kind of coach is going to kind of do in that situation, or every play caller will probably kind of do in that situation by their role. Nathan, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Gerhardus Carinius, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. Appreciate you guys heeding my call and answering it. It's very, very much appreciated. Take the 3 here. Take the field goal attempt. See what you can do with this. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. 2 minutes to go in this football game. Your Seattle Seahawks are going to attempt to hit a 27-yard field goal attempt. Myers 2 for 2 on the day. Snap is down. Kick is up. Kick is good! Field goal goes through, and the Seahawks take a 10-point lead. Oh, wait. Wait, we got a flag. Oh, no. Always a freaking flag. Holding on the defense? Automatic first down, holding on the defense. And this is where you're going to see one of the rarest things in the world where you wipe off the points in this way, because you're going to get the most beautiful formation in all of football, the most wonderful formation in all of football. The victory formation. Formation. Victoriae formazione, as the Italians would say. That is game, baby. Nothing more beautiful than 2 minutes on the clock and you're taking knees. Take a knee, please. What a beautiful thing that is. On the road, taking a knee with 2 minutes to go. Defense, you've done enough. No, we need to give you this. You chill. No, hang out. You hang out. You're good over there. Get the win. Get the win by any means necessary. And the props you got to give the defense in this game. Hell of a performance that they turned in today. Down 3/4 of your secondary. Down ball. You're facing an offense here in the Jaguars that are running literally the same offense that you went up against last week that just completely cut you apart. And they've got all of that tape to go off of from Liam Cohen's standpoint and how to attack you and how to go after you. And you found some counters today. You found some very, very nice counters today that stood out in this game defensively in your adjustments. Early on in this game, much more stacking in the boxes, much more simulated pressures. Your blitz rate in this game is going to go up significantly from where it was last week. Significantly. Sam taking the last couple snaps here, and this clock will roll on down through. Seattle will take this win. Look at Ernest Jones, blood on his leg. Hard-fought game. He played a hell of a game today. So many people on this defense that did a great job. Nick Imanuwari with 9 tackles, a tackle for loss. His presence was felt in the run game. My goodness, could you feel what he was doing? Shaq Griffin coming out there and giving you a breath of fresh air versus what you were getting from Nehemiah Pritchett on the other side. How good he looked in this one. And then, of course, the front four getting the job done. Your light body's there a little bit too as well with no Derek Hall. But DeMarcus Lawrence goes out and just has a monster game for you with what he does. 5 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 3 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback hits. That's just DeMarcus Lawrence on the day. There was times in this game that Byron Murphy was on the edge of taking this thing over. 4 tackles, 2 sacks, a tackle for loss. He's got 4 quarterback hits as well in this one. Shannon chipped in a sack here. Josh Jobe, I thought, played a pretty solid game out there in coverage and kind of a bounce back with what he was doing. And then offensively, we come back to the man, the myth, the growing legend in Seattle. Sam Darnold. Dimebag Darnold. Dime Store Cowboy. The Red Ghost. Yosemite Sam. Bag o' Dimes Darnold Spooky. Dime Time Darnold, whatever name you want to apply. He is it. And I'm telling you what, Seattle Seahawks fans, for a fan base that has been so consumed in my chat, in my discussions, and so much of what I have felt at the forefront from this fan base and wanting that quarterback, can we just have our guy? Can we have our guy? Can we not just be getting by at the position? Can't we actually get somebody who can really help carry us through and carry us forward here? How do we find that guy? Can we draft that guy? Where are we going to get this guy? Oh, the amount of consternation and worry and concern, and rightfully so. It's hardest position to land in this sport. Hardest position to get right in this sport. So easy to get wrong in trying to find the right one. Your Seattle Seahawks have found their quarterback. This 28-year-old kid is your quarterback now and into the future. He is locked in. And this is such a great development for your Seattle Seahawks. 4-2, love it. Beautiful. Lots on the table here for you to take this year. Helps you make better, more informed decision, getting a couple more wins if you can here down towards the trade deadline. But him developing as he has for both now, here now, and in the future, I maintain is such a massive development for your Seattle Seahawks that he is that real deal, that he is that guy. Boy, does it get me stoked for the potential of this team, because we just know how hard it is to find it. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Shaq and Nehemiah Pritchett, night and day difference. Agreed. And Shaq, you saw a guy out there today that's been in this league for a long period of time and that knows how to play the position right, who understands and sees things clearly up in front of him, doesn't look lost in coverage. If he's going to give up a reception, he's going to tend to be very tight and in space there. And you saw a lot of the benefit with him out there versus Pritchett. I just think that there's a big difference between those two guys. And maybe they like Nehemiah's potential, but we need to rock right now with what Shaq brings while we're still trying to fight through some of these injuries. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. Michael, very kind of you. I'm okay with the D taking the load today. They let the O down last week. D needed to get their back. Let's just not make it a habit. Laughing out loud. Well said, man. Very well said on your part. And that's the way it will roll at times. There's going to be times where your offense is able to carry the day, and there's days that your defense has got to carry the day. And sometimes you got to lean one to the other on that. And the D stepped at the plate in a major way. They had a multitude of stops there in that third and fourth quarter to me where they could have easily come back to offense and gone, okay, get us one more scoring drive, and this thing's put to bed. And instead, the offense was going three and out, and putting it right back on their shoulders to have to carry this one through to the end. And they did it. They stood tall. They answered the call. And it was very impressive to see because it was not made easy for this football team today on that defensive side of the ball necessarily. I will say too, man, O needs to get a little bit into the killer instinct mode at times in these games. Getting up by 2 touchdowns is good, but let's put the foot on the throat and put them away. You know, let's not do this light kind of just, as I call it, the eking it out kind of games, which is a little of what we were doing there with some of the play calling in that late third, fourth quarter. But hey, they got the job done, Michael. Thank you for all your support today too, man. Appreciate you for multiple donations. Randall with a $2 donation. This is an extra day off for Love and Spoon before Monday Night Football. Dun, 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 dun. Then the bye. You're in a position to set things up very well for your Seattle Seahawks team as it stands right now and the hopes of what you want to do with this team this year, which is, okay, you go get the win next week. You're to 5-2 at that point. You're in a position to feel a little bit better about being maybe aggressive at the trade deadline. You mentioned about Spoon and Love. Maybe that does give them that extra day to just get him up over the hump, to get him back into that side of it. You certainly could use him for the Texans and Stroud. You get to play that game at home. It's a later game. Kind of wonder about the Texans coming in there, starting a game at 7 o'clock, which is on their time at what, 9 or 10 o'clock their time? 9 o'clock, I guess. Their time. And maybe they won't be at their best in part because of that a little bit. But the stage is set now, Randall. You've carved out the 4-2 record. You can just get this last one up. You get to 5-2. You get the bye at the perfect time of year, just at the right time with some of your beat up bodies in the neighborhood of where they're kind of at right now. And you're able now to get back over to through that bye with maybe some reinforcements, both from the trade front deadline and then getting the injury stuff cleaned up a little bit more than hopefully. You never know how it's going to go in the Texans game, but get a little bit more cleaned up on that side of it. And then you're maybe at your best, at your strongest, at seemingly near your healthiest as you're heading down the stretch of this football season with potentially even upwards of a 5-2 record. So it's right there, Randall. It is right there. Denise Junt, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Please, folks, if you got a chance, hit that like button, sub on up like Denise has. I really appreciate it. We're trying to get up to 30,000 subscribers. That's the next goal. We want to hit that. We're ways away, but we're on the road. So please do help us get there today. Thank you, Denise, for subscribing on up. Quinn, thank you for 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, the O-line makes me happy. Definitely there's a bit of a struggle at times in generating holes in the run game still. We do see that this has continued to be a bit of an issue. But to your point on this, Quinn, if you're not going to open holes, you'd say, okay, at least be really good in pass protection. Give my man Sam some clean pockets to work with. And what you saw, I think, today through most of this day and through a lot of most of this year so far has been that the offensive line has done a very, very good job at limiting the amount of times he's hit. You're not going to remove it fully and 100%, but can you limit it down? 27 passing attempts from Sam Darnold today, 1 sack, 4 quarterback hits. I think that you're going to go ahead and take that if you're Seahawks every given week. As far as that, if that's what the offensive line's doing, you're thinking, okay, I can probably say that my passing attack's being pretty good then on the other side of that at that point, if they're able to accomplish that. Nice job by the line in pass pro today. They got some guys that can be tough to deal with. Eric Armstead, and I know Trayvon Walker had the cast on his arm, but you still got Josh Hines-Allen. He's difficult to deal with. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $2 donation, Glenn. He says the D played much better. Jaguars' mistakes helped. Yeah, I would say those combinations do come into play here a little bit. Defense certainly did what they needed to do at the end of the day to close this thing out. Now, the Jaguars did have 2 really, really brutal drops. Just tough drops for Lawrence. And this is where you watch a game like this. This is where I think, to me, at times of a game where I've been a very much a proponent of Trevor Lawrence. I haven't always thought that the Jaguars have always given him the best of environments there for him to succeed and to take off and to be at his best. And that I've also felt like there's always been this sort of commonality with Trevor Lawrence. And I don't know, maybe it's that he doesn't throw maybe the most catchable ball or something. I don't know. He seems to throw a pretty good spiral, and it doesn't seem like it's a wobbly thing. That tends to be the catchable ball thing that comes in. But the drop passes stuff. The drop passes on catchable balls. Brian Thomas on the one throw there where he's worried about getting lit up by Kobe Bryant, so he just kind of lets the ball bounce off, and then De'Ami Brown with the throw over there to the sideline at the end that he lets out. This is where I see that a lot in Jacksonville Jaguar games. And when you guys hear me be a proponent of Lawrence and be a guy that I go, he is one of those guys that I would look to say, as we're thinking about this new norm with reclamation projects, and guys that get a certain reputation in one spot versus having a chance to go to a second or third spot and then find success, he's one of those bright, shining candidates to where if the Jaguars were to move off of him and he were to go to a different location, a better environment, wouldn't shock me in the least if you started to see this guy, in full realization of all of the talent that he promised coming out of college. And I thought he played a really good game out there. You got to consider with what he did today, 27-42, 258 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. That's under a lot of duress. He wasn't getting the Sam Darnold benefit in this game of, I just get a drop back and I can look through and I'm not going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure. 16 quarterback hits from your Seattle Seahawks. This will be the highest pressure rate game for the Seattle Seahawks this season by far. And that's saying something because you've had a couple games where you've had high pressure rates. So 16 quarterback hits, 7 quarterback sacks on this day, and that Lawrence played a clean game, didn't throw an interception, made throws down the stretch that his guys dropped. This is why I say this guy's a lot better than his reputation is sometimes given. Not that he won't make some weird decisions at times, but he's starting to clean this up. He's starting to get better. He's starting to improve that part of his game. And you got the best version of him today. 1 second, Michael. I'll be right back. All right. Michael Bicknell. Ooh, Michael coming in with a $20 donation. Let's go, Michael. Thank you for the big old monster dono drop, Michael, as well as I know it's not your first one today, so appreciate all that support. He says, I think Mike as a head coach can get a little conservative compared to DC Mike. I love Mike as a head coach, but can you imagine Dan Campbell as a head coach, Mike as a defensive coach, and Clint as an offensive coordinator? That would terrorize the league. Indeed, that would be one hell of a combination if you had those three kind of going at each, able to utilize all of them, and Dan with a little bit of his ballsiness, his aggression that he brings. And I think that as you get a young coach like this, there's no way to get around the fact that when you have a first-time head coach and you have the youngest head coach in the NFL, and even as you give that guy, a guy like Leslie Frazier, who's been around the block 15 times and twice on Sunday, who can give him the kind of wisdom and advice that you want to not be him led into approaches like getting maybe too hyper-conservative at the end of games. I think there's also that room there for as a head coach where, and we're going to have to go through this a little bit, where you got to go through some of the ups and downs on the learning experience on how to, close these games out, how to win. This approach works, that approach doesn't. I kept trying this approach, that didn't work. Let me pivot away from doing that. That's not helping me. And I think Mike, with time, will probably understand a little bit on that. Maybe he lightens up on that a little bit. Some of it, though, too, does come down to Michael, that this is that old cliche. And that is that if I just take a defensive-minded head coach and I tell that head coach down the stretch, I've got a touchdown lead here, I'm up by a score there, that this coach will always come back to trusting his defense, that he'll always come back to worrying a little bit about the hyper negative that could happen offensively by way of a turnover, strip sack, fumble, that there's a little bit of a thinking within that too. And so I think as a defensive-minded head coach in particular, you've got to fight against that instinct. I don't know if there's an equivalent for an offensive-minded coach to the defensive side of the ball that they do something comparatively speaking. It's a very much just there's not a flip side to this coin. It's just as much of what you tend to get sometimes with a defensive-minded head coach is that they won't always put that gas pedal down to the floor and say, let's go get this thing. And I think with the Seahawks, they have shown a little bit of a penchant early on here to lighten up, especially offensively, to get a little conservative there. And rather than kind of maximizing that aggression, and it didn't cost him today, but it has cost him in other places. And I think that that's a place where with Mike, hopefully Michael, he grows in time with that and kind of recognize that a little bit. And where you really got to be, I think, from a defensive head coach is understanding, hey, this is a general nature that as a defensive head coach, I will lean towards. Like I can go through 50 years of football and defensive head coaches will generally lean this direction when they get this kind of lead like that. So maybe I should fight against that. Maybe that's not always a good instinct. Maybe that's almost a little bit of a slight negative of a defensive head coach more than it's a real positive. There's times you don't want to, I think, go too overboard as well with this. I think that there's definitely a flip side to this where you can go, I think, and Dan definitely pushes that line where you go a little too aggressive to the other side. You're trying to find that perfect balance, and it's a tough balance to strike. But we are certainly to your point on this, Michael, we're to the other side of that. We're not nearing the middle point of the balance mode here. We've slid pretty heartily into that. We've got the lead. We're going to lead on that lead. We're going to get a little conservative. We're going to just kind of run the ball and sort of eke the game out a little bit. Would like a little more aggression. Doesn't have to be like dial it up a ton. But you even see from your and my advice on this, I was, of course, hailing this throughout into that third and fourth quarter saying, okay, the first down runs aren't working here. Let's stop running up our head in the wall. This ain't going. So throw the ball. Sam's being efficient throwing the ball. Throw the ball. 10 yards an attempt. Throw the ball. And then they finally come back there on that last drive with a 61-yarder to A.J. Barner off play action, hitting him deep down the field because they're being aggressive. This is why I'm hammering it. This is why you're hammering it. Because you can see when they then do shift to the area of actual aggression, that there's a reward for it. There's the benefit that comes on the backside of it when you do it. And so I think that they're going to see the tape with this, the self-scouting that goes along as you go through the year. And I think that there'll be a recognition of this eventually, Michael, a little bit. You don't have to take the dial and go 3 notches turned up. Just maybe one more notch there into that late third quarter, fourth quarter when you got the lead. Just a little bit more, a little bit more. Appreciate the $20 donation. And well said on your part. Very well said. OEL. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel, OEL. I really appreciate that. Members of the channel, and you included on this, please do keep an eye on your community post. That's where I post the membership and patron benefits are all in a separate place as well, but they all get kind of the same benefits. We got Monday morning PFF scores I'll get out to you tomorrow. We've got Thursday night football for members only that we watch, and then we've got a call-in show this next Saturday. So please do keep an eye on your community post. But thank you, OE, for becoming a member of the channel. Outdoors for Life. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Outdoors. That's why I was asking you why you had us losing. I understand the injuries, but I wasn't sold on Jacksonville or Trevor Lawrence. Well, I think a big part of it was, number one, building into account that our injury situation wasn't going to rightly improve, and we didn't know what we had in Shaq Griffin. I mean, it was kind of the coach's staff was sort of telling you by trotting out Nehemiah Pritchett and his deficiencies that they didn't have as much faith in the Shaq Griffin part of it. So a big part of the outlook on this game was the looking at, you're still going to be down 3/4 of your secondary. How much is DeMarcus Lawrence going to have trying to come back off this injury? Is he going to be on a snap count? When you're making these predictions, there's always a little bit you're trying to bake within an anticipation that you don't always quite know from behind the scenes of it. But then they were also playing the very same offense that we played last week that had a lot of answers for the secondary and the soft zone coverages that we were trotting out. And then back to Lawrence on this side, like I was just speaking about earlier, I think I've got a lot more, and maybe I'm wrong on this Outdoors for Life, but I think I've got a lot more of a rosier outlook at times to Trevor Lawrence than there is out there in the common outlook of him as a quarterback, where there seems to be much more of a common narrative that follows him of him being a failure as the number 1 overall pick or a disappointment. And I think today he showed you that what he's capable of doing. I mean, the game he pulled out today while being hit on half of his dropbacks was 7 sacks. You know, that I don't know if he's a good quarterback, but a bad quarterback is not going out there and throwing for 258 in that flurry of that storm. Say nothing of the fact that he dealt with the same thing Sam did in this game, which is a complete lack of running game. They tried to run 19 carries, 59 yards, but your longest carry of the day was 8 yards, 3.1 yard per carry average. So he has no running game to fall back on. He's got brutal pass protection. He's still able to go out there and light it up. And then even still, really, the only way you were really stopping Lawrence in this game at the end of this and held this all down was that his receivers dropped a couple of key passes down the stretch. But I did have as a tight game Outdoors for Life. I did 27-24, so I did it down to kind of a 3-point, swing on this, and I wasn't confident either way in that because you just didn't know what team you're going to get. But that's kind of what built into my evaluation for what I was seeing coming into this week. It's going to be a tough sledding to get this job done. But again, it's a little bit as my outlook on Trevor in this offense for the Jaguars, and I think he's executing really well. I think Cohen's helped him out in a lot of ways. But appreciate your thoughts on it, man. I'll have us winning the Texans next week. I'll come back around. I'll flip this right the other way out next week, Outdoor. We'll give us the win. Although maybe you guys want me to give us the loss because maybe this is what's causing the win to happen by the universe's rules. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Dime bag with money balls. Moneyball Sam, go Hawks. Moneyball Sam, okay. Hey, it's unique. It's at least got a little bit of an outlier from the dime. Let's add it to the list. Moneyball Sam. Kind of references his contract to a little there, Keon. I like it. Go Hawks, bro. Appreciate you. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. Jaguars were blitzing a lot. Charbs for pass pro help. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely the confidence in Charbonnet versus Walker in pass protection is quite diametrically different. Walker can be a little bit of a negative in pass pro. Charbonnet isn't. So that could be a little bit of that. It just did seem like there was a little bit more too much onus on getting Charbonnet too many carries in this game. 12 carries, 24 yards for him. Now, Walker, 10 carries, 34 yards wasn't significantly better, but maybe it would have been a game where I would have thought that you're going to go more 75-25 as you sort of read early on, that there's just not a lot there to be had for Charbonnet in the ground game in this one. But he's absolutely he's a 9-day difference guy in pass pro, to your point. And certainly the Jaguars were blitzing a lot more in this game than I kind of anticipated. They're not a blitz-heavy team, front four team. They changed some things up in this game, I think, a little bit. And this is what you're seeing is defenses, I think, struggling right now with the Hawk offense in what to do exactly about the condensed splits. Because the condensed splits are causing them to be drawn now into stacked boxes and blitz situations. But as you saw with the JSN taking the top of the defense off early with that 61-yarder that he had, that now you're leaving your corner in one-on-one coverage, and JSN can beat that. So you got to kind of pick one or the other. But this seems to be the way the teams are twisting towards trying to stack up those boxes with the condensed splits. So condensed splits, what I mean, of course, by that is you have your regular line of scrimmage, you might have your tight ends, and then you bring those receivers down tighter to the line of scrimmage. So less of them having them out at width. So defenses go, oh, look at all those offensive players down condensed. And what you're worrying about defensively in that point then is the receiver can come down and sort of pin the edge. And so he pins the edge. You pull out a left tackle in space. You can really set yourself up for a troubling point there where you end up with your cornerback one-on-one on a running back in space to have to tackle him. And so this is where teams now on a counter to that say, okay, we'll just stack up the box on it then. And we'll bring down the extra safety down there to make sure that we can eliminate that problematic area of things if you're going to try to do that. Tit for tat. Zorn76, thank you for Zorn coming in with a $25 donation. Let's go, Mr. Zorn. Thank you for the $25 dono. Very, very kind of you, man. It's good to see you in the house tonight, too, man. He says, the Road Warriors. Go Hawks. You won't get out of here. You fool me. That Mel Gibson, Mad Max 2. You won't get out of here. You fool me. I can't do it. I can't do a Mel Gibson Australian accent. Megan's cringing somewhere. But Road Warriors it is, man. Put the old spikes on the old school WEW Wrestling Federation style. They had the tag team guys that would have the pads and then the spikes off their pads. That's our Seahawks right now. What is that, 9 straight wins? Is that 9 straight wins on the road? On the road? 9? That's a pretty incredible stat, especially for a team in Seattle that has to travel more than, longest active streak in the NFL, 9 games on the road. And this is a team that's got to travel more than any team in the NFL. I don't know if Mike's just sort of kept what Carroll had kind of refined, because Carroll solved this. It was for years a problem for you where coach after coach, you could go from Chuck Knox to Holmgrens and Ericksons and Tom Flores's in between, and you just could not solve the 10 a.m. start time. That was your thing that was like an instant loss. Your guys would be half asleep every single game starting out in that way. And yet he's been able to carry it over from Coach Carroll. 9 straight wins on the road. All those miles you have to travel, all those 10 a.m. start times. And you're able to go get these W's. There does seem to be a bit of a happy indicator within that, right, Zorn? Like there's something within that to be able to pull that off a bit that doesn't just feel random, but also feels like this team has found some answers when it comes to playing on the road, especially these early games. It's been very impressive, Zorn. And I think we got to give them that moniker at this point. 9 straight wins on the road. You gotta give them that tip and say, I think you've earned the moniker at that point. Road Warriors is right. Now if we could just solve the home stuff, you know what I mean? If we could just get the home stuff locked in, just layer down that right there, we'll be all right. Thomas Cox, thank you. And Zorn, you are the man. Thank you for that $25 donation. Very kind of you. Thomas, thank you for the $5. I don't get how they can win on the road, but at home, they can't win against good opponents. That's going to be the next thing we're going to look for here, right? And look no further than, I know the Texans aren't the greatest of teams, but Texans certainly have a lot of talent. They're right on the edge of being a team that you would have thought can be good. They're a team that maybe is going to start to maybe turn things around a little bit there from their perspective here, but it's going to be a challenge. And certainly they're going to bring a similar, at the very least, similar offensive challenge to what the Buccaneers could bring a couple of weeks ago in your house. Primetime game. Hopefully the crowd should be tuned up. Can't imagine there's going to be a lot of Texan fans taking over that stadium. So they should have the opportunity to have it loud. They should have it at a prime time. They should be facing a Texans team that's going to be starting this game at like 9 o'clock in their body clock time. There's some reasons to believe that you can go take this one. That's the next step, Thomas. That's the next step. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, sorry I'm late. So what'd I miss? Well played football game, Megan. Jumped out ahead of this team. You passing are still throwing the ball remarkably with Sam Darnold. Jackson Smith and Jigba is the truth. 8 catches, 162 yards. The defense rebounded in a big time fashion in this game. You Jacksonville Jaguars, to put this in perspective for you guys, they had 6 sacks allowed in total given up coming into this game. And you got 7 sacks today. You got more sacks today than they had collectively through every single game leading up to this one. And not only did you get the 7 sacks, you had the 16 quarterback hits? 16 quarterback hits on top of that. So you were creating pressure left and right, Megan. Defense held it down. Offense got a little conservative at the end, but the defense they stayed on it. And it was a collective experience there from that defense where there were certainly guys that were stars, DeMarcus Lawrence and Byron Murphy and Eamon Wari played a really good game. But it seemed like everybody was much more locked in this week. A lot less of the mental errors and wide open opponents running wide open in space. Very good to see. Sanchez with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Sanchez. Not your first one of the day, and I really, really appreciate all of your support here, man. You're always tremendously kind. He says 12 points on the defense, but they were on the field for far too long. Multiple third and long conversions, but 7 sacks. Offense hermit crabs it too much when it's clear they can be explosive. This year's Hawks are hard to figure out. Yeah, the multiple third and long conversions were real rough in this game. You have the one with Josh Jobe where you're running cover 2 and you're running traditional cover 2 with man press on the corner. But then rather than actually running trail coverage on the play, he squats down on like a 3-yard route on like 3rd and 11, and you leave the guy wide open for the whole shot between the safety and the corner at that point. Definitely we're still allowing those drives where you just can't get off the field, Sanchez. A couple 4th down conversions. A couple of those, I thought Lawrence just made some tremendous plays. The one where he's rolling to his right, throws back across his body left, all the way across the field to the far side of the field, and then completes it. Just an amazing play on his part. Offense has got to stay aggressive, in my opinion. They're at their best aggressive. They're at their worst when they get conservative. And you can feel very fundamentally, to your point, Sanchez, when they're in one area versus the other. When Kubiak's just rolling in his bag and he's not trying to overthink stuff and he's just trusting the confines of this offense, Darnold's executing it, you're moving the ball up the field, you're getting points. The second you start sliding into like, well, we got to remember to run the ball. Can't forget to run the ball. And you start getting into that mentality of things, you can see that everything it's like somebody grabs the e-brake and you hear that, it's just a hard stop on the offense the second it happens. But I don't know entirely what we are. I love this team and you're 4-2, but you're right, Sanchez. I don't know exactly. I know Sam's going to consistently be able to pull this and make this happen the rest of the year. I know the secondary is going to get healthier. Hard not to. And that should bring improvement with it defensively. But you're still not quite sure of where the team stands. And maybe that's not the worst of things because, you can say behind that, Sanchez, that they haven't played their best football. They haven't peaked too early. Some teams maybe never peak. Some teams never ever play their real best, quote unquote, football. But there's room for that to be the case here and for that to come to be. So I'm with you on that too as well. I don't know. This is the hard part about predicting this team week in and week out. And it's hard to exactly know all the things you can lean upon or the things even on the other side of it that might be a little bit weak that you're going to be maybe a little worried about. Because one thing that might show itself to be a bit of a weakness one week comes back and strengthens up a little bit more than the next week, like we saw this week defensively, and like we saw this week with generating a pass rush, like we saw this week with limiting down the explosive plays from the 6 20-yard plays that were on the field last week at home. It's very hard to see it go from kind of 0-100, 0-100, 0-100, 0-100, and then know which one you're going to get week in and week out. Hopefully it gets more consistent with time, Sanchez, to your point on that. And maybe it can be that good thing that you haven't peaked yet. You got all the room in the world still for this team to be even better, for them to even get more improved here as this goes down the line. Thank you, though, for the big old $20 donation. Very, very kind of you, man. Thomas Cox, thanks for the $5. I appreciate all your support as well. I love McDonald. He is going to learn a lot. It didn't take McVay 2 years to be one of the best head coaches in the NFL. Yeah, I think McVay found some instantaneous success and found a positive record his first year. You felt his impact, but there was also still room for him to grow into being just like you would with a player that starts out as a rookie first, second year, that, hey, maybe by year 5 as they're heading into their prime, they will be at their best. And likewise with McDonald, he's going to be improved, I think, into year 3, 4, 5 as a head coach. And some of these more decisions that have to do with game management especially. Not as it pertains to defense, but just how you manage games, how you influence coordinators. I think a little bit of what's going on here too, Thomas, with the run-centric nature speaking about this during the telecast, which is just that you got this situation last year with Grubb where you bailed on the run game after game after game, seemingly. You could not stay with it at all in any kind of consistent fashion. And then you had Mike in post-game pressers, like almost on his knees, begging Grubb to run the ball into the future. And I think that's definitely has colored a little bit of this as far as their approach this season, to where Mike's kind of in that sort of mode of never again, never again, never again shall we bail on the run. And so that then pulls you a little bit to maybe go get a little bit too conservative to the other side of that. I don't know that for sure that that's the case, but I do agree with you that there's going to be some learning you got to go through with the youngest head coach in the NFL last year. It's only his second year, first time head coach at that. You got to give him some room there for there to be that sort of growth in there from the game management side of it. And I think it will come with time. He's a smart guy. I think he will recognize what is and what isn't working. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Dan Quinn didn't fully figure it out until his second year. Indeed, Dan had some questions there in Atlanta and his first stop there early on about his game management. Took him some time as well to find that flow. And to your point on that comparison, what was Dan Quinn? A defensive-minded head coach. And what was I saying just earlier on this? It tends to be a defensive-minded head coach problem that they just can't help themselves at times of when they get the lead, then they're going to put the pedal down. Very good point, Thomas. Very, very, very good point. I agree 100%. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Sammy D keeps balling. We get less stacked boxes for the run. I'm going to be interested to see where this stands at the end of the game, because it was kind of hard to tell live, Randall. Because I got to admit, with where Jacksonville was coming into this game as probably a bottom 7, bottom 8 team in how often they were stacking the box, it felt like they ran more of what closer akin to a bit more of what we've dealt with throughout this year, especially as we got into the second half, maybe as they were getting a little more desperate, Randall, that they thought that, okay, we got to lean into this even more. But so far right now, what's happening is that the teams are stacking the box a little bit more than you are on average. Of course, we came into this game with the most stacked boxes in the entire NFL. You were number one coming into this game. Something like 40% of the time you're getting stacked boxes. And what I think is really cool, Randall, is part of the benefit you get with Sam Darnold in the veteran quarterback that's been around the block in this way, is he's getting those multiple play calls at the line of scrimmage, and he's reading it right to the right play call. So when he walks up there and he gets the 4-man fronts and the safety's not up in the box, boom, he's checking to the run. When he walks up there and he sees a 3-4 look, or he's got the 4 down lineman, but here comes the safety up in the box, boom, you're seeing him check into the pass. So you're giving him the options offensive coordinator-wise to get to the play that's going to give you the right possibility for having success. Versus we call the run play, no matter what you see on the front, it's going to be a run play, just do it. And I think that eventually you have to think here, Randall, eventually you would have to think that you're going to start to pull some of those boxes and they're going to be less stacked. I will say, though, that as we get into 6 games into the year, and that every team has pretty much done it, and even those teams that don't tend to do it still have done it to you, this tells me that this is maybe just the team's feeling of that. That's how they have to play our condensed splits. That there's almost a bit, I almost get the impression that there's like a rule book in place for NFL defenses that are going to face an offense that's going to run condensed splits at a high nature. That there's kind of you've got a methodology of approach and how you attack it, because it's so consistent team by team and how they're attacking our approach to this. And that's with us being successful in the back of it, Randall, which you would have thought by like a game 6 for a team like Jacksonville, especially that naturally likes to run the front 4 as it is, that they would start to make a bit of that adjustment. Oh, Hawks are doing the best stuff offensively in the passing attack. So let's lean more into taking that away. They're not creating as many holes in the running game. Let's squeeze down a little bit on those zones in space and try to hold that down a bit. But so far, it's not rolled that way. So hard to say there, Randall. That's kind of what I wonder there, though, is if there's just kind of a book that these guys are operating off of, because I would not have thought that you would have seen as much from Jacksonville in this game in that way. OE, thank you for being a member of the channel and also a $5 donation. I really appreciate that. How about John Schneider finding a franchise quarterback in free agency for pennies? I say pennies on the dollar. Beautifully put on your part. Beautifully put. And yes, I've I see people that have a certain sensitivity to John, and I get a certain understanding of it in certain ways. It's been a while since you've been a true winner. His approach to the offensive line gets maddeningly frustrating. I mean, you saw it again today where the 2 weak links we thought coming into the season in Sundell and Bradford were definitely your 2 weak links today, especially in creating holes in the running game at times. And Sundell had some issues snapping and had a couple holds in this game. But there's a lot that John Schneider gets right. And no general manager is going to get every decision perfect. The Philadelphia Eagles made a top 20 pick. Jalen Reagor, a first-round top 20 pick. You're looking for proof of that. Even Roseman gets it wrong at times. But get more right than you get wrong, and get the major decisions correct. And when you're talking about picking the right franchise quarterback, John Schneider is now 3 for 3. In a sport where you have one general manager after another who couldn't find a quarterback with 2 hands and a flashlight, you have your general manager who's found 3. And not one of those 3 has he had to find his franchise quarterback on the back of an easy top 5 first-round pick. You're in Texans picking top 3. Oh, you took C.J. Stroud. I'll give you credit for that, but that's what a lot of teams would have done needing a quarterback in that spot. That's not exactly you being super smart in your approach of identifying this right quarterback that nobody else is seeing or finding value that nobody else is seeing. But in John, of these last 3 quarterbacks, you have them both finding value where others don't, taking a Russell Wilson in the 3rd round, and that paying off in the major way that it did when so many general managers were like, he's too small, it can't work. It's too small, it can't work. John being creative, thinking outside the box, understanding the pairing between Russell and Coach Carroll, and what a great marrying of those two as it was. Then Geno Smith, who nobody had faith in nationally, nobody. Locally, nobody. To say that was a tough decision to move to Geno at that point, people were hammering him. You got to draft Malik Willis. You got to draft Desmond Ridder. There you go, kitty. And instead of doing that, this thing's holding on for dear life right now. Instead of doing that, instead of going out there and just getting desperate at the position like we've seen so many teams do in recent years, how many teams have you seen do that, take that approach? Just take a guy. That's what fans like. Just take a guy. Just take a guy. Just take a guy. Just take a guy. Yeah, but is he the right guy? Is he likely to have this work out? Doesn't matter. Just take him. That's what everyone's saying. This is where we got to give a lot of credit to John on this. Because you have to take into account the national perspective, the local perspective, the amount of pressure on the back of him. Because people are so hyper concentrating on the quarterback position. So you do it with Geno Smith that nobody counts on in that success. You get it done. You flip Geno for a 3rd round pick. Then you go back and you sign Sam Darnold for less money than Geno got paid. Plus you got the 3rd round pick. Plus you now have your franchise quarterback who's 6-7 years younger than Geno Smith, just moving into his prime. That is 3 for 3, folks. Make no mistake about it. You want to get negative in certain parts of John, you can, but that is a major, major feather in the cap of John Schneider as a general manager to land 3 for 3 of his last 3 decisions at the quarterback position. All 3 of them worked out. None of the 3 of those guys were first-round picks. None of those 3 were he overspending for what he was getting back. Hard decision at every turn, and he got it. He got it absolutely right. And not easy at that. Not no-brainer decisions. Every one of the 3 of them. A lot of teams saying, no, we don't want no part of that. We wouldn't do that. No, we can't go that route. And him going, no, I trust in I trust in what I see here. I can do a little bit of advanced math on this. This doesn't have to be easy for me to get this decision right. John's got an eye for quarterbacks. You gotta give him the salute on that one. Tezakaku, thank you for the $7 donation, Tezakaku. I'm assuming if Sam D keeps playing great, we will trade Milroe in the future. Yep. That was a big part of this process, a little bit with Milroe on this one. I don't think it's coming anytime soon, Tezakaku. I don't think that there's a Milroe trade that's just about to happen on deck. I think that part of the Milroe trade is going to hopefully come on the back of if it's going to occur, that you have him, able to go through maybe a preseason next year where he looks improved, and now you're kind of getting teams maybe a little bit more into, okay, well, maybe they're thinking about being on board with maybe being open to the potential of this now at this point. So it's where it could go down the line. What you are hoping for from a Seattle standpoint, if you make that move with a Milroe, is that you can essentially, it's like stock. And this is the old Packer way that John's trying to take advantage of. The Packer way used to be Ty Detmer, Mark Brunell, Aaron Brooks, Matt Hasselbeck. You'd have a guy you take somewhere between third, fourth, fifth, sixth round, develop that guy, get him ready to be a starter in this league, and then you can move him then and go get something that's more in returns for what you put in investment-wise in the front end, draft capital-wise. So if you put a third-round pick in Milroe, can you get a second-round pick, a high second-round pick back, maybe a year or two down the line? Maybe. He's going to have to play a little bit better. You're going to have to show him to be, I think, a little bit closer, being ready to roll. But I think that that's definitely now the plan that takes center stage on this as we move into the future, Tezakaku. Yes. No reason Sam can't be your QB here for the next 5, 6, 7 years minimum as we go forward. Michael Bicknell, thank you for another $5 donation. Michael, I think Sharp ran more to get away from tendencies you were talking about recently, B. I know it wasn't working, but it was starting to be a tell. Indeed, yeah. They were running a lot more inside the past couple of weeks, and I'm sure that they were seeing on tape that teams were starting to load up on that with Charbonnet and be less worried about the edges. And you start to see that on tape, and you come back in this game and you go, well, maybe we can exploit those edges, even if then Charbonnet can't necessarily get there at the quickness that a Walker can get there. And there's times where with Charbonnet, it's worked getting him to the edges, so he hasn't always been completely bad in that way. It certainly wasn't blocked up well today for him at times. You know, there's penetration, fighting through tacklers. It's the typical stuff we've seen throughout the course this year too, which is not a simple story of this running back or that running back choosing the hole or not choosing this hole. It's a combination of a lot of different factors that are holding back the running game, including some of the conservative nature and the timing of when you're calling these runs. But yeah, you can't just lean in and have it to where you go, Walker, you're our outside pitch guy. Charbonnet, you're our inside run guy, and not expect defenses aren't going to pick up on that and right quick. To your point on that, Michael. Good point. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that, Cameron. Our D-line has some dogs. Where's my deal here? Our D-line has some dog. Great win, and hopefully we can win next week. At this point, I'm picking us to win every road game the rest of the season. I like it, man. I like it as an approach. Where are we at right now with our road games remaining here? So you're at the Commanders, at the Rams, at the Titans, at the Falcons, at the Panthers, at the Niners. Plausible. Commanders game is going to be the toughest of the bunch, probably, by the looks of things. But it's very possible, Cameron. And our D-line does have some dogs. I think DeMarcus Lawrence, you got to feel in his presence and what he can bring to the stage. He really stepped up today when you needed it. No Derek Hall. Boye Mafe remains very, very quiet. Mafe today just one tackle on a day where you had 16 quarterback hits and 7 sacks. Mafe provided you neither a quarterback hit nor a sack. That's one part here that's been a little disappointing is what Mafe's brought to the table here and what is a contract year. But Lawrence picking up the slack, man, in a major way. Uchenna coming in there picking up the slack in a major way. What about the game Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy had inside? Those guys are consistent every week in what they're giving you. Maybe you're not always getting everything off the edge consistently week in, week out, but you're absolutely getting it from the inside. And Drake Thomas played his best game. 9 tackles, a sack, a tackle for loss, a pass defense, and a quarterback hit for him. Ernest Jones was all over the place doing his tackling thing. Really a team effort defensively today. And a lot of guys shining within that team effort. Ben Sam Brooks, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Ben. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Again, we'll be getting membership benefits. Do go through the community post here on YouTube, so keep an eye on your community post if you're a member of the channel. I'll get out the PFF scores from this game on Monday morning. We got Thursday night football for members and patrons only. And then we've got, of course, a Saturday call-in show as well this upcoming week. So a lot loaded up for members and patrons. Really appreciate that support, Ben. Welcome aboard. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. Lady from Nananda. Hope you're doing well today. You think after knowing me for as long as you have that your Aussie accent would improve? It hasn't. Do better, laughing out loud. It's a tough one to nail, okay? You guys are all over the place with the accent. It's very hard to nail down, Megan. I'm telling you. Very hard to nail down. I'm trying. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Randall, Appreciate you. He says, Nick Emanwari was really active. Can see why Mac loves him. Yeah, he's a presence down there. There is no doubt about that. And I feel like I really do like this kid into that slot long-term in this defense. He might eventually transition into more of a safety, and even next year, if you lose Kobe, he might become your strong safety. But I really do like him in that slot. He can cover really well out there. He's got no problem staying step for step. He had Brian Thomas in tight coverage in this game out of the slot. And what he brings as a tackler, because what you tend to have in these bubble screens is you get the undersized slot guy, Randall, who then has to fight through the block to get to the bubble guy. And that tends to be the 5'9" guy going, it's kind of small on small, is what you'll tend to have. You have your slot block in the slot corner. So it's just two mighty mites fighting out. But what you get with Nick Emanwari is, I got that mighty mite now trying to block a 6'4" monster there, and he can just throw that guy away and go back there and make the tackle. And oftentimes then make the tackle in the backfield. And he did it over and over in this game. Did it last week too. He was very impressive as a run defender in this game from the slot. And a lot of teams, that's what they're doing when they're going to the 3 wide receiver look, Randall, which is what the Jaguars do a lot of, is that you're hoping that you're going to get that lighter defense. You're hoping you're going to get that lesser at the slot. You're hoping you get a negative tackler there at the slot, or a negative guy at getting off blocks. He's in there to cover, essentially, is what you're hoping offensively speaking. You tear that away with a guy like Emanwari out there. And you get that with Spoon as well, but with Emanwari, he's just got a little bit more extra size, so he can really eliminate those blocks. Spoon's a hard guy to block, but with Emanwari, he can be almost impossible for some of those matchups to get the block laid. It just ain't happening. Thomas Cox, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate you. I'm sorry. I respect Puka Nacua, but I believe JSN is better at least this season. Maybe it's a homer attitude. Well, I think I think you could come down to saying that Puka's, and this is the tough part. This is the thing that we get to, Thomas, sometimes when it's like we're trying to pull apart two who's the better Hall of Famer? You know, it's like, well, they're both Hall of Famers. They're much more closer to each other than they're really separate apart. And I think with JSN, maybe you could say that he's got a little bit more ability, just a tiny bit, maybe as a pass catcher, and what he can do, especially in his ability to really get deep and be a factor in that way, where Puka's more intermediate, occasionally a deep guy, but more of the intermediate to short guy, yak guy. But then Puka probably also gives you a lot better of a run blocker than necessarily you're getting in JSN. JSN's gotten a little bit better at it, but Puka's probably one of the better ones in the game at doing it. So then which one wins out over that? I mean, I would take JSN if I had to pick between the two of them. I will say with Puka, I worry about his long-term health. That guy just seems to be banged up all the time. And he got so again today. So I do wonder a little bit about his ability to maintain there on that, but they're both just tremendous players. It did look like Puka was able to get back in that game later on. But JSN, 8 catches, 162 yards on 13 targets. He's going to be on pace for almost 2,000 yards receiving coming out the back of this game. Goodness, you know. 1 second, let me get some water. But Thomas, I don't think it's a homer attitude for a guy that's on pace to receive 2,000 yards and who's been, carrying this offense at times, almost as your one big option you can kind of go do down the field. When a guy's that productive at that point and getting to that place of things, 2,000 yards receiving, I think you've got to give him the nod, and that's not homer attitude at that point. It's one thing if he's on pace for 1,300 yards. We're talking 2,000 yards receiving that he's on pace for right now, Thomas. Unbelievable. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. We're definitely not bad, definitely not great, but we are good enough to get a little nutty before the trade deadline. But are we good enough to get a little nutty before the trade deadline? The league seems wide open. John's got a tough call here to make, Peter. I don't envy him for what he's got to be in his shoes here. You've got a ton of cap space to work off. You're not limited there. You got all your draft capital. You're not limited there. You have a team that's going to have more wins than losses as we get through the trade deadline, no matter what happens with the Texans. As you say, you've got what seems to be kind of more of a wider open NFL than we have seen in recent years. And so what does this guide the general manager as far as his decision-making to make? And then what factor does it come into play? The Sheldon Richardson, Jadeveon Clowney, Jamal Adams, Leonard Williams, these moves that you made at the time thinking that you're just that one player away from getting you over the top that didn't bring that to be. What part at that point then guides you on that to say, look, that's just not the proper path for us. That hasn't worked as well for us in the past. I think that John makes a move at this point. I think that you got a couple of positions that don't tend to be high cost positions that you can tend to reinforce for fairly cheap. Remember a couple of years ago for a 7th round pick, and I think we flipped BJ Finney back and returned to the Bengals, a center that we weren't using. You were able to get Carlos Dunlap. And I think that he averaged like a sack a game down the stretch at that point. Like he was able to come in and provide that for you for almost no cost. So that kind of equivalent move, be it for an edge, be it for an outside corner that can be just maybe kind of functional, or be it, Peter, for an off-ball will linebacker that can give you an improvement beyond what you're getting from Drake Thomas, because there seems to be something going on with Tyrese Knight. Those are all, the nice part about all three of those positions is they don't tend to be ones where it's real thin, that there's a couple guys you can go get. The cost doesn't tend to be high because they're not highly rated positional value-wise. I know edge can be, but if you're just getting a guy that's maybe a situational edge rusher to just give you some juice off the edge, that's not going to tend to cost you a lot. Again, evidenced by the fact you got the Dunlap trade done for like a 6th rounder. So I think they do something. Do they make a major move? Probably not that. But does John try to maybe an under-the-radar type of thing to try to reinforce where you're sensing you're a little weak right now? Yeah, I think so. I think there's enough there for you to do that because you don't have to sacrifice a lot of the future to make that happen. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon, I really appreciate you. Where are you ranking Sam and JSN league-wide at their positions right now? I could go as high as 3 for Sam and 2 for Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think if we're taking this purely Keon on what have you done for me lately? What have you done for me in 2025? I'm not looking at a 4-year run that you've had, but I'm looking at what you're doing right now in the here and now. And football's much about the here and now because things can change on a dime, and what you were yesterday, you're not today, and vice versa. When I look at Sam Darnold right now, when I think about the quarterbacks that are playing better than him across the sport, Baker's definitely in that spot as far as at the very least step for step, if not maybe a little inch ahead of Sam, especially considering with Baker that he's had a little bit more maybe injuries to his offense. Josh Allen's a guy that I probably would still, with where he's been at, I'd probably still hold him there. But I think you're third for him. I had Sam as a top 4 quarterback coming into this week. Hard not to see him probably at the 3rd spot. And who are you putting ahead of him if not him in that 3rd spot? Who is playing better? I think there's a great argument to be made on this. And it's backed up by the fact he walked into this game as also your number 1 rated quarterback by PFF. He's going to leave this game as your number 1 rated quarterback by PFF. So there's a lot of stats here that I think that also add up to this a little bit. And JSN is your number 2? Yeah, I think so. I don't know if there's a receiver right now that I can say in the sport that's playing better than him. Puka's maybe the only one that you would kind of go to, but that's a coin flip between the two of those guys. So I think that's accurate, Keon. I like where you're at with that. I would agree. Thomas Cox, thanks for the $5 donation. I wish Seattle beat the Buccaneers last week because Sam would get a lot more kudos like Mayfield has gotten after the game. Yeah, you would have. I mean, especially if Sam goes down there and drives down and gets you the field goal at the end of the game and you close that game off on another 2-minute drive in back-to-back weeks, as Sam has. I mean, you talk about the hype going through the moon at that point. Instead, what ended up happening is that he had this great day, but it finishes off in an interception. So you get a little bit more of that, well, same old Sam, which is completely unfair and BS, not accurate as to what happened there at the end of the game in the least. But yeah, he began a little bit more props. I will say this, though. He continues to play like this through the course of the year. The props are going to come. You play at this kind of high level, this efficiently at the position, not to mention winning football on top of it. The kudos will come. And with him, we got to remember, just like we saw with Geno, remember Geno took to like the third year where finally people kind of woke up to how he was playing Thomas. I think it's the same thing. We see that these narratives with quarterbacks are so reinforced when it's a bad narrative, when it's a you're not good enough kind of label that's thrown on your back. It's very hard to shook that. And it takes a lot of performance to get it out from under you. It's not fair. It's not right. But it is the nature of things a little bit that you have to sort of then go earn the fact that you're not the thing that you're not anymore. But it sticks in people's mind in a major way. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation, Quinn. I think if they don't stack boxes against us, then K9 would gash them as hard on the ground as GSN currently is in the air. No free lunch for defenses. It's a possibility there, and certainly very feasible, Quinn. Because I don't have an answer to this on the other side, a little bit to your point on this, where you go, okay, you've gone through these first 5 games leading into this game, first 5 games leading in this game where, Walker's got some big running games. He's got some games where he's averaged over 8 yards a carry, but run in and run out, you're one of the more inefficient running teams in football. If you just take some of the metrics that are out there, it wouldn't lead you, I guess, as a general pathway as a DC when you're game planning, Quinn, to say, okay, this week we got one of the most inefficient running teams in football. You know what we're going to do? Stack the box. You wouldn't think that goes one to the other. You go, well, we don't have to put as much. I would think you go, well, we don't need to put maybe as much resources to stop the run, especially to the flip side of this when the offense is passing the ball so efficiently, and not just efficiently, but it's not dink and dunk city. They're getting 10 yards an attempt on the passes down the football field. So you'd think that this stuff would start to inform you on this a little bit from a defensive standpoint that, hey, stacking the box ain't working. Blitzing Sam heavily ain't working. But they just keep rolling it up. But maybe to your point on that, you do have a couple of games here where Walker has averaged 8.5 yards, that he's a home run hitter. And that maybe you have defenses with a little bit of that fear in their heart here right now into where they're like, we're not letting him do what he can do on that. You've got to keep him contained. I think a bit of this that's also being informed is there was so much anticipation coming into this year with where the NFL has shifted in recent years to the cover 2 shell, to the lighter boxes, to running now taking more of a center stage and starting to gain more and more heat. And so you started to maybe feel this offseason, as the NFL is always kind of adjusting to what's going on from the prior year, that maybe defenses were loading up a little bit more on stopping the run this year as a point of emphasis. We certainly see it with our Seattle Seahawks, Quinn, as last year, you stopped the run pretty good throughout the year, but you had the games where it could come and go a little bit. And this year, every single game, you can see that the defense has made that point of emphasis of stopping the run and turning offenses into one-dimensional attacks. Likewise, maybe that's some of what we're seeing to our Seattle Seahawks a little bit. I certainly will say that I see league-wide a lot more heavy usage of 3-4 this year, a lot more willingness to go 3-4 as kind of the counter to the 12 personnel. And that does show that defenses are adjusting to this approach of offenses into this season a little bit. So I think it's all of that you sort of throw into the mix here in order to what's driving this. But I would have to think that eventually here, if you're going to continue to average 2 yards a carry running the ball, defenses will eventually go, hey, let's see if we can get it done with the lighter box. And then I think at that point, you're, like you say, no free lunches for the defense. Then you're probably going to see the run game become a whole hell of a lot more effective. Because it can't be undersold, to your point on this, Quinn, you were facing coming into this game the most stacked boxes in the NFL. Number 1. Nobody had a higher stacked box rate than you. It's hard to run against that. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you, Glenn, for all of your support today. I think the reason they continue to run the ball is to give the young offensive line the experience they need if they plan on winning championship football. Great point, man. And look, a running game is built. A running game is not just made, but built. It is one that is built on the back of, hey, look at the tape here on this run play we ran. You attack this guy to the shoulder here, get down up onto his hip. I need you up on the hip. Okay, you climbed out over here. You hooked the guy. You didn't need to hook the guy. With the timing of the play, I just need you to get in front of him. So future, just get in front of him. Don't have to hook him. We're not going to get the holding call we got here on this play later on in the year. And then to your point, Glenn, you get down the season, you get down through the football games. You've made it a point of emphasis. You've continued to sort of like chisel away on it like a blacksmith, ching, 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 ching. And then you just eventually then you get your sharpened sword. But you gotta stay on the smelter. You got to keep banging it with the hammer, and that the benefits will come with time. And I do think too with this, Glenn, that with having the highest stack box rate, with having teams making it a point of emphasis to take the running game away, that if they're going to be this sharply in this direction of it, it's also one where, they're giving you a little bit of an out to this too. They're not just suffocating you. They're deciding to suffocate one part of your offense in order to let the other part of the offense breathe free and easy. And that's a bit of the counter to this as well. But it will improve with time. And then when you do get into, just give you a little bit more points of Benny here under your comments, when you do get into late November and December and early January, when that weather is going to get cold and it's going to get harder to throw the football, you're going to need a running game that you can fall back on. It's going to be hard to live and die on that point of it being all in the passing attack to get the job done at that point, to your point. So well said, Glenn. Thank you for the donation, but beautifully put on your part as well. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Fred Warner's going to be done for a year. Dirty ass player. What did he do, Randall? What did he do? I didn't get a chance to see it. Let me get the Cowboy game up here. Hold on. We know, Randall, we know that Fred's not, I love Fred. He's a great player, but he's certainly not above getting a little dirty from time to time. That's for sure. I wonder what he did. Judah says the stacked boxes mean nothing. Just check out of it and go to the screen game or a quick out in the flats and don't be predictable on second down minus the runs. Then we can run the ball. Kubiak's the problem. I think you're right on this, Judah, and that to me the answer is that you don't run into the stacked boxes. You go to the path of least resistance. And I think early on in this game, to your point, I think that there was a lot of that was there. I think that Sam had the two calls up at the line of scrimmage, and he could, then check to the right play at that point and have an answer. But I do think that as you got in that second half, you did then get aggressively, and you didn't, I think, allow as much. Sorry, I'm getting the. Okay, we got it. Good. We got the spam out. To your point, though, I think that you then did get a little conservative on that. You didn't allow them those same checks through the game, and that's a place where there's room here for Kubiak and McDonald to both make that adjustment here if they can recognize this being a little bit of a problem in their approach. What were Darnold's stats on the day? Sam Darnold was 16 of 27 for 295 yards, averaging almost 11 yards per attempt, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 121.7 quarterback rating. Slobby One says, don't we run the most in the league or like top 5 in attempts? I think that's correct. Yeah, coming into this game. That would be accurate. Are the Titans this bad? Titans are in bad shape. Raiders beating the Titans 10-0. Get you guys an update on the scores here. We'll get Oots back quick, Catalyst. I've heard some open and ending to when he will come back. O'Dwyer, is it looking like Love, Spoon, and Reek will be back next week. Well, they're doubtful this week. So they didn't just have him out purely, which would tell me that this is a week-by-week situation, but also hard to predict on if you've got the bye week, and there's always going to be a bit of a pull with injured guys to kind of say, well, if we can give them even that one more extra week, that could make a big difference on them being a much more healthier as we get out of the other side of that. So it's very hard to say, but I would say in general, you're probably getting at least one or two of them back, minimum, if not all. Besides, is it subscribers only? How do the spammers bypass that? They subscribe, wait 5 minutes, and then they spam. Isn't that weird? The mods are definitely on it. It's a hard job for the mods because they just keep coming, and there's nothing you can really do to stop them. Robert says, thank you. I didn't think it was good as that. Had a hell of a day, man. He had a hell of a day. 261-yard passes, too, where, as I like to say, this is Sam making high-level throws. It's not merely him just sort of throwing little 5-yard checkdowns. Like, he's pushing the ball down the field. Kettle says, I'd argue we need a decent will linebacker who can cover more than an edge. I'd be okay with that. And again, it's a position that you can tend to be able to target somewhere. There's a good one banging around somewhere on a bad team you can find. A little bit like you're looking more Will than Mike. You know, Ernest is a pure Mike, but Mike or Will, you can tend to find that. In fact, Will is probably easier to find than the Mike. DK caught a touchdown. That'll help out my fantasy league. Got the Niners here driving down on the Buccaneers, down 7-3. Caffrey trying to make something happen here. Jeffrey O'Kelly, let's go get Max Crosby. Can't have too many pass rushers, and he's elite. What at that? Sign me up, Jeffrey. I will pay the price and almost a blank check at that. Judah's with you on it, man. Nate says, we need to see reality here. Raiders aren't going to give Max for peanuts. We have nothing to trade. Well, you're going to have to throw a bunch of future first-round picks at him to make it happen, Nate. You're right. It ain't going to be by way of you giving him players. Though, don't undersell the fact that there might be a couple guys that Coach Carroll's got his eyes on here that may not be part of the big long-term plan because he does have the familiarity with them. Boy, Mac Jones. He's an experience watching him, man. He's so kind of spastic in how he plays the position. Not in always a bad way, just said spastically. But we also need, Nate, to your point, you need the Raiders to be willing to even give him up. I don't know if they're going to be willing to move him. Richard, so it's agreed that our defense is really good and just deep enough. The offense is good and getting better. I think the defense is definitely showing signs of life. I think this was a tough test today that you gave him. I'd like to see the consistency hold up, but again, we also have the injuries that have factored into this that can't be undersold. I think there's some of this from my perspective on it, Richard, of just sort of still trying to figure out in full what it is. What is the team? What is the defense fully? That there's more positives and good here in the indicators on both sides of the ball, but that what is the sort of final form of this team? You know, where is it really heading in that final form? But it could be that. Could be that that's where they land and this thing all, landed on it. Jeffrey O'Kelly, this draft class is pretty bad outside of like 5 players, not including quarterbacks. So give up the first this year and like Mafe, and that trade is complete. I think it's going to take more. I don't think Mafe is going to have a lot of trade value at this point, especially with Mafe being on a contract. And this is the place that, to me, this is the interesting part of the conversation to this, because this, I think, is where this makes people very uncomfortable. Is there's a way of modifying this trade to where you're like, oh, you do with this and this, and you're willing to pay that price. And Caffrey gets a touchdown here. The Niners will take the lead on the Bucs. Niners, you just can't put this team away, man. They are gritty. But, Maffe's not going to have a lot of trade value at this point. I know people think I'm a little out of pocket on this and predicting this because they look at recent trades of Micah Parsons and Khalil Mack, and they say, well, those teams didn't give up that for those guys. You're going to have to give up more than you had to give up for Khalil Mack and Micah Parsons to make this trade happen, because you're not having to sign Crosby to a contract extension after you make the move for him, because his cap hit is going to be in a very feasible place, and the Raiders can come back to any team that they trade and they say, look, you're getting cheap Crosby in the future on top of us giving you this game-changing player. You're going to need to give us the goods to make that happen. So, the question for me comes down to, and I get people that would say no to this, by the way. I'm not saying that I'm a hardliner to say, you got to go make this move, but It's going to probably cost you equivalent of 3 first-round picks. It's going to be in that neighborhood, which that's a tough call at that point. Slopey Juan says, dude, I love Barner. He is him. My tight end 1. Let's go. OE says, so just to recap, Fred Warner's out with a serious injury. Ooh. The Niners are a zombie team, man. You just can't kill them. Even when you give them, even when the headshot hits them, they still just, brains. Addicted, probably a broken ankle or something on the foot with Warner. Ooh, wee. That is a horrible injury for them and horribly timed injury for them as well, as that's a team trying to decide itself if it's going to go out there and get aggressive at the trade deadline. See, I call JSN the ghost since people like that Darnold seeing ghost narrative. I like it. But was my religion says trade for Demario Davis and Trey Hendrickson. NFL's wide open, and we have an argument for being a top 4 team. We're the only team to have shown dominance in all 3 phases semi-consistently. Very well said on your part. Very well said. And look, the collection of that, I'm talking about the cost that it would take to go get a guy like Crosby. You know, you might be able to get away with getting those 2 guys brought in-house for a 3rd and 4th rounder. Only question is, can Demario Davis play Will? He's been a Mike throughout his career. Is he a guy that can be effective playing Will? You have to think just he's been around the league so long that he could fairly effectively transition to doing something like that a little bit. Slubby one, is Pete managing player personnel in Veggie? No, he's not, but he's going to have some say. You know, it's going to be where if he comes in and says, I need this player, you think Spytek will probably, he's not going to let him run roughshod, but Pete's certainly going to have some influence on that. So, I think you mentioned this on the B&B show. Mike had to come in and earn his money and prove that the last week was a fluke. I honestly think he did just that. Yeah, I want to see the prove it stuff from Mike is what I want to see today. When you're as a defensive coordinator have a deep playbook to call upon and your defense is struggling, I want to see you call upon your deep playbook. It doesn't mean that that's going to absolutely positively work. It's not that I have all the answers and that I know better than the coach. Quite to the contrary. Quite to the contrary. It's more of just that you're seeing last week them try out an approach that was very similar throughout the whole course of the game that wasn't working. And to my point on this, coming back to it, Slopey one, you came out in this game from the jump with much more of a purposeful approach on stack boxes, simulated pressures, and blitzing. You probably blitzed in this game somewhere in the neighborhood of it 3 times the rate you blitzed last week, going up against the exact same style of offense. That's an adjustment. That's going into your playbook. And it worked. It worked. It was successful. And hopefully people can understand and seeing the success on the back of it, like I was lamenting last week. You didn't blitz last week at all. At all. The 2 times you blitz in the second half, it's tremendously effective. It's working when you're doing it. And that's what has me so hammering it so hard is to say, look, you have it in your playbook. It works when you do it, but you're just kind of going away from it for no good reason. And that's what he made the adjustment today in this game, came out there, said, all right, I got this in my book. Let's dial it up. Let's see if this can have an effect. And it did. You got Lawrence nervous and off his spot and confused at times in what he was seeing. Anybody else getting a little bit of this like weird insignia on the Niner cast on one of the screens of the Niner cast, or do I need to refresh my stream? I'm seeing like what is that? Refresh this thing. Baker and company are driving here. They're completing it up the field now. 8:43 to go. Niners up 10-7. Catalyst, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, where did this Rico Dowdle come from? My goodness. Yeah, I mean, he's found a home, hasn't he? Definitely found a home out there in Dallas, Rico. It's one of those guys that Dallas fans like a lot, but everybody else kind of slept on him throughout the league there a little bit. Or Carolina, sorry. He was at Dallas. He went to Carolina. 30 carries, 183 yards. Panthers get the win and go to 3-3. Well, there's one of the more inexplicable 3-3 teams in the sport. 4 catches, 56 yards, over 200 yards of offense for Dowdle today. Wow. Yeah. This was not the player you saw at Dallas. And it's not like with Carolina, you got some team that's challenges you in a lot of ways with the passing attack and Bryce Young. That Dallas defense is, ooh. Megan's BNA step out for a few. Be right back. Sounds good. And we'll go to, we're going to go to about 3:30 today here on the post game. As I'm going to be coming back tonight with Mariners coverage. So we got the ALCS tonight going on. So I'll be doing a little bit of a turnaround with you guys on that one where just going to take like about an hour and a half break, about 3:30, go get myself a burger, and then bounce back and go live there for the Mariners game. Franklin Urban, am I the only one calling JSN Jiggy? Well, maybe not now. I'm open to it. We're definitely trying to figure out these nicknames, man. We got to get some nicknames rolling here. Judas has traded Mafe, Hall, Woolen, and a fourth for Max. Pete will do it. Pete just might. He owes us for that Super Bowl. I like it. Jay, there you go, Jay. Dude. Finally makes right by you should have run it. Febreze, NFC West has the best coaches in the NFL, and I don't think it's close. Agreed, man. I gotta say too, I'm gonna be old school on this a little bit. I'm gonna be a little bit of the curmudgeon on this. Like, I don't think Jonathan Gannon should have been fined. Jonathan Gannon did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. I even think he's not that bad either. He just got saddled with Kyler because the Cardinals can't give up that. They just can't give up. First and 10 here. Throw out to Rashad White. Who for Crosby? Well, I'm thinking it's going to be a 3 first-round pick equivalency. You can probably kick a player in to take it down from 3 first to like maybe a second or something, but I think it's going to be in that neighborhood. Mom coming by for the win, dropping me off a coffee. Helping me get through. Mom's always my hero on Sundays, coming here, saving my butt. Bobo, Bonfay's on the field is like 3rd, but trade value is like the 4th at best. Yeah. That's kind of where I see it too. There's just not a lot to be happening. Again, with Mafe, it's guy's got yet to have a sack in this season. He's coming off a 1-tackle game. Value is not at the highest for that cat right now. On top of the fact he's in a contract year. So you trade for Mafe, you're getting half a season for him unless you're looking to franchise him, which we know no one's going to be looking to franchise him. That ain't happening, Captain. Nate says, any good corners to pick up in free agency, B? Samuel or Gilmore? Do you think Mac and JSN calls them or sticks with the guys we have? Samuel's got a weird thing going on with his back neck thing, I think. And teams seem to be pretty scared off by it in general because he's been a good player when he's been on the field, but I just don't think people trust his health. Gilmore's definitely up there, but he's played passable football even the last couple of years at his advanced age. I think they're going to make more of an attempt to try to go find a trade option out there. As far as who you could be looking at, I did look at one point. Let me bring up my thing here. I think I had a couple of corners I was kind of looking at early on here. I got my list here still. Might have lost it. I meant to keep these names up, so if it popped up, but there we go. So you got Alontae Taylor of the Saints as an inside-outside guy. I don't know if they take a look at him. Maybe think of him more as a corner kind of dude. Greg Newsome had been one of my guys there, but he just got moved to the Jaguars. Tyreek Stevenson was a guy I was looking at coming into the season. I can't remember if they got him onto a contract extension or not there with Chicago. But there's not a lot of corners that had jumped out to me heading into the last year of their deal that are going to give us quantifiable, better play out there. So it's a little lean right now as far as the options on that front, I would say. Probably a little skeptical we can find something there. So what's the rule? Can we play with 10 men without Bradford? How tough was it doing? Him and Lucas collided at the goal line on a 3rd down and goal carry. Paul says, big love for Nick. Our team really needed Ratledge and Wilson. You'd probably be better with one of those two guys, if not both. Bubba says, I'm willing to burn all the draft picks this year. Team is young and has a lot of rookie contracts. We need top-end talent. When asked to be great, be great. Yeah, it's part of why I'm on board with it as well. And Nate, I think that there's possibly a kind of guy that's in the neighborhood of they can trade as kind of a corner from some team I'm not thinking of. I'll try to do a little more research on where the corners are at. So check back with me maybe on kind of Wednesday's stream, and I'll have a little bit of maybe an answer here for you. That's I did look at the start of the year. There wasn't a lot of those guys where I was looking to kind of target the start of the year for corners. If you're going to target that down the line, was going to be for guys into the final year of their deal. Guys on teams that are more likely to be in sell mode. But I have to kind of go through and pick through and see what I can find. Maybe with a team like, for instance, the team like the Ravens, for instance, who you didn't think would be sellers at the deadline. Maybe now they are sellers at the deadline, and sellers at the deadline that can give you something that you bring a corner in that maybe knows Mike's defense, can walk right in comfortable and hit the ground running. I'm willing to Bobo burn through the draft capital as well to get a difference maker at this point. Like Crosby on that 31st round pick, some people will be hesitant on this. I won't be. I think the timing is right. You've got the cap space to do it. Is it a risk? Yeah, sure, it's a risk. But it's also one where, he's not 33 years old. He should still have a good 4 years of his prime left. I'm on board. Sign me up. Jesus says, I think the consensus is go get Crosby no matter what. Of course, within reason. No, I think you're right. I think that would be the consensus. How do you stand here right now and say, well, I'd give 2 first-round picks up, but not 3 for Crosby? And would you let that be the difference between you getting him or not? Because it won't for me. That's what it kind of comes down to. I wouldn't like doing it. It'd be begrudging. I'd be doing it through clenched teeth. You'd be worried about it as hell. And I could be wrong on my metric of what the cost will be. I just looked at those other 2 deals with Khalil Mack and Micah, and you had to sign them to new contracts after you traded for him. So the team trading for the guy can come back to the team and be like, look, we ain't going to give you all that. We got to pay this guy top of the market for his position after we trade for him. Max has already signed his deal this last offseason. He can't, and as we know with like John, you can't come back here. I just signed last year. I'm giving you an extension. You're on your deal as it currently stands. So the Raiders can get back something extra for it because of that. So let's go on. Hey, who is that defensive back that Arizona has who is from Louisville? I think you're talking about Grant Williams, right? I want to say. Garrett Williams. Garrett Williams, sorry, that's it. No, he's Syracuse. I don't know who you're thinking. Keitrell Clark. That's who you're thinking. Their other nickelback. Yeah. Keitrell. Say it right. Yeah, how about the Panthers winning, man? Dwyer, is this draft class really that bad? I don't watch college football. I haven't done a tremendous amount of scouting in advance for this as of yet. I'm going to be a little slower in my process, kind of getting to that this year. But the general thing that I've heard from many people is, yeah, it seems to be missing, not just the thing that we've been missing in recent years with drafts, which has been the top end talent. So a lot of people have said in recent years, well, this draft's weak because it just doesn't have the blue chip talent, but it would actually have some depth to it. I don't know if this one, by the sounds of things, without doing the homework quite yet, is going to have the depth to it. So they might be missing both blue chippers, and you might be in that position of you're picking 23, 24 in the first round and finding, oh, holy hell, we've got a guy with a late second round grade that we're going to be picking in the first round, and nobody wants to trade up to flip us some extra picks on the other side of that. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. She says, I got Rico on the wires in fantasy. Love what he is. Boy, the kids for the past couple of weeks are freaking lighting the world on fire, Megan. Hell of a pickup on your part. I was scouring the waiver wire yesterday and couldn't find nothing. Y'all grabbed all the good ones. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, it's weird Cincinnati went to Flacco over others. Yeah, it's a bit strange. They seem to be still holding on to the desperation that they can turn this season around. And I'm guessing Sanchez within that, they're holding on to that thread, that very thin thread, partly in thinking that Burrow's going to be able to come back at some point or another. They're looking at a guy who can hold the line, just carve out a couple wins. But that's a tough pull there for a guy like Flacco to walk in there and be able to, even for a guy that's been a vet like him, especially going up against a Green Bay Packer defense this week. Somebody else was saying I would have probably, from their standpoint, rather than go for a Flacco guy that's got no mobility, and Pinheiro hits a field goal here with still 2:05 left to go on the clock. So 13-14 Niners. They're hanging in tough against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I would have gone maybe for more of the read option-y guy, Sanchez. You know what I mean? Go out there and try to target a guy that can maybe run more of the manufactured offense there. But they want to do their timing-based stuff from the passing approach, the stuff that carries over from Burrow. Flacco can do some of that. But it was a little bit of a strange move to your point, and it does kind of reek a little bit of desperation. Just a wee bit. Brandon Michael, thank you for the double dip donation. Sorry, I'm a little late on acknowledging Brandon. Just saw that there. I think I got lost there on my donos there for a second. He says, am I the only one who felt like after the Cup touchdown, we started playing to preserve the win instead of keeping the foot on the gas? We could have scored more. I think it's a very fair criticism, Brandon, and it's a criticism that I absolutely positively do share in addition to you. I think that you feel at times this team gets up, especially when it gets to the 2 touchdowns up point. It seems like that seems to be like right when you hit the line of conservativeness, and that sort of locks in at that point. And you can feel it. It's really kind of a rough thing to watch because you can just feel that it brings the offense to a complete halt. And it's hard enough to score and be effective offensively speaking in the best of times when everything's just even Steven. If you're going to drive to such a conservative area of things, you're making it just all that much harder. I think the other part of this too is maybe you could understand if there was a conservative nature, if you were actually like running the ball consistently, if you were actually getting yourself into sort of like 3rd and 3s and 3rd and 4 makeable situations on the back of that conservative nature. So, okay, first down, we're running 3 yards. Second down, we're running 3.5 yards. Ooh, hey, we got a 3rd and 3.5. We can convert that. If that was the outcome you were getting by the nature of the conservativeness, okay, I could kind of understand that a little bit. But instead, what are we getting? We got 2 yards, a yard and a half on that first round run. Okay, second down. Okay, negative half yard run on that. So now we're in 3rd and 10, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11. I would reckon to guess that the Seattle Seahawks might be leading the league this year. And remember last year with this, I'm kind of sensitive to this because last year, Brandon, the Seattle Seahawks set a record for the most yards on average on down and distance on 3rd down in the National Football League going back to 1980 when Stat Elias started tracking the statistic. They averaged almost 9 yards on third down last year. When they showed the stat on the screen here today, didn't they? What'd you remember when they flashed on the screen today? What'd you see? 10 yards. This is the problem. We're going to be conservative and not get the little bit of the 3 yards in a cloud of dust to get you into that place where conversion is a lot more maintainable. As people like to say with this, and it's absolutely the truth, being a great third down team isn't about having a wide variety of plays dialed up. It's not about being super uber creative. It's not about having even the defense on their heels. It really comes down to one simple thing. The best teams in the National Football League that convert on third downs are the teams that are in third and short more often than not. And the teams that are bad at converting on third downs are the teams that are in the third and long on average. And so I find myself in the same place with this, Brandon, and I think this is a place where the coaching staff can self-scout and make some realizations here of going, oh, we've landed in this direction. It's not really worked. It's kind of bit us on the butt a little bit. I think it could have easily happened today if the defense wasn't as stout as they were down the stretch and they really closed this thing out. A place that I'd like to see an adjustment here, Brandon. I think we're all kind of seeing it a little bit. And if we're seeing it this clearly and feeling it this clearly, you better believe that the defensive coordinator's feeling it and that he's going to have an answer drawn up for how to combat it. And he did today, and they have today, teams up until this course of this season. So the good news on this one is, though this has popped up a lot, there'll be a lot of data to point to Kubiak in the realm of you got to start to counter this thing that teams are doing here, and you can't do as much of leaning into the conservative nature because that's not going to work for you, especially if you're not running the ball throughout the course of the game. I don't think the running game just magically comes to life halfway into the fourth quarter, especially considering that you hadn't really won the time of possession in this one. You had a relatively fresh Jacksonville Jaguar defense there on that field at that point. So you're seeing it true. You're seeing it right, I think. Brandon with another $2 donation. Really appreciate that support, Brandon. And again, sorry I'm a little late on acknowledging this. Fred Warner just went down with a serious injury. We saw last week that, or not last week, we saw week one. Remember week one? Fred Warner went out with that thing and he kind of had a heel that he took to his face. He was out for a series against us. And that was where Charbonnet did the best running of the year he's done so far. So the Niners being without Fred Warner throughout this season, if they're out 4-6 weeks with him, they're toast. They're done at that point. They've overcome a lot of injuries, but this is one that they cannot overcome. Of course, I'll tell you what. You talk about Demario Davis being a move here. I mean, if I'm the Niners coming off the other end of this, and I learned that Warner's going to be out for most of the rest of the season, if that's what we're hearing on this one, Brandon, I'd probably be, if I'm the Niner, I'm making the call for Demario Davis. That would be more of the landing spot that I would think would be probably the more possible one. This half's taken a long time to close out between the Niners and the Buccaneers. They've almost played like feels like a 2-hour half. And I might have to eat a little bit here. I'm getting hungry. Mom's come over and made me some food. I got the best mom. I got the best. Y'all got second place. Sorry. Y'all got second place. Appreciate you, Brandon, for the double dip dono, man. Really, 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 really kind of you. And that's a huge injury for the Niners. Boy, they have gone through it this year, haven't they? About time for them to let go of their trainer. What are you training exactly? Training for injury? Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Rob Staten mentioned getting Crosby. What's your opinion? Wide open down the field, broken coverage by the Niners, and the Buccaneers will score a touchdown here. Boy, Baker's playing great football. Great football. Well, first off, props to Rob for catching the salary cap opening that cracked open on this situation with Crosby, because a big part of this at the front of this is the Raiders have $7 million of cap space. And on the front of this, you'd say there's no way they can go and make this move happen. But then when you look at the fact that though he signed a new contract this offseason, he didn't get any new bonus money. So all you have on the rest of this deal is the bonus money from the last extension that he signed, which is only 2 years at like $4 million per or something like that. So they've only got to really swallow the $8 million to make it happen. And so this opens this up in a way that would be very unusual in this situation. My opinion with this edge group, and look, I take a little bit of a hard-lined outlook of this when it comes to two particular players on this football team, Boye Mafe and Derek Hall. I have remained consistent in this since this offseason. Neither of these players are bad players. Both of these players can bring some good to your defense, but neither of these two players are anything close to a difference maker either. And I have in Boye Mafe a guy heading into the last year of his deal. I have a guy in Derek Hall that only has a year and a half left on his deal before he's a free agent. I have an older DeMarcus Lawrence, and I have a Uchenna Nwosu that's getting into the end of his deal or getting close to the end of his deal. You got a lot of stuff here with all four of your edges where the clock's coming up and it's going to hit midnight, kind of across the board a little bit here. Derek Hall doesn't have a sack this year before he went down. Boye Mafe doesn't have a sack this year. I know pressures and quarterback hits are big for some folks, and sacks aren't that big of a deal, but no sacks between the two of them through 6 games. We could do much better. And so I look at this as a thing of both an opportunity to strike now for a player that's very hard to land and find, a player that you're not going to have to give up the assets that are going to go to the moon, so to speak. The assets aren't going to go through the roof on what you're going to have to, well, the assets are going to go through the roof on what you have to pay draft capital-wise, but it's not going to cost you on the monetary. So it's not the Michael Parsons double dip where you're giving the draft capital and then you're putting all this future cap space and it's all in on that way. Or Percy Harvin, where you made the trade for Percy Harvin and it was a first and a third, and then you're going to have to pay Percy Harvin this huge monster contract. Or even Jamal Adams, who you didn't have to pay immediately, but you were going to have to come back to Jamal a year down the line and make him the highest paid safety in the sport after that trade. So you're not impelled by that same part of this situation. And that just makes me more willing to take on the draft capital cost. But it's as much about I get a difference-making edge I bring onto this team right now to help out in the immediacy and in the future. I don't got to put him on a new contract. And I've got to make a decision. I'm going to have to find a guy like this. If not but Crosby, I think within the next year and a half to 2 years, you're going to have to find a player like this anyway. And you're probably not going to be picking at the top of the draft to go find it. So it is a little bit of a formula situation for me, Thomas, where it's not just about the love of Crosby. It's where he's at as far as his contract goes, where you're at as a team, what you need on your team, what you need on your team both now and into the future with some of the decisions that you have on deck and that you're still left wanting right now with some of your edges as it stands, especially the young cats that you were hoping to develop who have not yet developed, not in full into what you thought they could be. So I'm all on board with it. I would stand up and say, I will give the 3 first-round picks. I will pound the table in that way for this type of deal if it's there to be had. Because I trust in Crosby. And I think the one exciting part of the Crosby thing that cannot be undersold, do not undersell this part of it. You put a player in this league who is wired to be as hyper-competitive as any player in this sport, and you put him in a losing situation year after year after year after year throughout his career. And that is going to batter, potentially break certain players, rob them some of their spirit and soul a little bit and what they bring to play with that fiery competitiveness. And a guy like Crosby then, what does that do when you take him from that environment and you put wings on his back? What did we see from Leonard Williams going from the Jets and the Giants to coming to Seattle? He's with these perennial crap-ass teams, goes to a team that's competitive, and you see his game go another level. You see it rise. You see the helpful supporting cast around him help to make him better versus the limiting supporting cast that he had dealt with through a lot of his career. To a degree. I know the Jets had a pretty good defensive line. The Giants put a decent one together at times. But I'm all in on this thing. I think there's a lot of reasons to do it. It's not just a simple because you like the guy. It's all of that stuff built into it. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I know you haven't watched the Rams game yet. I kept up with it today. I'm not seeing them as world beaters. I don't see them as favorites right now. Thoughts? I think there's some susceptibility to the Rams. I wonder if they're as quite maybe strong as they were last year when they were at their full strength. I think like us, I think I can say about the Rams, I don't know if they've played their best football yet either. to that side of it. Sorry, kitty. Not right now. Not right now, baby. I haven't watched anything with the game with it today. They were playing on the road in Baltimore, 10 a.m. game, Michael. So that's a tough place to play, tough environment, even with the Ravens shorthanded. They got the win. But I do wonder if not they will eventually be playing their best football down the stretch a little bit, and how this kind of sets the table for them right now. They're not hugely injured. They're not like the Niners in dealing with that. We'll see where the Puka injury is at. I certainly think that they're beatable, but I think that they're going to be one hell of a tough matchup for us. And we're going to have to get pressure on Stafford. We're going to have to get that kind of quick pressure you saw today in order to get him off his spot and make him uncomfortable, or he will cut this defense apart. So remains to be seen of what their final form will take. I do think that they're pretty strong overall. That Niner game that you lose on Thursday night, that's a short week. That's a division opponent. You shouldn't lose the game. You're understaffed hugely in that game from where you stand. The Niners were offensive and defensively. So that's an odd game, but again, it's a Thursday night game, division game. I can't take too many takeaways from that. You had the Eagles up to the brink on the road. I think what was it, the prior week, and then you win by 2 touchdowns on the road against Baltimore. So I don't think that they're world beaters. You're right about that, but I do think that this is still a very dangerous team that, it's on us to be able to prove that we can take the McVay-Shanahan teams down, that we're ready to rise up to that level of things. And we weren't quite ready to do it against the Niners in week 1 at home. And last year, you got blown out at home by the Niners in the first game. In the second game, they were destroyed by injuries, and you were able to just eke that one out at the end of the game. So I kind of think this with both the Niners and the Rams, it sort of remains to be seen, and I need it kind of proven to me you're ready to stand toe-to-toe with those teams, and you can take the game from them. I think you stand toe-to-toe with them. I think you can fight it out with them for a game, but can you just take the game? Can you go and grab that? I think we're very close, right on the edge of being able to now push past those guys, but I need to have it proven on that side of it to know for sure. Sorry. Got the Catalyst one there. Niners are trying to go get some points here at the end of half. Boy, this has been a long half. We're still in the first half of this Niner game. It's almost 3:00. You talking about just a slow-moving first half. Thomas says, I'm still pinching myself when it comes to the Mariners. What a hell of a game the other night to go get that win. And one series away from getting to the World Series. One series win from going to the World Series for the first time in their history. And folks, I will be streaming the game at 5:00 here and locking that in. So please do ride with me here during the stream here, as we'll be doing all of the Mariners coverage here throughout this postseason on the channel. You guys have been responding to it, and I will keep doing it. But I'm pitching myself too, man. It doesn't seem real, does it? We so often get those opportunities here, I'll tell you what. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate that. JSN definitely has diva potential. You always got to fight it as a wide receiver. There's no more position in this sport that has diva-like tendencies than the wide receivers. They just sometimes can't help themselves. And I'm glad he's feeling himself, and he should be feeling himself. He's playing as good at the wide receiver position as anybody in the sport right now. But the taunting rules are very straightforward. They're not difficult to understand. It's not like, it's 3 pumps and I did 2.5 and you said it was 3. This isn't one of those things. You can't take the ball and spin it in front of the player. You can turn to your right. See, here's the funny part about this is you can still spin the ball. You just have to do this one turn to the side away from the guy. You just can't drop it at his feet and spin it. So you can even spin it. You just can't put it at the feet of the defender and spin it. Just turn one step to your right, spin it towards the sideline, spin it at one of the freaking Jacksonville Jaguar coaches, spin it at the defensive coordinator for all I care. You can't spin it at the guy that just gave up the completion coverage. It's an automatic call. And hopefully Mike is in JSN's ear. Hopefully this can be the end of this with JSN and we don't have any more of this. I'm glad he's playing great, but that was a big moment in this game where you gave the Jaguars an opportunity that you didn't have to. You make a first down reception there, and your first down 10 now, offense has got a little bit of momentum going. You could have closed that game out right then and there. But a situation you could control that didn't have to happen in the least, and you very well are aware of the fact that that was stupid. JSN will tell you that he knows that that's stupid. I don't get it. It's almost a little bit Sanchez to me like the dropping the ball before you get in the end zone thing. It just seems to be there are things that happen to NFL players in this day and age that they just can't help themselves on. that all us as fans are sitting there going, how is this a hard thing for you to control? And they're like, we just can't help ourselves. We just want to do it. I just want to do it. I just want to spin it right at his feet. I just want to spin it so bad. I want to spin it. I want to spin it. Like, God, let it go. They just can't help themselves, I guess, though. Catalyst, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I know it's early, but your key matchups against the Texans. Ooh, good question. Well, I mean, that offensive line against our defensive line is the first thing out the gate, because the way our defensive line gets after it and how badly constructed that Texans offensive line is, you should be able to get some very quick pressure on CJ Stroud. And he's got some mobility, but he's not hyper mobile back there. And the more pressure you start to get him on him over the course of the game, I think the more it starts to add up to him over the course of how he plays it. So right out the gate, I would say defensive line on offensive line. I know that's not an individual matchup thing, but that's going to be the main thing I think that carries through in this game on how you roll. Jackson Smith and Jigba on Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie is a really nice slot for the Texans. He's kind of a slot safety-ish guy in the role he brings. He's their kind of Hamilton. And he's got a couple picks this year. He's a really great complete player. He's one of those few guys that have come out recent years in Baylor that I really think can be I thought was going to be a really good player, and he has been a really good player. He'd be another guy there with Jackson being as good as he's been. Do they try to have Jalen follow him? Do they have him go to the outside when Jalen goes down to the condensed splits, and how you play that? I think defensively, your secondary, how you match up on Nico Collins and the crew of receivers that they're going to run out at you in this game, especially if you're still going to be limited on the depth side of it, would also be another part Catalyst I'd wonder a little bit about on how we can hold up on that. They're going to provide some really nice challenges out there on that outside for you. And Nico's a problem in itself, man. He's a number one wide receiver, pure and simple. And they got some young cats there that they can work in around it too. So probably those would be the early ones looking at that I'd be most kind of interested to see how we deal with. Thank you for all your guys' support today, by the way. Really appreciate everybody. Want to, if I can as well, I think now is a good time to, I want to thank the sponsor of the show. Kitty, I need you to give me a second, okay? You need to let me have my moment here. You need to just back off. There we go. Let's see how we did here. Oh, we just missed, just barely today. All right. Sleeper right now is the number one app running here on the open market here. Picks, over-unders, daily fantasy. I'm an over-under guy. Put down the fiver today. Had Charbonnet with over 9.5 yards receiving, ETN with over 12.5 yards receiving, hit that one. Seahawks just couldn't run the ball, and I thought we were going to be able to run the ball today. So just missed out on the Walker over 51.5 yards rushing at 34 and 37.5 yards rushing for Charbonnet. We came at 37.5. So a little tough on that one. Actively wise, I got a big one here with, you can see I did a big ticket one on this one. So I've got Taylor and Jacobs with the touchdown, and then a couple of these other picks, which are going to be some of the later games here, hoping they can hit. But you want to take advantage of Sleeper today. Why? Because they got a couple cool little promotions set up for you here as it stands here at the moment. You can see here they've got the little promos they run through. But also, you can match with my code NEST, and they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit, up to $100. So Nest, my code on the Sleeper app today. They'll match you up $100, so $100 from me to you, and you sponsor the show at the same time. We call that a win-win, but they're not done there. They're going to toss an extra $20, no deposit needed, free entry to you as well. So take advantage of these promotions here. It is opening up in the state of Washington, I'm told. And so you can go out there and have yourself some fun. Get in on Sleeper today. Terms and conditions apply. Do see their website for details, but a big thank you to Sleeper. Get in anything you want. You got your, your fantasy squads off already. You're like 1-4, whatever, to start off the season. Hey, go and get into weekly fantasy. Recoup a little of that pride. Get yourself prepared for next year a little bit. Set the stage. Set the stage, I say. Dave Phillips, Pinheiro hurt his foot after making the field goal. Oh my gosh. This Niner team is snake bitten. Snake bitten, I tell you. They already lost their one kicker, right? Was it not Dicker, but whatever his name was? I call them cheeks. Oh. Warren, I think the season's a bit weird so far. Right now, I don't see any teams that are miles ahead of the pack. All teams seem to have at least one serious flaw, either in scheme or coaching or personnel. Yeah, I see it the same way. See it the same bloody way. Yeah, Kitty's definitely having a look at me thing here. Size 18 shoe crushed him. Ball says, I was at the last ALCS at Safeco. Big love for Seattle and all teams. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Pumpkin guy make an appearance here. Jake Moody, thank you. There we go. There we go. Catalyst is Quinn Williams, Sauce Gardner, and Garrett Wilson wasting away. Sauce has had a bit of a tough year this year. He got that contract and I'm just saying Sauce lost a little bit of his sauce after the contract. Probably should have been somewhat sell mode with some of those players. So we'll get, if you guys want to, let's get the last couple, if we can, questions on in the house tonight. I'm going to be, get some food here in my belly. Eat a little bit of food and get prepared up. We're going to be coming back this evening with Mariner baseball coverage. The ALCS is going to be ongoing here shortly. So we will be I'm going to be doing a little bit of a break here, take a little bit of about an hour and a half or so here, just to kind of catch the breath. Come back at 5 o'clock with the ALCS on that side of it. So we'll kind of wrap this up. But if you guys want, let's get a couple of last questions in here and kind of get it all finished up. I want to thank all of the folks, too. Just unbelievable support today as ever on this channel. You guys are just awesome. Awesome in everything you guys do for this channel. I really, really appreciate it. We have a bunch of new members, tons of donations on the show today. And I really thank you guys for that. Pedro says trade for Trey Hendrickson. I could see it. I'm open to it. Only question in my mind on that one's not cost, just how comfortable are they with him turning into more of a stand-up wide 9 edge versus a guy that's maybe playing more of the kind of 5 technique at times, hand in the dirt. Monsoon says hype for the Mariners game tonight. Hopefully our bullpen locks it in. Especially Gabe, man. Come on, Gabe. We need you, man. We don't have, I think, the deepest of bullpens. The guys that we tried out there, we need them to hold the line on it. Power Coach, shout out to Kobe Bryant. Really stout tackles in the backfield. We do really miss Julian Love on the back end, though. He's the quarterback of the defense. He is indeed, and hopefully he can get back by next week. But Kobe with a nice bounce-back game in this one. I was impressed by what I saw from him today, and I thought he played a very, very strong football game, to your point, especially as a tackler. He was really good in that way. Donnie, how you doing, man? HawksNest, that was fun. Thank you. Brandon All. See you again in 2 hours or so. Till then, go Hawks, go M's. Go Hawks, go M's, man. Appreciate you. Give Pumpkin a Blue Jay dinner in a can. Capture a Blue Jay, just let her at it. Have that on camera through the whole game, her trying to capture the Blue Jay. You'd get it. You'd tear it apart, wouldn't you? Yeah, you would. You'd eat that Blue Jay, wouldn't you? You'd defeather that thing. OE, who is a realistic option for the Hawks to acquire at the trade deadline? Quite honestly, I'm going to need to go through, I think, a little bit more of the viable potential guys here that you could take a look at. I think that there's a bit of a question at this point. I need to do a little bit of research. Hard to say. When you get to the realistic, I mean, I could give you names, but when we're getting to really purely realistic, it's going to be a bit tough. I think you're looking at maybe Ravens team with some players, more of like teams you can target here, I think, a little bit. Dolphins. Is that a team that you can look at from a Bradley Chubb to a Jordan Brooks? Does that make some sense? I don't think that they would jump for those guys, but that's kind of in the realm. Cleveland Browns 1-5. Would a Wyatt Teller at right guard be a possibility for you to bring him in to replace a Bradford? That's a guy I know that they were thinking about this offseason just a little bit. Of course, Trey Hendrickson, I think, is going to be in play here for the Bengals, especially if they lose today. Raiders don't really have much of anybody outside of a Crosby guy. Giants, Thibodeau, possibility there. They're not going to move Dexter Lawrence, sorry, not DeMarcus, but Dexter Lawrence. With the Bears, they're 2-2. I don't think they've got anybody that they're giving you Saints, can you get an Eric McCoy? Does Demario Davis, is he able to play a will linebacker position? Alontae Taylor, do you like him as an inside-outside guy maybe heading into the final year of his deal? It's kind of off the top of my head. That's only where we're at right now with realistic options, but I'll do a little bit more research here this week and see if we can find something. I've been holding off just to make sure we're going to be full into buy mode and that there made sense for us to be looking at guys. But we'll see if we can find some realistic options this week for you. Appreciate you, Paul. Thank you for everybody for hanging on with me here throughout the stream today, and love the energy from you guys in the stream. Everybody's real positive today, and even not just too positive, but just discussion's always in a good, healthy place. We're not getting at each other's throats. We all recognize that we're part of the same family here, part of the same community. We all want the same thing to happen here, which is the Seahawks team to turn to a winning football team. And you guys keep that at the forefront of your mind when we go live on these shows. I really appreciate it because it's what makes these shows work, is the community. Be Film, go Hawks. Megan, see you in about an hour. Power, appreciate you, Brandon. All love to you too. Charlie, the Unicorn, defensive end or outside linebacker, will or cornerback? Which position would you want Seattle to trade for? I don't know if I have a dog in the fight as far as there being one or the other that I'm more gravitating towards as being the priority, Charlie. Let me answer the question like this. I'll take any of those four positions. Get me the most impactful player for his position of those four, and that's the one I want. So if the best guy that you can get is going to be a will linebacker of those four, and that the rest are just kind of, you're getting a bunch of Jags, or you're just getting a bunch of guys that are pretty much more of what you got, or kind of just treading water, then go to the will. But give me the most talented guy you can, the most not talented, but the most productive, but essentially guy back in return you can of those four. Don't just go completely light here. Try to find something that can actually bring those returns a little bit with them as far as making it improved. Yeah, Eric McCoy would be a dream. You get the Saints to do that. That would be, he knows the offense backwards and front, pure fit on what he brings to the table, and big upgrade over where you're at right now at the position. Patrick Zahn, what about trading for Quinn Williams from the Jets, elite nose tackle? He plays a lot of three tech. He's a little bit like Leonard Williams is in our defense in that way, in that you can get him a little bit at nose tackle, but I don't think that that's where he's going to be operating from comfortably 24/7. A little bit more of a guy that you got to kind of evenly split up not evenly split, I think even. You're putting more probably three tech reps on Quinnen than you are going to be putting at nose tackle with him. Carl Granderson, that's another option, is maybe a possibility there, the edge for the Saints. He's got a collection of sacks this year. Again, a guy doesn't move a needle a lot for me, but look, it's not going to cost you a lot, and certainly an easy option to find some improvement there at least. So he wants his Mariners in 5. Let's go. Niners are trash. John probably have to get a guard in the draft. Yeah, that's probably the way this is going to have to go. I think, though, if John needs any sort of confirmation of something that's working and has had really tangibly positive effects, first-round pick for Cross, third-round pick for Abraham Lucas, first-round pick for Gray Zabel. I know the Christian Haynes thing has not worked for a third-round pick-wise, but you're grabbing guys in the first through third rounds, it's going to tend to work out good for on the line. So maybe keep leaning in that direction of things. Is Devondre Sweat available? I would think probably not. Texans probably like a lot of what he brings to the table. Jeffrey Simmons is probably more of the guy that they would look at this point to move if they're going to look to move a defensive tackle. A guy getting a little bit up there in age. A guy that's a little expensive for the Titans. But then again, in Jeffrey Simmons, then you're having a guy who's more of a three tech there, not a nose tackle like Devondre is. Devondre would be great if you could bring him in, though. But I think they're going to hold on to him. Ryan, I'm going to take a power for a while. If you're done with the stream, by then, I'll probably call you for the Mariners call. Sounds good, man. We don't need a game breaker. We want someone who can snack the quarterback more often than not. Provide some pressure, get you some sacks, man. You got to get it up from 0, right, OE? You're at 0 right now off the edge group outside of it. When you go outside of Uchenna and Marcus to the other two guys who take up a significant amount of snaps, including Mike Morris, kind of comes down to you got 0 right now. Anything above that's going to be a pretty big improvement in what you could be getting. So I get it. No, you're all good, man. Fred Warner's out. Kevin O'Connell sounds like he's got a major lower leg injury based on what I'm hearing from the chat. So it does sound like tough there for the Niners team that's already suffered so many injuries. one more on top of the stack and maybe their most important, most irreplaceable player that they could be losing here in Fred. No, you're not going for my burger. You're not getting my burger. It's not happening. It's not happening. Good to see you, Kendrick. O'Dwyer, picking guards and centers in the first round is usually bad draft strategy unless they're really good players. Zabel was a decent pick. You can usually find good ones in the second, third round, quarterback, tackle, edge. Yeah, it doesn't have to be first round. I agree with you. It's not tend to be one that you're going to pick in that spot. I just think that you just making a point of priority almost every year to sort of take one guy of an offensive lineman in that spot, I think is very beneficial. And this success and track record has been so good recently when you've targeted guys there versus O'Dwyer, let's say, trying to find the diamond and rough value into the later parts of the draft. Yeah, trying to go for more of the Bradford, Olawatimi, undrafted Sundell. You're trying to find those sort of, hey, maybe we can kind of carve this out with lesser, and that hasn't quite gotten you there. Weakest parts of this offensive line are the ones that you put the least amount of draft capital into. I think that that's probably telling. Have a go in there, Megan. Appreciate you. Patrick, I just feel like Bradford sometimes puts no effort when he plays. He's just going to have some of those reps that are just going to look brutal. It's what you get for him. I think he's cleaned up some of it this year, and he has improved this year from where he's been. It's not as peppered in throughout all of his game as you normally would see. But it's just what you get with him as a player. Sean, we'll see you at the Mariners game, man. Likelihood of Love and Spoon back. I think there's more of a likelihood of getting Love back than Spoon. I think with my instincts on the Spoon situation is he probably has a torn MCL, and that tends to be a 4 to 6 weeker, and that they're going to want to take advantage of then the bye week, especially with Eamon playing as well as he is to the slot. They probably feel like with Love getting back there, that'll be enough. But it is a little bit of a out of pocket completely without any information kind of guess. Charlie Unicorn trade for defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons. Titans not going anywhere. Guess I should check his contract first. You can make a move with him. It's going to cost the Titans a little bit to make it go. They're going to need some dead money. He's not going to cost you a lot to bring him back in return, but he's a 3 tech. That's his position. He can do some 1 tech sets. Quinn Williams the same way. These are guys that have bigger bodies. They have 1 tech bodies, but they play 3 tech. And so can they technically eat some snaps at the 1? Yes. Would you really want them to be taking a lot of snaps, the majority of their snaps there? No. So we start to get to more of that log jam situation with the 3 tech already as it stands with both Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. Let's get Bobby Boucher as an edge. Let's do it. Kevin, why do we think Kubiak loves not having fly sweeps and goes for sharps up the opening up and goes for sharps up no opening? The guy is not a hole maker. No, I think he's trying to struggle with how to. The thing we got to keep in mind with Kubiak this year, I think, is just that he's dealing with more stack boxes than any offensive coordinator in the sport. And when you have also a predilection and desire to run the ball, stack boxes are a real difficult thing to deal with. And that you're talking about going to the outside and the edge. Well, it's hard to go to that outside and edge if you think there's just going to be an edge defender that's going to be squatting down on the fly sweep, which is what I think Kubiak would tell you on this as far as it's a guess on my part. I don't know for sure, but I think that's probably what he would tell you. You sure think, I would think to your point in this, Kevin, you want to at least mix it in a little bit. Keep it in there so at least they got to think about it, because you're not doing that really. Who makes the call on going conservative or not? Is McDonald or Kubiak? Hard to say. Is McDonald influencing Kubiak a little bit? Is this more of the influence of McDonald in the offseason when he was hiring Kubiak, saying, you will run the ball and you will run the ball every game, and if you don't, I'll get your happy ass out of here like I got Grubb sent out on a rail. Could be either or there. But I think there's definitely already a natural drive within this offensive scheme to run the ball at a fairly high rate. And then you have a McDonald, the defensive-minded head coach that wants to maintain that commitment. The combination of those two matters can kind of lead to this, but it's hard to say for sure. Rundaz, prayers for Fred Warner. Hope you're ready to go next season. Yeah, tough for him. Brutal injury if he went down. I mean, that guy was playing like a defensive player of the year. And I mean, he was making that Niner defense roll. So that's a huge loss, and he's such a fun player to watch. He lays it out on the line. We were joking, Randy was joking a little bit about the dirtiness with him a little bit, which is there with him at times, but he also just plays so fast and just with that reckless abandonment you want players to play with, not thinking about his body, just I'm going to go lay it on the line. He does that. Rundahs, Hawks do need to clean up some of the penalties, yeah. They do. Come back to your question, O&E, with the conservative nature of things. Grubb's shadow still, I think, looms over the back of this team a little bit. Grubb's lack of willingness to run the ball looms over Mike McDonald's thoughts when it comes to the offense. And I think he's very, very concerned about getting into too pass-happy nature of things as it went down last year and all of the bad that brings with it. Kevin says, when you are able to call from the television which way Sharps is running, then you have a problem. I want to see misdirection. The few times they've done it in the prior weeks, it was successful. I'd like to see that too, man. Defenses are definitely getting aggressive to us and trying to attack those holes where they think the running game's going, to your point. Misdirection is a good counter to that. Something that you would expect that they could see off on tape. Ron Pozzi, Cody Barton picked off Geno Smith. Oh my gosh. We're in bizarro world now. 10 picks for Geno. Oh boy, Geno. Oh boy. Get you guys some scores here. We've got Rams taking out the Ravens. Ravens fall to 1-5, 17-13. Cowboys lose to the Panthers. Close game 30-27. The Steelers win 23-9. DK Metcalf with 95 yards and a touchdown in that game. Patriots outlast the Saints 25-19. The Chargers beat the Dolphins 29-27. 31-27. Cardinals mount a little bit there offensively with no Kyler Murray, but the Colts still able to close that thing out 31-27 at home. Broncos beat the Jets 13-11. The Raiders are up on the Titans 17-3. Packers are up 10-7 on the Bengals, and the Buccaneers are up 20-16 on the Niners, who I think are driving right now. Cadlo says, I can't. He never looked this bad with us, and our O-line was just as bad. Yeah. Geno's struggling. He's struggling, and there's a lot of reasons for it, I think. Part of this, too, with Geno is that, he's getting to that age where it is a spot where, look, quarterbacks start to lose a little bit. We all like to think everybody lasts till they're 40 years old as a QB in this sport, and it don't work that way for everybody. There are those guys that hit that wall, and they hit that wall hard. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Trevor Lawrence just standing there when the sack happened. Well, pressure recognition is not always there. Oh, it's Tampa Bay Buccaneer that's down right now for them. Yeah, look at Russ. It's what happened is that it's the Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady effect, where for the first time in NFL history, you had quarterbacks come through into their late 30s playing at a high level. And so everybody goes, well, that's the new norm. That's the new reality of life for all QBs. I go, no, it's actually not. It's actually not. It's they were outliers, and then more often than not, you get a guy to 35 years old, you're going to probably expect that cliff's coming hard, coming fast, and you better anticipate it. Because now Geno can go and pout on the bench. Rundahs, we had a little running game today. Got to get it going. Also go M's. Go M's. Jamel Dean. I thought it was a slot guy that went down there. Geno has beaten his whole, it looked like Parrish maybe. Geno has taken a beating his whole NFL life. He ain't right back. No, he hasn't. Oh, he says Trevor Lawrence was thinking about picking his nose on that at that point on the sack. Maybe so. He's like, enough of this pressure. I've done all I can. My guys aren't catching the pass. I'm laying it on the line here. Thank you, HHG. I appreciate you, man. All right. Well, let's put a button on this. I'm going to eat this burger up here and get a little bit of food in my belly. And we're closing this up just slightly early today than we normally do. I say as on 5 hour and 20 minutes into the stream. We're closing this up a little early today. And the reason being we got double dip duty today. So we're coming back with the Mariners here this afternoon, 5 o'clock in Toronto. First game of the series. The Mariners are one series win away from getting to the World Series for the very first time in their franchise. So I can think of no better reason to be streaming today and doing Mariner coverage, even though we're a Hawk channel here. And then being a Seattleite, I know how special this is, how unique this is, an opportunity for us to be able to witness in our lifetimes. So whether you're a baseball fan or a Hawk fan or Mariner fan, whatever it may be, join us tonight. It's going to be fun to check this team out. It's going to be hopefully a hell of a series. Toronto's a really good team. Number 1 seed against the number 2 seed. No easy outs here. But the Mariners have got the ability to do it. So let's see if they can keep the magic going. If you guys can for me today, hit that like button. I know it's a big thing I ask all the time, but it's a huge thing in what this does as far as having an impact on people seeing my stuff, even seeing the Mariner coverage tonight. You hitting the like button in this video helps to push that kind of video up later on. I know it doesn't always make a lot of sense. That's how the algorithm works. I really thank you for all you guys doing, hitting that like button, subbing on up. We got a ton of new subscribers today. Really appreciate all those folks who joined aboard. As well, thank you to the sponsor of the show, Sleeper. Sleeper right now, like I'm telling you, they've got a bunch of different cool things going on right now. 100% match on your first deposit up to $100 when you use my code NEST. Sleeper's the ¡1 sports app out there, getting your daily fantasy, getting the over and unders like I like to do. Go win yourself some money. They've also got on top of that 20 free bucks, 20 bucks in your pocket, no deposit required on top of the 100% match code. It's $120. Trying to help you out there. This is supposed to be open up in the state of Washington now, this app in full for you to be able to use. Utilize my code today. Go out there and win yourself some money. So again, just hit that like button on the way out the door. I really do appreciate all of that today in that way. Seattle Seahawks go out there and get themselves a big victory. Make no mistake about that. I challenged this team. I challenged this defense this week. I challenged Mike McDonald. I said, show me something. He did. They came out in this game and they didn't just run more of the same of what they've run up until this game. They came out in this game and they adjusted. They changed their approach, especially defensively speaking. And this is part of the things that makes Mike McDonald a really good defensive mind, is that he's not just a guy reliant on, here's my plan of attack. If it works, I got nothing left. He's supposed to be a guy that can come on and answer and have some answers in his playbook for what an offense is doing, especially if his defense is struggling in certain elements in certain ways. Really felt like he did that today. This is a big win for your Seahawks. 9th straight win on the road for this team, the Road Warriors. That has been amazing to see, the longest in the NFL. I don't know how they're doing it on that all the time. It's been a lot of 10 a.m. start times that they made that happen. But now they are sitting right now on the precipice of being able to set the stage right as they not only head towards the trade deadline, but head to the bye week. You have a Monday night football game at 7 o'clock against the Texans, then the bye. You got the trade deadline right in there as well. So an opportunity for you to both set the stage as far as win-loss record goes and to be able to really set yourself ahead of the ball here down the stretch, to be able to solidify yourself in the playoffs, maybe even to make some noise for this division, but also then on the back of those wins to really give John the confidence to go make some swings, to go make some moves maybe, and to maybe even go make a big move if he's feeling jumpy. So it's going to be fun to watch what this team does over the next couple of weeks and to see what moves John maybe makes, knowing again, he's got about $26 million of cap space. He has never in the last 14 years had this amount of cap space he was sitting on at this time of year. A factor not to be undersold when it pertains to the Seattle Seahawks team. Ride with me here in just a couple of hours. The Seattle Mariners are going to go live, postseason play, trying to get to the World Series. We'll be back there. Seattle Seahawks winning 4-2. Things looking a little bit brighter today, and maybe we're going to get healthier here within another week. I thank you guys today for watching. I thank you guys for hitting the like button, the sub. Oh my gosh, all of the donations into the chat today. You guys are just tremendous. Charles Edwards finishing us off right with a sub. Thank you for that, Charles. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. All the new members, keep an eye on your community post, as that's where I do post the membership benefits, and those will be coming down the line even on Monday morning. We got a Thursday night football stream and a Saturday call-in show for you guys on that. So thank you guys for all you do for this channel. Thank you for the community just being, even when there's disagreement in here, keeping things respectful and kind to each other. We are a brotherhood here. We're a sisterhood here. From the sister, brother, men and women, we are a community here. We all want the same thing. You guys recognize that. I know I make it a point of emphasis to mention it a lot, but that is the driver in so many ways of this channel, is you guys having that kind of just awesome energy that you guys bring in that way every single time we go live. And I really do appreciate it, because I know it's not common here out on the internet. Back soon, but it feels good to get the win. It feels real good. So I'll see you in 2 hours covering the Mariner team, but we get to chew on the Seahawks victory for the next week and start to dream just a little bit bigger. My name is Brandon Kane, the Seahawks Nest. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe. But beyond all that, don't you ever forget, go Hawks.